Suzanne, can you hear me?
I hear you, Jalil.
Okay, thank you.
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Test 1, 2. Are you hearing my audio
Yes,
through? Is it a good level?
yes.
Okay, good. So this is one microphone. I'm going to go through and test all the microphones. So we got one down. Right. Can you hear me on this microphone?
Yes,
So it's not hard. It's hard because my phone mic and this mic are close together, but you're hearing it through Zoom, right?
I am.
Is that a decent level? This will be the MC's mic.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to test the other MC's mic. Test, test, test. This is the other MC mic.
It's
Test
good.
1, 2. Okay. All right. Test, test, test. Can you hear me, Craig? Okay, cool. Test, test, test. I'm gonna lower it just a little bit.
Perfect. Absolutely. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, hello. What's up, y'all? UC Tribunal.
Hi, how are you? Good. I thought there were supposed to be other people on like the people who I'm supposed to introduce at the end. Are they going to be not behind me on the stage, but some...
Okay.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Lisa Hajar. Okay, so then I'll just, you guys can introduce yourselves, but I'll just, like, what's the where I'll just say, and now I'd like to introduce you to the, what's the category?
Just on the other side of Oakland. Yeah.
How was it? Traffic wasn't too bad this morning.
Traffic wasn't too bad. I stopped at a railroad track with no train coming. So then people were like taking turns going around. Yeah.
That would scare me.
Yeah.
Hang on.
It wasn't ready.
Do you want?
Yeah, wait,
Hello.
Is it ready now? 'Cause
Testing.
I know, I went. Yeah.
Hello, testing. Oh, I can hear myself. Yeah.
I mean, they want to know, like, after I'm done reading the charges and they're going to speak, where should they be? Okay. Wait, Christine, yeah, come back and say, so we know that these struggles precede the current moment. I'd like to turn over the floor to.
Test, test, test. Craig, can you hear me on this mic? Test 1, 2. Okay, great.
It sounds low. Let me raise the volume a little bit.
By those stronger than me, straight into the face that tells you to rattle your chains if you love being free. Either cry power.
You know, Hamas, if you look at the history, you'll find out that Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat. Then we have election, then Hamas becomes dominant, so we have to kill him. You know, it just doesn't make sense.
Revolution, free the oppressed, and put the real criminals under arrest. From the north to the south, east to the west, put your fist up, time for protest. Free Palestine from the Zionist blitz. No war, it's a massacre, they murdering kids. Superpowers talk shit with their hands in their pockets, while Israel keep dropping prosperous rockets. But genocide, Hamas, they beat the blame, cause they fight for the freedom of their people and domain. All we see is terrorism, an excuse for the slain. So I say, motherfuck what your TV proclaim. Over 1,000 murder civilians, but all that you hear is that they murder some militants. Obama don't speak, give your guns to billions. We know that your cats don't support the Palestinians. Come on now, everybody make a difference. This ain't a military war, they kill infants. No benevolence, no defense. Free Palestine from what the world commends. Come on now, everybody make a difference. This ain't a military war, they kill infants. No benevolence, no defense. Free Palestine from what the world commends. Middle East rise. Why don't they speak about that on the news, and the people can decide which side they want to choose? But the media's control, and they mold all your views, and they want to accuse the Jews of human rights abuse. In 48 they made a false nation. The plantation began evacuation. For Palestine we have an obligation to do what we can to end the occupation. Come on now, everybody make a difference. This ain't a military war, they kill infants. No benevolence, no defense. Free Palestine from what the world commends. Come on now, everybody make a difference. This ain't a military war, they kill infants. No benevolence, no defense. Free Palestine from what the world commends.
Gaza, a city under siege from Israeli forces. In Gaza, over 1 million Palestinians live under the gun, and most of the guns are Israeli. The danger we were in didn't come from the Palestinians. Israel has turned Gaza into a battlefield.
Come on now, everybody make a difference. This ain't a military war, they kill infants. No benevolence, no defense. Free Palestine from what the world commends. Come on now, everybody make a difference. This ain't a military war, they kill infants. No benevolence, no defense. Free Palestine from what the world commends.
The weapons being used to kill so many Palestinians are American weapons.
الحبيبة مقهور لاني في البيت وانت الأسيرة بيلوموني لاني بالخارج وانت بالداخل عار عن ما بعترف بدور النساء المناضل طول حياتك حمل القضية انسجنتي وانت حامل فيا أول بكاء إلي كطفل كان فيه صرخة حرية إعدام طريق قضبان آسيا أنا أسير ابن أسير الطفل الوحيد بسجن نساء انولدت بالسجن وانتي لسه عايشة غار كطفل كلبشاتك كانوا ألعابي كنت ترضعيني في الواعي فربيت واعي أكبر فرحة كانت لما طلع لي سلمى شفت أبوي بس كان لي أكتر من هم
أيامي تمر أيامي تروح وأنا ضايق المر اسمي زي الكل أسير أو معتقل بعدها بيجي أي رقم البني متوفر أي لون تاني انعدم مصير الأحرار انها تنسلم هيك سمعت بس ما فهمت لحد ما انحبست صغير لدرجة اني لسه ما لحقت اسمع أي صديق يسألني اتجوزت بفكر بشو عملت بقول الواجب بفكر بشو تركت امي ووطن حالي واذا فكرت بالوالد فيه بشاركني بنفس البرد وبنفس الخبز اليابس وبنفس الشمس مش اللي على دائرة تنرسم شمسنا بمربعات صغيرة تنحسر بفكر بالندم نعم على اني انمسكت ولسه شعبي بالظلم ينحكم
متخيلك ملاك فستان ابيض وطرحه ريتني جنبك تا اشاركك بهالفرحه خطفوني لوقت غير محدد قبل ما طلبوا ظباط سمعتي حكم مؤبد عندي اليوم والغد كلمات مرادفه اسمي سجن امني عمري 20 رزنامه مفروض مع عزيمه استقبل فاصله ابتسم فاصله اعبطكم واتبك نقطه ريت الحفيد يحضن سيده الرطوبه عالجلة الداء دواهم فالتاريخه كنت لازم دم تغير السجن يتحرك هالمستشفى ام فضاء كلهم كمامات وانا بكلبشات عالسرير ما هو في الجاذبيه خايفين اطير لتاجل الفرحه بحكي للصوره بحكيكي طريق صوره ريت البطوله اختيار يا ريتها مش مفروضه
لسه جاي بعد ما خلص العنب ونبيد ونشف عالكوباي. لسه جاي بعد ما بدي التعب وقلبي بيتحملش بداي. لك لسه جاي بعد ما خلص العنب ونبيد ونشف عالكوباي. لسه جاي بعد ما بدي التعب وقلبي بيتحملش بداي. لسه جاي بشالوا علبة سجاير وإيدي بتهمس في حشاي. لسه جاي وليلي ونسي شكلي نهاري قرب عالنهاية. لسه جاي بعد ما خلص العنب ونبيد ونشف عالكوباي. لسه جاي بعد ما بدي التعب وقلبي بيتحملش بداي. لسه جاي بشالوا علبة سجاير وإيدي بتهمس في حشاي. لسه جاي وليلي ونسي شكل نهاري قرب عالنهاي. لسه جاي بعد ما تخبرت الرفوف والشمس غابت عن سماي والهوا وقف محله والشتاء مفروض هو جاي. انتي جاي تيرارا تيرارا رارارا تيرارا رارارا تيرارا 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 بكتارارا تيرارا تيرارا عزتارا تيرا تيرارا 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 ما الهوا وقف محله والشتاء مفروض هو جاي. انتي جاي لسه جاي بعد ما خلص العنب ونبيد ونشف عالكوباي. لسه جاي بعد ما بدي التعب وقلبي بيتحملش بداي. لسه جاي بشالوا علبة سجاير وإيدي بتهمس في حشاي. لسه جاي وليلي ونسي شكل نهاري قرب عالنهاي. لسه جاي بعد ما تخبرت الرفوف والشمس غابت عن سماي والهوا وقف محله والشتاء مفروض هو جاي. انتي جاي
رجوعيات. أناديكم أشد على أياديكم أبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم وأهديكم ضياء عيني ودفء القلب أعطيكم فمأساتي التي أحيا نصيبي من مآسيكم.
كل السفن تفوتنا تارك الحزن يغرق قلوبنا راضية نكون ضيوف الظلم ببيوتنا والآية انقلبت كمان مرة صرنا ضيوف اللي غير مرغوب فينا مكتوب لنا نضلنا راب على أرضنا بعاد من وطننا مين يهمه همنا مطمطية يشرب دمنا حكمنا حكم صهيوني ديمقراطي للنفس الصهيونية وصهيوني للنفس العربية يعني الممنوع له ممنوع للمسموح له ممنوع للمسموح لمكروه لي لأنه ينكر كياني محو مازال يمحي ألوان ثواني تاريخ ناس جدادي يغسل دماغ ولاد التوعى حاضر ما يمثلها جنسية زرن بالله ونشرب ميتها طولنا انه احنا من الشعب والشعب يحسسنا انه احنا غربة انا غريب في بلادي
أرفنانا همسات سبانا إشارات طردانا أهرانا ناسي إنه جدادنا أسسوا المباني وإخواننا ما زال عمره أساسها وأساس سعر بالمسجد والدير وأخيرا ناس من بلاد غير تصرخني ترانسفير إحنا شاكينا قوانين هاضم حقوقنا كاتمة صوتنا داخل خط الأخضر هادم بيوتنا البطالة تحومنا نربى فقر وفقر يربي عقولنا لكن تحيي قلوبنا اللي تحيي جذورنا اللي ينادونا خونة أنا ما هنت في وطني مقاسي شعبي كتبت لي قدري العالم لليوم عملنا إسرائيليين وإسرائيل لبكرة تعملنا فلسطينيين غريب في بلادي
شهيد القدر قريب لما الحجر بالايد 13 شهيد علاء وطننا عماد وطننا اكتوبر الاسود اثبت انه الاياد بدمنا اذا الكل فيهم وليد تحت الاحتلال كيف مش رامي الماضي برمي حاله كالسيف الماضي يعارك سلاح الحاسب ضمن مي يقتل الصوت المصلح برصاصه الحي ودمعة الام تصيح انا اسيل عخد عرب محمد والمسيح يا جبل ما يهزنا ريح نضل رامز القومية وسام الحرية شعلة اجداد دمر الروح الشبابية انا غريب ببلادي لكن احمد ربي اني متمسك بتراسي نادوني خاين عربي الداخل 48 ويدك عراسك احنا جذور فلسطين لطول العمر
لوين اروح الغربة احتلت داري قالت للروح حضن اهلك يحمي الغالي
ولا قدرت اكتافي وقفت وجه ظلامي يتيما عاريا حافي حملت دمي على كفي وما نكحت أعلامي وصمت العشب فوق قبور أسلافي أناديكم أشد على أياديكم.
My liberation is your liberation and your liberation is my liberation. So let me hear the people say, let's get free, let's get free, let's get free. My liberation is your liberation and your liberation is my liberation. So let me hear the people say, let's get free, let's get free. I want to free the people. My liberation is your liberation and your liberation is my liberation. So let me hear the people say, let's get free, let's get free.
Senko for meditation, De La Soul on the rotation. Put the freedom on the stations. We are forming a new nation based on justice and forgiveness and rehabilitation. They addicted to the money and they public reputation. But if you decide to share, you can join the conversation. How in practice we gon' get these reparations? It gon' take patience, but the prophecy is ancient. Cause every breath you take is a holy invitation.
Free your spirit, free your mind one time. Free the people, free the music from them dollar signs. Free our family up in Palestine. Let's keep it rockin' hip-hop. Wisdom and knowledge, nah, they'll never stop. Seeing love in the eyes of a soldier, seeking a bolder action and holding a rifle, roses tucked in a holster. Cause they know that the war on the people, vicious and evil, ain't the vision we seeking. And within them, they hear the people speaking.
Black liberation is wide, liberation so fight for liberation tonight. Liberation is here, liberation is now. Liberation is the life that I'm about. Come on.
My liberation is your liberation and your liberation is my liberation. So let me hear the people say, let's get free, let's get free, let's get free.
Liberation is moving through immigration to do what you want to do and improve on a new nation. And liberation is going from cotton picking to speaking truth in opposition to politicians. To liberate is to ruminate on who's trying to hate on your truest faith. This position isn't one of hate, it's the one that makes you see divisions put in place that you want to break.
Quit liberation is straight. Liberation cause there ain't no space. No space in liberation is fake. And we building the way.
So enough.
Fist up if you're ready to say it
in the streets.
My liberation is your liberation and your liberation is my liberation. So let
Testing. Hello, everybody. Hi. Good morning. Yes. Thank you for being here bright and early this morning. We would like to welcome you all to the first of many UC People's Tribunals. This has been an amazing experience of coordination of activists and organizing minds from all across the UC. But most importantly, an opportunity for Palestine to speak through the testimonials, the words of those who have borne witness, the healthcare workers who pledge their oaths, the students who are the change makers, and the Palestinian community. So thank you all for being here. My name is Jennifer Moghannam. I am a professor at UC Santa Cruz. I'm also a longtime organizer in the Bay Area and beyond. And I'm so happy to welcome you into this space this morning.
Hello, welcome. My name is Rosita. I'm a healthcare worker. I'm an activist, a union organizer. I've been vocal about Palestinian liberation for most of my organizing life, but even more 401 days in the honor of my family, my brother-in-law, my niece Yasmina, and my global Palestinian family and my Mapuche ancestors. Thank you and welcome. So a few housekeeping items. We have a couple of community agreements. La Peña has their own, but we added a few of our own for a little spice and flavor. One, treat everyone with respect. Utilize thoughtful communication. Ask for consent. Honor everyone's gender and pronouns. Take care of yourself and each other. Practice active listening. We will not tolerate disrespectful interruptions, or you will be removed from the premises. Please be mindful that as we are holding this space for immense grief and vulnerability, participants may need to take breaks for self-care. A few other, do you want to do logistics?
A couple other housekeeping things. So if anyone needs any accessibility assistance, please reach out or signal any of the support crew. Can we have the support crew just stand up right now?
Raise your hand.
Or raise your hand. If you need any support, you can find some of us. Anyone wearing this t-shirt is probably a good to go. And this side room here to your right will be used for prayer breaks if you need to. There are some mats set down, and there's also food, snacks, breakfast in there. We'll be having lunch in there. And we ask that unless you are in prayer or grabbing snacks or anything, to just please not keep that room too crowded. Yeah. We are taking videos also with participants about what brought you here, what you hope to see from the tribunal, and so those will also be taking place in the side room to your right.
So a little bit about, there will be mental health on site. Much of what we cover today may be emotionally overwhelming. We will have mental health professionals in solidarity with the struggle for liberation of Palestine available on site from 11:30 to 3:30. Sheila, would you raise your hand? Sheila there. We'll be available all day for any access or support needs. So please flag her down if you need anything at all. Thank you.
And so before we get going, we just wanted to ground ourselves in why we're here. We're here because there's an active ongoing genocide in Gaza. It's expanding to Lebanon, to other parts of Palestine. And we're here to honor those communities that are impacted and to do what we can to make sure that as people within the UC that our university ends its complicity in that. And so we're on day 402 of this genocide. Over the past 402 days, we have seen 1,139 healthcare workers targeted and killed, 10,000 missing children, 17,000 children murdered, 128,000 residential buildings destroyed, 188 journalists killed, about 44,000 deaths, martyrs, according to the health registry. Now we know that this number is much, much larger. There are many reasons why the count cannot be accurate, and some different estimates have been anywhere, and this was from really like August, but from 186,000 people to 300,000 lives lost, and we may never know the exact number. All of the universities in Gaza have been destroyed, and 32 of the 36 hospitals in Gaza have either been completely or partially destroyed. We know that the hospitals, the schools, the journalists, the children are being targeted. This is not collateral damage. And we are here to say that this is enough. And we're calling for an end to this genocide and an end to our university's complicity in war crimes, in genocide, and in the ongoing Nakba.
So I would like to take this moment to introduce Karina Gold and have Karina please come to the stage and offer a little bit. We know that these lands are stolen lands, they're unceded lands. And who better to speak about that than Karina?
Karina. Good morning, relatives. Can we just take a deep breath together first? Let's take one deep breath and hold it for 3 and let it go for 6, okay? Ready, 1, 2, 3. Let it go. I'm going to invite you all to do that for yourselves while we go through this day together. I'm going to try to remember to breathe. And we're going to breathe for all of the things that need breath right now. And as we come together on this day to talk about these horrific things that are happening in Gaza and the West Bank and genocide that is taking place, that this idea of breathing is important for us. Our ancestors are calling on us to do things that sometimes feel impossible. And I am always touched by those that continue to get up and breathe and do those things together. Together we chose today to come together to talk about these horrific things that are happening. And so we are doing that. We're breathing, we're deciding to breathe together. So we stand today on the unceded territory of my ancestors. My ancestors have been here since the beginning of time. We are born to Mount Tuyushtak. Our waterway is Lashan, and I'm the tribal chair for the Confederated Villages of Lashan Nation. As a part of the genocidal tactics of the United States government, we don't exist as a federally recognized tribe. They have tried to erase us completely. I think that's one of the things that we have to understand also as we come to this land that now is called the United States, and that it's all on stolen land. It's built by the labor of stolen people. It's built by the labor of Indigenous people. It's built by the labor of people that were forced to come here thinking that they had somewhere else to be. And then we also have to realize that there are many people that are here that can't go home anymore. And so we should take a deep breath for just that, right? Let's take a deep breath. And let it go. I'm going to call in all of our ancestors from all four directions as we are sitting here together in this room and across Zoom land and across the world, that we bring in the strength and the commitment of our ancestors, that we stand on their backs, that they hold us up from the front and behind us, on the sides of us, and from above us and below us, to hold us up, to do the work that we're supposed to do in this world today. And that we call on them to continue to hold us up in all of those kinds of ways. And that we are humble in this work that we are doing, because we know that we are doing this for the next 7 generations to come. We are a representative of those people that came before us and those that are yet to be born. And so we are just a bridge in between those worlds. And so I hope that today, that what I'm hoping that we bring is the solidarity of those that are yet to be born as well. That those children that have left this world too young to know what was going on, and those next generations of young people, that would create a world that is better for them, a place where they can have as much fresh water to drink, and comfort, and a roof over their head, and food in their bellies. And so let's take a deep breath for those future generations yet to be born. And let's let it go. Let's take a deep breath next for those that were taken away from us too soon, those that are martyrs, those that have died in the streets, those that are facing oppression right now all over the world, those that are facing fascism, those that are women and women-like bodies, and those that are two-spirit and non-binary relatives, those that are people of color, and those that stand up for just the easiest things that go unnoticed. Let's stand up for those people that have no voice. And let's stand up for those that are more than human beings. Let's stand up for those that are our relatives that live in the waters, that grow and give us medicines, that grow and give us air to breathe, those that are doing their ancestral callings. Let's take a deep breath for them today. Just take a deep breath. Let's let it go. I want to say thank you to our relatives, the cloud relatives, and that brought in the rain. And then we thank them for bringing that rain in that washes us, that helps us to grow, that helps us to breathe. And we say thank you to those cloud relatives for doing their ancestral callings. And we ask them to continue to bring fresh water for us for the next 7 generations and beyond. We take a deep breath. And let it go. Take a deep breath for the winds that help us to pollinate our foods, the winds that help us to spread seeds, the winds that help us to clear the airs, the winds that give us oxygen, the winds that help us to see clearly on the days. So we take a deep breath for them, and we let it go. We say a special blessing and a prayer, and we at Thanksgiving for our Mother Earth, who we stand on today. And we ask forgiveness for all of the things that we as human beings have done. We ask for a cleaning and a healing of our Mother Earth. We ask for a healing of our waterways, all of our oceans and our bays, our streams, our creeks, our rivers. We ask that they run clean for the next 7 generations and beyond, and that there is a great healing, and that there's a great peace that happens for the next 7 generations yet to be born. We take a deep breath for that. And let it go. As we take care of each other today, we ask that you drink that water. Remember that we are made up mostly of water, that water helps to cleanse our bodies, helps our minds to open up, helps our blood to flow, allows us to have that energy in order to do our ancestral callings. We ask that air to continue to breathe through our bodies and to give us that oxygen for our minds to be clear, for our hearts to be open. We ask for our bodies to stand up strong or to sit strongly if that's what we can do, and that we are able to do that with a clear mind and a clear heart. And we ask that all of our ancestors come, and they're with us today as we hold this gravity of the work that we are trying to do, and that they help us to get through that place where we are successful, and that we are doing the right work for the next 7 generations and beyond, and that each of you matter, and that each of those that cannot be here with us matter, and that we come together with a humanity and a humility to do this work, a work that our ancestors are calling us to do. We take one last cleansing breath, and we let it go. Thank you, relatives.
So thank you, Karina, for that. I think it was very healing to have that extra breath and to really be grounded in the reason that we're here and what that means to be standing on this land. I'd like to now bring up Christine.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to speak a little bit about people's tribunals. But I just want to say thank you so much for joining us. We deeply appreciate your gathering with us and joining your strength to ours. And, at UC Santa Cruz, where there was the worst police brutality among the Northern California UCs, it's clear to those of us when we returned to the university this fall that the university leadership has made a risk calculation. And it's decided that rather than alienate Zionist donors, Zionist organizations, and the legislative Jewish caucus, much less confront its own institutional Zionism, the university is willing to smash any expression of Gaza solidarity, be this the encampments that we saw in the spring, campus events critiquing Zionism, social media postings by university workers done on their own personal accounts, the wearing of a watermelon pin by a healthcare worker, the creation of spaces within courses for discussion of genocide. All of this we have seen repression exerted against. And the form that this repression has taken has varied. Police raids, legal threats and actions, disciplinary proceedings up to the point of expulsion and firing. So the university that we've returned to is more McCarthyist than ever. It's more willing to deploy the police to quash protest, including the use, as we know, of bullhorns in designated free speech zones. And the university is more committed to genocide denialism than ever. So what does it have to hide, really? So in the midst of intensified repression, the UC People's Tribunal for Palestine represents a commitment to truth where there have been lies, to political education where there has been manufactured, deliberate bewilderment, and to the establishment of a damning historical record where there has been institutional deceit and obfuscation about the university's own role, as well as to the building of international people solidarity where there has been institutionally alignment with a genocidal war machine. So I wanted to begin by showing, if you could go to the next slide. Let's see. I just wanted to say that this is Melissa Rojas. She is a healthcare worker and a human rights activist from Los Angeles. A number of years ago, in 2009, she went on a medical mission to Tarlac in the Philippines. She was abducted and tortured by the Philippine military, and she exhausted every avenue trying to find justice. She tried to seek it through the US State Department, through the courts in the Philippines. She tried also the United Nations, but she came up against this total imperial and sub-imperial impunity. And so eventually she and others turned to the mechanism of an international people's tribunal. And what she stated was, okay, she said, I've tried everything, but it's time for us to be the judge. And so we draw, and I'd like to go to the next slide, we draw from a long legacy of justice forums, and these have been organized from below and to the left by people's movements as a means of criticizing the cultures of impunity that shield the crimes of imperialism. As many people's tribunals have done, we also draw on the 1976 Universal Declaration of the Rights of Peoples, which was adopted in Algiers as part of a non-aligned, third worldist struggle for self-determination against imperialism. So you could see here the equal right to liberty, the right to free yourself from foreign domination, the right to fight for liberation, the right to benefit from other people's assistance in your liberatory struggle. So our tribunal is animated not by a commitment to existing forms of bourgeois legality. Is it too loud? Louder, sorry, okay. So it's not animated by a commitment to existing forms of bourgeois legality, but rather we are animated by a commitment to revolutionary justice, which doesn't take the past as precedent, but adopts the future. But we also honor, and we have amazing guests here in the house today, a legacy of struggle within the UC and the Greater Bay Area, including the Third World Liberation Front strikers who in the late 1960s, if you go to the next slide, who in the late 1960s, these are slightly out of order, understood that police power that was deployed against them, and so for SF State, it was a special tactical unit of the SFPD. At Berkeley, it was the National Guard deployed by then Governor Ronald Reagan. They understood that the police power deployed against them was structurally of a piece with the war power that was deployed against the Vietnamese people who were fighting for liberation. Although different in scale and in degree of lethal outcome, student protesters, including the amazing matriarchs and OGs that we see here, understood that when the United, and also members of the Black Panther Party, people who were fighting liberatory struggles, understood that when the United States goes to war or supports genocide over there, it prepares for dissent here in the form of a domestic war policy that trains its sites everywhere, but especially on college campuses. Okay, so I'd like to show the slide of Iqbal Ahmed before. He was writing in 1971 against the backdrop of the US war in Vietnam and just prior to the activist exposure of COINTELPRO. And he was a trenchant critic of evolving US counterinsurgency doctrine. He noted that there was a boomerang effect of US imperial policy abroad. And he stated that the practice of counterinsurgency erodes democratic processes and institutions of metropolitan countries. This is to say that we, in the belly of the beast, have to approach our struggles dialectically. The internationalism of our People's Tribunal is dialectical. It indicts over there, it indicts here. So I want to end with one thing. This is basically an image from the TWLF struggle, and you can see a depiction of the university. And so we also draw from TWLF as well as the radical criminologists that understood that the greatest crimes were not the crimes of individuals in some sort of like FBI profiling, but the crimes of capitalism and the crimes of imperialism. And so here you could see this depiction circa the TWLF struggle in the late 60s of the UC. ROTC, FBI, CIA, corporate dollar signs, donor influence. And I want to read something from Mike Moraze, who is down at UCLA. He says that, okay, with World War II, the system of education basically that we inherited maintains this illusion that it's responsive to the aspirations of the people, that it creates maximum opportunities for everyone. But in reality, the mass education system has different goals, and that is of the needs of the war-oriented capitalist economy. As we hold this People's Tribunal, we are shining critical needed light on the central role of the university in, it's a settler colonial university, and it is a war machine university, and we will expose those lines of entanglement. Thank you.
Next, we'd like to have our judges introduce ourselves. Can we please give a warm welcome to our judges?
Assalamu alaikum, peace, paz, Bergani, Jumbo, Hafadea, Hirin, Shalom. Whatever your native language is, I greet you in peace and solidarity. I am Jalil Mutakim, veteran member of the Black Panther Party and the Black Liberation Army. I am the co-founder of the National Jericho Movement in support of political prisoners here and abroad. I'm also was instrumental in establishing the International Tribunal of 2021 that charged the United States with 5 charges of genocide. We are in the process of now building what we call the People's Senate as a process of the United States being found guilty of genocide against Black, Brown, and Indigenous people by an esteemed body of international jurors on October 25th, 2021. The tribunal was held at the Al-Haj Malik Shabazz Malcolm X Betty Shabazz Research and Education Center in New York. We are engaged in the process of divorcing ourselves from a system of genocides, and this particular tribunal is extremely important as it informs us that we will not free Palestine, but Palestine will free us. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us at this tribunal. I want to thank the organizers, the co-MCs sitting to my right, my other esteemed judges to my left. My name is Jess Hannan, and I'm a Palestinian. I'm also a professor at UCSF and have been working in Palestine on the ground for the last 25 years, including my work in the Gaza Strip. I've had to bear witness to the atrocities, the depravity, the ethnic cleansing up close. Even though we're here talking about the genocide that has been going on for 402 days. It's important to historically contextualize that the criminality of the State of Israel has been going on for 76 years, starting with the Nakba and the ethnic cleansing of over 800,000 Palestinians from 1947 to 1949, and the depopulation of over 500 villages. That illegality has continued continuously and uninterrupted up until where we are today, with over 43,000 Palestinian men, women, and children basically murdered and in the process of extermination. Let's not lose sight of the historical context that we're in and the acceleration. Not only has Israel committed these illegal acts, but we know that the United States, in its complicity, has acted not just as cover, but as a willing accomplice to this genocide. A willing accomplice. We have to keep in mind that irrespective of what you hear from the White House or from the State Department, there is no distance between the Israeli policy of extermination and genocide in Palestine with the United States right now. We have to keep that in mind. Closer? Closer? No one's ever asked me to speak louder. But today in particular, we're talking not only about the complicity between the United States and the State of Israel, we're talking about the complicity of the University of California. You are going to hear today a broad range of charges, most brilliantly kind of outlined by Christine in its historical context, specific elements of complicity through action, silence, and inaction with the University of California and the genocide that's happening in Palestine. I hope you'll join me today, standing shoulder to shoulder with all of our communities that are in attendance today. But as we have our heavy hearts today, understanding that while we are sitting here in the safety of La Peña in Berkeley, California, our brothers and sisters, my community in Palestine, in the West Bank, in Jerusalem, in historic Palestine, are facing extermination. Thank you. Speak as loud as you can.
I am going to speak as loud as I can.
It's not loud enough.
It's not loud enough. Well, relatives, I just want to thank the organizing committee as well for inviting me to be a part of this. And I think it's important that we are able to talk about this crucial issue of genocide that is happening and not to be deniers of that genocide that's taking place. I look at where we're at today. We're in the traditional village, one of my village sites called Huchun. And up until about 15 years ago, most people didn't even know that that's what the name of this place was originally, right? And that comes from settler colonialism and people beginning to come to someone else's land and then creating names for other places. When I said that I'm born to the mountain of Tyoshtak, and that's where our creation story is. Some things that happen when colonization takes place, when people come to other lands, is they begin to rename things. And so I often think of our sacred mountain, the mountain that we're born to, the mountain that we were created on. And people have creation stories all over the world. Our creation story starts there. When settlers came here, they decided to rename that. And it went from a place of creation to being called Mount Diablo, the Devil's Mountain. And so we see those things all over the place. We see the folks that were given the lands after we were enslaved at the missions for 99 years. And the people are so unattuned to what the history is even in this country, right? We think that the United States started in 1776 and then it was in the entirety. But actually in 1776, when they were signing the Declaration of Independence, was just the time that the Spanish came and built Mission Dolores in San Francisco. Totally different kinds of colonizations happening on this land in my territory. And we were enslaved in those places. But we have to think about what does that look like? Because when colonization happened on this land, they took away the sacred first. They took away our ability to pray. They took away our places that we held most sacred. And they took away the ability for women to speak on behalf of their tribal people as matriarchal societies. And then they began to reimagine this land in a different kind of way. And they started to destroy the land in places, what I called ecoside, which aligns with what is happening in Palestine today, with the taking of the olive trees, with the bombing of the lands, of the inaccessibility and the poisoning of the waters happened right here in what we now call California. That those things continue to erase us, right? Because the people that received our lands after the Spaniards were gone were the Peraltas in some places, or the Bernals, or the Vallejos. And we hear those names, but we don't hear the names of our people. And so, of course, our peoples, our indigenous people from this land are entwined with those that are fighting for their struggles against genocide in Gaza and the West Bank and all of Palestine. We understand that those struggles that we continue to face them, and we stand alongside of our brothers and sisters that are facing those today. We're able to see those today on video, and we get to see reports. And a few hundred years ago in California, that wasn't so. And so today I am sitting here and representing my people who also faces interesting genocide because of UC Berkeley, because of the historians that decided to tell our story, to retell them in theories that do not make sense, that hold over 9,000 of our ancestral remains inside of their basements and continue to disrupt our sacred sites. That this genocide is a continuous genocide, what I call a white paper genocide of a continuous erasure of a people who's never taught about in the present time, but only taught about in historic times, and the times after colonization happened. And so today I sit here as a judge to listen and to witness and to understand how we can be in better solidarity with our relatives that are fighting this constant oppression that the US government has created alongside of the lies that UC systems are continuing to tell. That I also want to acknowledge that the United States government has created a blueprint for genocide across the world. That they, by using indigenous people's bodies, by creating open air prisons like reservations here in the United States, that they do the same thing on Palestinian land by making it illegal. And those laws started were the first laws of California, that it made it illegal to be California native, and they put a bounty on our heads, $5 a head, 25 cents an ear, that they allowed for the stealing of children and the selling of them. And they disallowed Native people from speaking in front against a white person in a court of law. So those laws that were created to exterminate us are similar laws that are being created across the world, and specifically in Palestine today. And of course, our lives are entwined with our relatives that are in Palestine fighting this genocide currently today.
Am I speaking now? Sorry.
Hear you, yes.
Okay, great. So thank you all for allowing me to be a judge today. I want to thank the organizers for putting this historic tribunal together, this very necessary people-centered justice forum. I want to echo the words of my sister just now regarding the similarities or the blueprint, rather, of the extermination of Indigenous Americans being used all around the world. And in particular, we see the parallels with Israel. From, the renaming to the raising of our ancient cemeteries to erect various monuments to their colonial might, to bastardizing sacred places like the turning of the Black Hills into Mount Rushmore, the general renaming of everything, the criminalization of our traditions, of our flags, and general practices of erasure and removal that were really sorted out on this continent. And I think as a Palestinian, it is important for us to include in our struggle a process of decolonization that is not just for us, but also in this country. People talk about the colonization of the Americas in the past term as if it is an irreversible process that happened, and now we just give land acknowledgements that are sometimes performative and devoid of action, devoid of commitment. But I do think decolonization can happen in this country. And decolonization doesn't mean the removal of people who live here or their killing or whatnot. I think those are white fears. But rather the honoring of this land's original people, of the traditions that were born from the soil itself. As a Palestinian, I know that so many of our traditions and so much of our culture is inextricable from the land. For example, the designs in our clothes, the motifs of the thobes we wear, the embroidery, they all reflect the flora and the fauna and the wildlife and local folklore. Our food is inextricable from the land. I mean, so many of our cuisine comes from wild herbs that we foraged for millennia. And so this process of decolonization involves this nurturing and resurrection of all of these beautiful traditions that were forged over centuries or millennia of uninterrupted habitation before colonialism. And to me, that's the process of decolonization. But we are right now witnessing the first stages. And I think for Indigenous people all over the world who inherited this generational pain and trauma that embeds in one's DNA, I think so many people are seeing what their ancestors lived through. What's happening in Gaza is the culmination of decades of impunity. And for us, even this generation of Palestinians, we are watching now in Gaza what happened to our ancestors 80 years ago when they were expelled from Palestine. It was the same process of death and bombing and just wanton slaughter and rape. But the difference is that during the Nakba, people fled to other countries. And when they did, their pain changed, but there was no immediate threat of bombs falling on them. In other words, they could regroup and figure out what to do and just have some respite. That is not the case in Gaza. People have, for 400 days now, people have been running from one place to another, and no place is safe. And I know you've all seen the images, and I can tell you that it is infinitely worse on the ground in person. And I can't even call it a genocide anymore. And I think the word Holocaust is not big enough. What I saw in Gaza it beggars belief, and I really don't have a language for it. I am a writer, and I still have not adequately been able to capture what I witnessed, even for a very brief time in a limited place in Gaza. Language is really inadequate to capture the enormity of what is being done to a principally defenseless Indigenous society. And it is being done in order for Israel to consolidate more land and more power, much as white settlers did in this country after they colonized the East Coast and slowly started trekking westward. It's the same process. It is, I've called it imperialism by the inch, but now this is the moment that Israel has been fantasizing about. And I think that they thought October 7th, and they said this was going to be their 9/11 moment that would allow them to just do whatever they want. But it's not turning out the way that they fantasized. And the reason it's not is because of us. It's because of all of us, individuals, organizations, coming together in forums like this, pouring into the streets, making our voices and our anguish clear at the ballot box, and in general refusing to be silent as these crimes are being swept under the rug by those who have power, whether it's in the media, it's on the political level, on the economic level, at the university level. So I'm very happy to be a part of this forum, and I look forward to hearing the testimonies, and at least in this audit of history, holding the perpetrators accountable. Thank you.
Here you go. Oh, okay. Thank you. My name is Lisa Hajar, and I am one of the judges as well. I'm very honored and grateful to have been asked to be part of this People's Tribunal for Palestine. I'm a professor of sociology at UC Santa Barbara. I've spent all my life, since I was in elementary school, actually, thinking and studying about Palestine and Israel and the conflict, and as sort of grown up, focusing on the kinds of issues that have culminated in the most horrific situation that we are now dealing with, and which this People's Tribunal will be dealing with. When I was a graduate student, I did my doctoral dissertation on the Israeli military court system in the West Bank and Gaza. That was also the subject of my first book, and it was what introduced me, sort of, as I often, even closer, okay. Very intimate moment with the microphone. Imitating Donald Trump. But so doing that research on the Israeli military court system, as I often now say, turned me into a torture expert, because I came to understand that Israel's control strategies at that time, in the I was doing my research in the early 1990s, but from the 1970s through the 1990s, in order to control Palestinians, the means and mechanisms by which Israel controlled Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza was primarily through a trifecta of arrest, interrogation, and prosecution in order to achieve imprisonment. And torture was absolutely central and common and structural and systematic. And so one can say that even from the beginning of the occupation, which of course is not the beginning of the Nakba, but the beginning of the occupation in 1967, control through crime, because torture is a crime. And so it's control through crime. And we can see many other kinds of crimes that have manifested themselves. And in the current period, what we're here as a People's Tribunal to address are the ongoing and very severe crimes that are being perpetrated primarily in Gaza, but also in the West Bank and also in Lebanon. And one last thing I'll say before I take the opportunity now to read the charges prepared for the tribunal is that one of the things that my own work has done, and which has been my privilege to be able to teach thousands of UC students, UCSB students, about issues particularly around how Israeli and U.S. policies and practices and violations of law and reinterpretations of the law nurture and feed each other in ways that are actually degrading of the very concept of humanity on an international scale. We are not just dealing with a plight besieging Palestinians, but Palestine as paradigm is really what we are sort of contending with now. And one can say that there's, with the US government and the Israeli government, whether it is torture, targeted killing, so-called counterinsurgency warfare, the disregard of human or civilian life, etc. These are all practices that mutually reinforce each other. And this tribunal, I think, is an important, moment among many that are happening around the world to just say, no more. So now I'm going to read the charges that have been prepared by the tribunal. And the overall charge is complicity in genocide and the ongoing Nakba. So the people of the University of California versus University of California President Michael Drake, all of the UC regents, Maria Anguiano, Elaine E. Bachelor, Carmen Chu, Michael Cohen, Gareth Elliott, Howard Guber, Jose M. Hernandez, Nancy Lee, Richard Lieb, Hadi Makarechian, Anna Matosantos, Lark Park, John A. Perez, Janet Riley, Mark Robinson, Gregory Saris, Richard Sherman, and Jonathan Sures, and California Governor and UC Regent ex officio Gavin Newsom, and UC Regents ex officio Eleni Kounalakis, Robert Riveras, and Tony Thurman. So this tribunal is convened to address the unrelenting catastrophe facing the Palestinian people and the University of California's complicity. While this is a people's and not a legal tribunal, law provides a lens for us to assess what is happening to Palestinians in Gaza, in the West Bank, and in history. Since October 7, 2023, when Israel started its latest assault on Gaza, which is the fifth in this century, the 141 square mile strip has become an enclave of unprecedented atrocities and gross crimes under international law. With a population of 2.3 million Palestinians, since last October, at least 44,000 have been killed, with an estimated at least 10,000 more buried beneath rubble. The entire population has been subjected to ethnic cleansing and mass displacement, which constitute crimes against humanity. Deliberately targeting civilians is a war crime, as is the use of indiscriminate weapons such as white phosphorus and 2,000-pound bunker buster bombs. Torture and extrajudicial execution of people taken captive, regardless of any alleged crimes, are war crimes. Israel's deliberate deprivation of food and water and attacks on humanitarian workers have created a situation of catastrophic famine conditions. The obliteration of all vestiges of cultural, educational, and healthcare institutions are hallmarks of genocide. All of these crimes are being perpetrated by Israel with U.S. support on Palestinians in Gaza and with the full knowledge of the international community. The urgency of these times compels us as faculty, students, and staff at the University of California, alongside concerned community members, to confront our institution's complicity in an ongoing U.S.-backed genocide and Israel's long-standing settler colonialism, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid system in Palestine. The UC leadership has violently suppressed its own workers and students who have mobilized and protested for justice for the Palestinian people and a world free of imperialist aggression. We gather as a People's Tribunal to charge UC leadership, UC President Michael Drake, the UC Regents, and Governor Gavin Newsom with complicity in the crimes of genocide and ongoing Nakba. And Nakba means catastrophe. The tribunal has prepared charges against the UC leadership, which has long benefited from the occupation of stolen, unceded indigenous lands and investment in the military-industrial academic complex, with both direct and indirect complicity in the crimes of ongoing Nakba and genocide. The scope of these crimes extends beyond historic Palestine to other arenas that have been targeted by the imperialist war machine and transformed into sites of warfare and counterinsurgency. I also have to use the scare quotes for counterinsurgency. Now I'm going to read the 7 charges prepared by the tribunal against the UC leadership. Charge number 1, investments. UC leadership has materially contributed to the Nakba and genocide of Palestinians through its financial ties to Israel and its unethical investment in the war industries, surveillance technologies, and other corporate instruments of violence. Charge number 2, academic complicity. Through institutional cooperation and agreements with Israeli universities that are complicit in gross crimes, the UC materially contributes to and facilitates the ongoing Nakba and genocide in Palestine. Charge number 3, military research. By facilitating research funded by the U.S. government and corporate war industries, UC leadership has played a central role in imperialist devastation, human suffering, and environmental ruin around the globe, including historic Palestine. Charge number 4, donor influence. UC leadership has accepted billions of dollars from Zionist institutional and individual donors, including some that have funded organizations that smear, harass, and threaten UC students, faculty, and staff who have spoken out against genocide, thereby chilling academic freedom and free speech in the university and contributing to the human and material erasure and social death of the Palestinian people. Charge number 5, institutionalized Zionism. By holding up and defending Zionism, UC leaders have normalized Israeli state policies of settler colonialism, apartheid, Nakba, and genocide. At the same time, they have perpetrated anti-Palestinian racism and weaponized false claims that criticism of Israeli state policies and Zionism are inherently anti-Semitic in order to stifle protest, criticism, and study of the genocide. Charge number 6, political repression. UC leaders have waged a campaign of persecution, repression, and intimidation against students, workers, and community members in order to silence political dissent in the face of genocide and the ongoing Nakba, while approving the purchase of military-grade weapons to further such oppression. In so doing, they have violated state, federal, and international laws that guarantee freedom of speech and the rights of assembly and protest. And charge number 7, complicity and silence. UC leadership has remained silent in the face of scholasticide, which refers to the destruction of schools, universities, and institutions of learning. Ecoside, meaning the destruction of the environment and all natural resources, and the destruction of the entire healthcare system in Gaza and the targeting of humanitarian workers. Further, UC has been unwilling to lend its considerable resources to protecting and rebuilding Palestinian educational and healthcare infrastructure and supporting scholars, students, and healthcare workers impacted by genocide and the ongoing Nakba. So in response, this tribunal, over the course of several sessions starting today, will hear testimony relating to the crimes of Nakba and genocide and deliberate and rule on the charges against UC leaders. Today's session focuses on the University of California, San Francisco, with specific charges and a verdict related to health and healthcare. Subsequent sessions will highlight other campuses and aspects of these overall charges, with a final verdict on overall charges to be delivered at the conclusion of the tribunal process. And so now it's my pleasure to introduce the Third World Liberation Front. We know that these struggles precede the current moment. So. Yeah, these are some of the. Yeah, okay. They can just take this inside.
Thank you. We were asked to testify because 55 years ago, we were fighting this fight. And UC has just intensified it and moved it to another arena as well. That's our banner over there that we presented on May Day, the Free Palestine Encampment. And first, I just want to each of our OGs here to introduce themselves.
Hola. My name is Clementina Doron, and I had the privilege to participate in the Third World Strike in January of 1969.
Buenos dias. My name is Nina Genera, and I was one of the first of the recipients of the consequences of the Third World Strike. At the end of the strike, the university opened the floodgates for the first time to the 4 groups of minorities, and they accepted 100 people of each group. And most of the groups couldn't even fill the 100 slots. So even though they had accepted 400 minority students, we had far less than that. And it was thanks to the handful of people who preceded us, our colleagues, our hermanos, hermanas who preceded us to put forth the demands of the Third World Strike.
My name is Maria Ramirez, and like Nina, we were at other campuses because at the time, we were trying to open up all the colleges, the community colleges, the state colleges. They were not recruiting us, they were tracking us. But the call was always to open up the doors, not just for ourselves, but to keep those doors open. And then what was happening at Berkeley was the solidarity between the 4 groups and the common dominator, not only in the US, but outside in the world was what drew us. And I want to mention Dr. Laneda Means. She was the leader of the Native American, and then she struggled at Berkeley, and then she went on to Alcatraz. She's not here until later this month, but she's here in spirit.
And I'm Victoria, or Vicky Wong. I was a child laborer in the fields of Salinas, California, the salad bowl to the world, where I co-founded the first farm workers union and also student nonviolent, thank you. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, but I was so young they called it Baby SNCC. And also Salinas Vietnam Summer, and worked in stopping the draft because Fort Ord at that time, which was the largest military base in the country and where they shipped off soldiers for Vietnam, we also were doing stop the draft work there. And by the time I was 17, I was already a seasoned movement vet, and I went to Berkeley because of what was happening here in the free speech movement. 1964, 60 years later, and we're going backwards again. So watch out for that coming up. And anyway, so I get to Berkeley and I co-found the Asian American Political Alliance, APA. That was the group that coined the term and concept of Asian American back in 1968. And then we APA co-founded the Third World Liberation Front in 1969, which led the Third World Strike for a Third World College, which we're still fighting for, by the way. And they renamed it Ethnic Studies. We were never just fighting for an Ethnic Studies or even a Third World College. Anyway, so after that, I became a community organizer in San Francisco, Chinatown, Manila Town, working with immigrants and garment, restaurant workers. I co-founded the first garment workers collective, the Chinatown Co-op. I was also a writer and reporter for several movement magazines and published several books, including The Global Struggle for Oil. And then also I've been a lifelong cultural worker, because all cultural workers, we need you. We need the music and films. I founded the first Asian Film Festival. I co-founded the first Asian American anti-imperialist cultural group, the May 4th Singers, and I was the lead singer in several revolutionary rock bands. Including in Chicago, I lived there for a few years. We toured with Rock Against Racism USA, and I think there's a need for another tour. And lastly, I was with San Francisco's Repeat Offenders. Now, I'll just read. Unfortunately, several of our comrades couldn't make it today, so we were asked to read some of the points that we had indicted UC Berkeley about, not just UC Berkeley, excuse me, the whole UC system, back in 1969. Firstly, we Third World Strikers indicted UC's death machine in its complicity with the profiteers of biological warfare. Companies who were producing Agent Orange and Dow Chemical Company's horrendous napalm that was used to exterminate and mutilate thousands of Vietnamese, Laotians, and Cambodians, and destroying the environment in their countries. To this day, we also protested the university allowing these Dow Chemical and other war criminals to recruit students on our campus. All their talk about free speech and being fair. And so, they tell us we can't oppose being used and brainwashed to further their killing supremacy in their science and technology and diplomacy of war that they teach us. We Third World Strikers also indicted university's death machine in being, in their role in the secret war in Laos, which the US was exposed about in a Senate hearing, quote unquote. The evidence is clear that the US is conducting the most protracted bombing of civilian targets in history. Over 2 million tons of cluster bombs were dropped on Laos, whose population at the time was 2.4 million people. That's a bomb for almost each Laotian. This went on. A bomb was dropped, not just any bomb, a cluster bomb was dropped every 8 minutes for 9 years on Laotians. And to this day, the damage is still there. Over 50,000 Laotians were killed or mutilated, and yet the war machine continues. And then we also indicted the university, and especially UC Berkeley's role in being the birthplace and the heart of darkness in this modern age of nuclear warfare. Developing the atomic bomb, which resulted in the mass incineration of over 240,000 human beings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Of course, the exact number, just like what's happening now, will never be known. But what we do know is that it is base hypocrisy for the university to tell us third world people to shut up about their long and bloody genocide in third world countries that drove our people here in the first place. And so we have a right and duty to speak up for those people that they violently silenced and exterminated. And back in 1969, we also called for a free Palestine. Because the Palestinian Students Association was among the first to join our strike. And that's because we were carrying out the Third World Strike, not just for Third World College even. We were carrying it out to further the international revolution that was going on at the time, especially for national and workers' liberation. And on this Veterans Day, I want to acknowledge Third World and other vets who were used as cannon fodder for the U.S. empire, including my two older brothers and my brother-in-law, who was sent to Vietnam. But we thank those vets who did return, because they shared with us not only their horrible memories and things that they saw, but they sharpened our political consciousness. And they helped us devise military strategy on how to counter the US, UC, and Governor Reagan's turning our campuses into a war zone. They need to be thanked for that. The role that these Third World, particularly, but other vets played in strengthening and helping our movement fight back in real ways. And they helped us understand who really runs the world and how they run it with the military power that they hold. This is why APA and the Third World Strike during the Vietnam War didn't just demand, bring our boys home, peace now. No, our demands were kick U.S. imperialism out of Asia. To the Vietnamese. I wished for my brother's safe return every freaking day. But I also believed in what we were doing in the strike was for their liberation too. And so it is in that spirit that we stand here today and say, not just free Palestine, but power to the people.
I'm going to share a poem. It's called Resistance Rap. Hey, do you remember the guy that started the lie back in 1492? His name was Christopher Columbus, and they say he discovered us. If the truth were told, that Vato came for gold. He cut off our hands and stole our lands. Now don't forget our genocide. They claimed manifest destiny was on their side. Our gente just didn't know the lengths the invaders would go to quench their greed and their wanton need for lots of money, money, money. And the results have been anything but funny. In 500 years, all our worst fears have come to be. Ecological disaster, it's a reality. And yet we must fight for what's right and keep our objectives in sight. Throughout these 500 years of resistance, we have struggled to maintain our persistence for our way of life without war and strife, respect for Mother Earth, and our rebirth as a people and a nation. There's no stopping our reclamation. Now many will hotly disagree, since they really don't want to see the ills of their sick society. Oh, they prefer to live a big lie, so we become the bad guy. But soon their bubbles will burst, and it's none for the worst if it means saving Mother Earth by giving birth. Here's to a new day when united we'll say resistance is insistence on our very existence. Resistance is insistence on our planet's existence. Our planet's existence. Power to the people.
See you all in the barricades.
I didn't plan to say this, but sitting in the front and looking at the faces of all of the regents, one of the things that we fought for in '69 was to have a place at the table and have some representation at the table. And we fought for diversity, but when I look at the regents, of which half are people of color, diversity has been co-opted. And it is a shame, it's shameful that we have all been co-opted. These people were to represent us and our ideas, so now we have to fight for diversity of thought, not of color.
Solidarity. Vicki, is this your one?
Thank you all. We are so honored to have you here with us today. And in the hopes of doing your legacy justice, we're really honored to have folks who struggled over 50 years ago. And I want to also honor the presence of Emery Douglas, who is here today. Thank you.
I'm here in solidarity from 1960s until now, and continuing on forward as a member of the Black Panther Party. I recall when I had to go to Algeria with Kathleen Cleaver, when she was going there to meet Eldridge Cleaver. While there, we were invited to the first Pan-African Cultural Festival. And we came back that next year to the festival, later that year to the festival, and we was informed that Yasser Arafat was going to be there for a symposium. And we requested to go to the symposium. And thereafter, we had our first official meeting with Yasser Arafat about half an hour thereafter. And to continue to show our solidarity, they had a press conference the next day. And we went on to the press conference. But all through our newspaper that we had from 1967, we always had an international section. And we always showed our solidarity through putting information and enlightening and informing and educating the people about the situation that was going on in Palestine. So the struggle continues, and I'm here to show my solidarity in the context of that time and now. All power to the people. The struggle continues.
Thank you so much for all of you being here. We're honored to be in your presence, and we hope to carry the torch until we don't need to struggle anymore. All power to the people. I'm going to invite Sean up now.
Well, it is an honor to be surrounded this morning by so many amazing and inspiring people, and to have worked not just today, but in the months leading up to this with an amazing crew of people who have put this together. My task is to introduce a much less amazing crew of people, and that is our defendants for this session, and in fact for the ongoing sessions. These are the system-wide defendants who will be on trial through a series of People's Tribunal sessions. Whoa. So, if I were to list all of the mini crimes of all of the folks whom I'm about to introduce, I would keep you through lunch. We don't want to do that. So I will mostly just read the names, but there are a few people who we want to reserve special treatment for. Starting with our first slide, please. UC President Michael V. Drake. As president, Michael Drake has refused to acknowledge, much less condemn, the genocide and ongoing Nakba in Palestine. Instead, he has approved the violent use of police power against UC community members who have protested in support of Palestinian life, while at the same time overseeing the creation of a new network of surveillance and disciplinary powers aimed at curbing our ability to speak about Palestine. None of this is new for Michael V. Drake, who was chancellor at UC Irvine, oversaw in 2010 the persecution of the Irvine 11 for the crime of speaking out in favor of Palestine. What else do we know about Michael V. Drake? I see someone in the audience who I think has something to say about Michael V. Drake. Dylan?
My name is Dylan Rodriguez. I'm a distinguished professor at UC Riverside. I've worked there for almost a quarter century. I am embarrassed and I'm disgusted by the fact that I work at an institution that has UC President Michael Drake as its chief executive in the highest office of University of California administrative leadership. I charge him, just look at the slide, look at his face. I charge him with being a dead-eyed, soulless coward, leading the normalization of Nakba and Zionist genocide in the University of California. Fuck you, Michael Drake.
Harsh words from Dylan, but I'm looking at my phone and it's all true, apparently. All right, next defendant, please. We charge UC Regent Maria Anguiano. Next. She is horrible. We charge UC Regent Elaine E. Batchelor. Next. We charge UC Regent Carmaine Chu. Next slide. We charge Regent Michael Cohen. Next. We charge Regent Gareth Elliott. Now, Elliott, I'm going to pause here because Elliott, like many of our defendants, is a creature of Sacramento. He has deep links to the California Democratic Party. In this case, after working for then-Governor Jerry Brown, Elliott went on to be a lobbyist for clients that included Walmart, Microsoft, and Kraft Foods before being appointed as a regent by his former employer, Governor Brown. Boo. The story that I heard is apparently one day he went in to lobby Jerry Brown on behalf of one of his clients, and at the end of the pitch, Brown said, "That's great, do you want to be a regent?" So that's how you get to be a regent, in case you're wondering. He is yet another example of the intertwined corruption between corporate interests and the Democratic Party that characterizes so many of those who you see in front of you today and sit on the board of regents. Next. We charge Regent Howard Peter Goober. Goober, in addition to the crimes, yeah, Goober, lol. In addition to the crimes with which he's being charged today, he has also been sued for sexual harassment and used racist, and demeaning language to refer to players on the Golden State Warriors basketball team, of which he is an unfortunate co-owner. And yet, somehow this man is deemed qualified to sit in power at the top of a public university that is supposed to serve all of the people of California. Next. We charge Regent Jose Hernandez. Yeah, come on, Jose. Next. We charge Regent Nancy Lee. I want to be the guy in the sunglasses. He looks like he's having fun. Actually, I think that's Bob Iger. That's her boss. So, in addition to being a regent, Nancy Lee is chief of staff to Walt Disney CEO Bob Iger. Disney is not only a consistent violator of BDS principles, but also directly contributed $2 million to Israeli organizations in the wake of October 7th at the start of this ongoing genocide. Next. We charge Regent Richard Lieb. Again, that checks out. A former chair of the Board of Regents, Lieb is an outspoken Zionist and genocide supporter who's contributed to Zionist groups including AIPAC, Pro-Israel for America PAC, and Democratic Majority for Israel. He has excused the targeting of hospitals in Gaza while presiding over a violent crackdown on Palestinian solidarity efforts on U.S. campuses. I believe we have somebody else here who can say something about Richard Lieb, please. And you need to be in front of the mic, yeah.
Richard Lieb is also the former VP for Lockheed Martin, which is currently arming Israel and complicit in the genocide of Palestinians. He also was caught on Twitter liking anti-Arab tweets and supporting doxing of UC students. So he can go to hell.
Next slide, please. You're killing me up here. We charge Regent Hadi Makarichian with many crimes, including those teeth. Next, please. We charge Regent and current Vice Chair of the Board of Regents, Anna Matasantos. Next. Okay. We charge Regent Lark Park. Next. We charge Regent John Perez, former Speaker of the California State Assembly and another former chair of the Board of Regents. Perez is a Democratic Party insider and vocal Zionist who showed his support by speaking at an AIPAC convention and took sponsored trips as a lawmaker to Israel. More recently, he has used his platform as regent to attack and slander UC community members and label our protests against genocide as anti-Semitic and, quote, disruption for the sake of disruption. Next. We charge Chair of the Board of Regents, Janet Riley. As chair, Regent Riley has overseen the imposition of draconian new measures designed to suppress support for Palestinian life and is, perhaps not coincidentally, closely connected to the San Francisco and California Democratic Party apparatus. Next. We charge Regent Mark Robinson. Next. We charge Regent Gregory Saris. Next. We charge Regent Richard Sherman. We charge Regent Jonathan J. Suarez. Another outspoken Zionist, Suarez has spearheaded efforts to muzzle faculty speech on Palestine and is also vice chairman of the United Talent Agency, which counts among its formal clients the Anti-Defamation League, an anti-Palestinian hate group. I sense someone in this audience knows something about Jay Suarez. Christine, please come to the stage.
guy is so out of control, he could not stop himself from writing to the UC Ethnic Studies Faculty Council. He wrote a letter on October 30th of last year in which he professed concern for only Jewish life. Okay, the other thing that he did was he rehearsed in this letter, which became the kind of impetus for the website policy that muzzles us from being able to speak out on matters of critical public import. That letter, he stated a number of things. He stated that Hamas had killed babies. Okay, he issued something that he issued an untruth, and let's figure out like what his area of specialization is. At the United Talent Agency, he manages, in addition to the ADL, news celebrities. So he knows that a good lie goes far. Okay, so he stated something that Biden stated that was widely understood to be an untruth. The other thing that he stated, and it pertains to today, he stated that Hamas had built infrastructure underneath all of Gaza's hospitals, justifying their targeting. This is a regent of the UC. The other thing, too, is Vicky was speaking about the infamous history of the UC and the development of the atomic bomb. Jay Suarez, a no-talent talent agent, is the chair of the board of directors of Triad, the Los Alamos lab. Shame!
Thank you, Christine. Next slide, please. We charge Governor and Regent ex officio Gavin Newsom. Gruesome Gavin needs no introduction to this crowd, but it is worth noting that when he is not personally working to destroy the belongings of unhoused people, he is an ardent Zionist who has repeatedly taken sponsored trips to Israel and met with high-level Israeli officials who are directing the genocide in Gaza. Next. We charge Lieutenant Governor and Regent ex officio Eleni Kounalakis, another outspoken Zionist. Kounalakis has repeatedly defended the genocidal actions of the so-called Israeli state, while calling for more repressive measures to be employed against UC community members who have raised their voice in support of Palestinian life. Next. We charge Assembly Speaker and Regent ex officio Richard Rivas. Next. Oh, yeah. We charge State Superintendent Tony Thurmond. Our final system-wide defendant, Thurmond, has taken sponsored trips to Israel and attempted to silence schools and teachers who would dare to teach Palestine in their classrooms. This concludes our rogues gallery of system-wide defendants, but please stay tuned later in the day where you will be introduced to the leadership of the University of California, San Francisco, and their role in perpetuating genocide and ongoing Nakba in Palestine.
Thank you, Sean. I have to say those are great pictures. Fuck them all. So we're going to go to break for like 10 minutes. So just a couple of things. There's a few restrooms that are right over here to this side. There's also another restroom that's on this side. So, and there's also some snacks and some drinks. Refresh. We've got a ways to go. We've got more dirt to dig up, and it's going to be exciting.
أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم وأهديكم ضياع عيني ودفء القلب أعطيكم وأهديكم ضياع عيني ودفء القلب أعطيكم فمأساتي التي أحيا نصيبي من مآسيكم وأهديكم ضياع عيني ودفء القلب أعطيكم فمأساتي التي أحيا نصيبي من مآسيكم أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم أنا ما هنت في وطني ولا صغرت أكتافي أنا ما هنت في وطني ولا صغرت أكتافي وقفت بوجه ظلامي يتيما عاريا حافي أنا ما هنت في وطني ولا صغرت أكتافي وقفت بوجه ظلامي يتيما عاريا حافي أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم حملت دمي على كفي وما نكست أعلامي حملت دمي على كفي وما نكست أعلامي وصنت العشب الأخضر فوق قبور أسلافي حملت دمي على كفي وما نكست أعلامي وصنت العشب الأخضر فوق قبور أسلافي أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم أناديكم أشد على أياديكم وأبوس الأرض تحت نعالكم وأقول أفديكم أناديكم 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 أناديكم
مش بيدي خليت عندي مليان شو أخسر عشان هيك كل خطوة بحسبها وبكتبها بدفتر من قصة بقرر أعيش حياتي بسيناريو واحد بس مش راح أخاطر وأتكل على غيري أو على الحظ ما خلقتش جاهز ما خلقتش عندي شو عندن هني شو عندن هني تعجيبن عندي بدون بوط الفندي منشوف من بيقدر يمشي أكتر بصير هن اللي بدل مني أكتر شو عندن هني شو عندن هن فيش إشي عندن صار عندن منن بابا وماما أعطوهن فيزا لسكروا تمن نفس الفيزا خلت كم من بنت فرغة تحبن تنن شافوا كيف كل شي بسعره بس يزتن نفس القصة تشوف كل مرة تدور البنت المنيحة بتطلع منهن بس مليان جروح بتصير هي تجرح ونفس الجرح اللي كان موجود بنت المنة للشاب يجربش فيها بيود بس قصة وماشي هدراما زيادة عادي مليان مقاسي هدراما عادي تعشوف لي دراما بالبلد نحكيش أسامي بجيبوني قاعد بشي فرن حامي ويانا بنخلي ذكرى بس نفس الذكرى بتنعاد كل مرة وقعت حيفا كل يوم عم بمرة بتضل توقع لما نحكي ع 48 أو نجرب نقولها بيسكتونا بيخوفونا كان أصولنا مش شغلة بتنجب سيرتها من صغري هيك حسسونا عم تحكي ع فلسطين بلاش يخفونا لمونا بس درسونا حكولنا بس علمونا مش هن اللي ببلشوها كانوا النكبة بالخيال كان الجندي اللي أخذ مني هو بس خيال هو مش خيال بس هو خيال هيك اسمه مان لعبوها صح صاحبونا ورانا زي كسبوا مات كل واحد فتح حسه مات بتحسوا نهان بس الحق كل حقهم بسوا زلام طيب خد مثال اليوم انا متعلم كل شي بس تمام قدرت اشتغل ماركتينج بهايتك بعد سنين دراسة وهم صارت انتفاضة فجأة رح صرحت على الانستغرام من هالسم انا عارف راح انزت برا الشغل مين يهتم هاي الدول السم او ببلع كل الكاسي وبشرح بيه بوستاتي او باكل خارة بقعد مين يلومني غير جدادي وانا من إلي بهالدنيا غير الجوينت اخر الليل في ناس بتصير تلومني لما بطلع مع تنتين بس القلب انكسر مرة مش رح ينكسر مرتين لما الاقي وحدي وقاعد مش تاركها خطة بالي بس تعشوفني كيف دارسها وقت الجد نحسب statistics مش تحاكي احنا بنثبت كنت اتحشش رحت سألتها شو سمبستك بحكي معها شوي بعدها بختفي بدي ديستنس فيش ضدي شو كان اسمي نسيتي بعد ليلة مزمز دورش على ليلة حسمس بس قولي مني انا حسك ووعد رح يطلع حسش استثنائي بس في ما كل مرة كنت استعلائي كل مرة حسستك اني مش فاضي لكم ما بهمني كل مرة عصبت على اختي ضايقتها وسمعتها كلمة بس مش ويني اتعامل مع حالي بحالي اتعامل مع كيف بفكر واحساس اني بضلي مقصر بس مش ويني ايأس بدون ما فرجي اشتغل بدون نتيجة استنى اي حدا يجي استنيت الناس الغلط تتذكر عيدي
درب الشمس في طريق ألم مكتوب طيور الأمس فيها تعود لأرض النور كل اللي راحوا راجعين شيل ما بينسى فلسطين درب الشمس يا أرض النور
I miss the days when my grandma was making akub. They took everything that we own, but كله محسوب. My heart frozen over, I'm praying, inshallah bidoob. Maktoob. My grandmother sat on the stoop with her feet in the water. I had a dream that one day I'd see a free Palestine with my daughter. Freedom is God-given and I know it was all written in the metaphor. The heavens await, but I'ma be late. I'm patient, I know what we're destined for. Freedom forevermore.
درب الشمس في طريق ألم مكتوب طيور الأمس فيها تعود لأرض النور كل اللي راحوا راجعين شيل ما بينسى فلسطين درب الشمس يا أرض النور
Born and raised in the Gaza Strip, forever my paradise. Well, life is a gamble, and I never even known a pair of dice. I think of my loved ones and my family that sacrificed. So I wrote this verse on the moon, Maktoob.
Take a breath.
The day that I left, my grandmama gave me this rosary. May God rest her soul, but I know she know wherever I'm going is close to me. I look around at the world and I pray, cause I know this is not what it's supposed to be. I miss Palestine and the scenery. That's why I speak of the thievery, to all of my people free.
درب الشمس في طريق ألم مكتوب طيور الأمس فيها تعود لأرض النور كل اللي راحوا راجعين شيل ما بينسى فلسطين درب الشمس يا أرض النور
Wadi, Chanka, Moche, Nazca, Pacha, Mama, Quechua, Aymara. para imainayam sumakta aya kuchana viru wanta titi kaha uru bamba kinwa takna kaha malka ata walpa waina kapak mama okyo manko kapak sumakta kausa kusum paya mama ita puring kinchu kapak raimi Usak, Sutaika Benilda Luis Rojas Wakpim Pachapoyu Kachkan Inti Mamakia Imainayam Iskay Waranka Iskay Chunka Wenya Naikipak Sunku Chukcha Wakpim Pachapoyu Kachkan Inti Mamakia Imainayam Iskay Waranka Iskay Chunka Wenya Naikipak Sunku Chukcha Riman Kichu Manachu Quechua Harawi Nyawi Kimsa Kashkani Rakmi Wari Taitai Sutaika Inka Chuki Chinchai Please don't ask me for a translation, cause I'm only repping First Nation. Please don't talk to me about decolonization when you still speaking in the colonizer's language. See you genocide us, then you colonize us. See you sterilize us, and now you fetishize us. See you stigmatize us, then homogenize us. Trying to co-opt the movement and gentrify us. I say no. Land back, please. Stolen land under siege. Land back, please. Stolen land under siege.
Listen, if you're really about change, if you're really about the liberation of indigenous people, if you're really about sticking it to the fucking corrupt governments around the world, then it's gonna take sacrifice.
على عهدي على ديني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني
But my blood is Palestinian. We've been marching through the streets while they lying on the TV. Biden and the government, the bullet licking BB. You can't kill and steal a country that try offering a treaty. We want justice, we want freedom, we want liberation. While we at it, go and give our brothers reparations.
Everyone,
they complain
if
about
you could
migration
start
while
making your
destroying
way
other
back
nations.
to
The
your
hypocrisy is
seats.
crazy. Tell me where's the condemnation? We calling for some peace, they blow babies to pieces.
Take your last few
I've been
bites of your
traumatized, I wish that I
snack.
could heal them. Say it's
Make
war,
sure
but
you did your
civilians on the
potty
down.
run.
Check the facts, man, the world knows you're lying. It's too late now. We see the world for what it is. 75 years,
We
I
wanna
remind those
start
who
the
forget.
program
When Europe
in
kicked
about
you out,
1 minute.
Palestine took you in. How you repaying by murdering all the kids?
على عهدي على ديني على أرض تلاقيني أنا لأهلي أنا فديهم أنا دمي فلسطيني 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 أنا دمي فلسطيني
Like this close.
The home of Jesus and the believers call us heathens, but can't defeat us. They'll never be us. If we the fetus, we'll be the Moses, God's chosen. God, I'm sleeping with one eye open. Kick the door in, they go in. No more gloating. 4-5 to your forehead from the orphan. Got you floating to this land, you are foreign. River to the sea, we taking back every portion. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow. We ain't trying to separate the babies from their mamas. We ain't trying to escalate, we trying to end the problems. Return the land to the people, we could end the drama. You could even
All right,
live here if
I'm
you
gonna
treat the
ask
land with
everyone
honor.
to go
Tell me
ahead
what
and
would
take
you
your
do if
seats.
somebody killed your father?
We're
You'll be
gonna
a
start
soldier
the
when you really
second
wanna be a
portion of the
doctor. The
program.
problem is that they don't worship God, they worship dollars.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there. I know it's rainy outside, but we get to be inside with each other in solidarity. What better way to spend a rainy day than with each other? All right. So just a few little housekeeping updates. We have a few people that are doing photography and video outside of the Zoom and live stream. If you can raise your hand, those that are doing photography, thank you. So if you don't want your picture taken, please let them know. But they'll be taking pictures and videos sporadically throughout the event. Also, if you're coming up as a speaker, be sure that you're as close as I am to the mic, just so that everyone who's on the Zoom can also hear and it's very clear. We also have simultaneous translation that is going on. So if you are reading, take a deep breath, slow down, we can hear you. All right, thank you. So welcome back to the second portion of the program. This next portion, I am actually gonna invite one of my comrades, colleagues, esteemed doc from UCSF. So this will be the UCSF portion. This is Lee Kimberg, Dr. Lee Kimberg.
Shorter doctor. Is that good? Sound? Okay. Hi. Is that good? Okay. Fabulous. Okay. My name is Dr. Lee Kimberg. I'm a primary care physician at San Francisco General Hospital, a professor of medicine at UCSF, and I'm here with 3 of our amazing UCSF students, Roshi, Landon, and a medical student, to charge our institutional leaders with complicity in genocide and ongoing Nakba. Yes. As healthcare workers, we take an oath that we hold sacred to care for people, to serve humanity, to do no harm. This oath connects us as healers to one another as well. Our Palestinian healthcare worker colleagues in diaspora, like our distinguished judge, Dr. Jess Hanem, have lived this connection with our Palestinian colleagues in Palestine their whole lives, even before they were born. Some of us who are newer to the Palestine liberation struggle now share a very deep connection, sealed by our oath, with our Palestinian colleagues. One of our Palestinian healthcare worker colleagues, a young man who is an occupational therapist in occupied Palestine in the West Bank, has honored me with the permission to share his remarks, which were written specifically for our UC People's Tribunal for Palestine. So I'm going to read his remarks to begin. We are left out. We are neglected. We are oppressed and deprived of the rights so many people take for granted. We are cut off from every aspect of what could be a normal, healthy life. Our lives are surrounded by fire, our future slipping away with every day that passes. We have lost our right to an education, our right to healthcare, our chance to build and dream and grow. We are losing our best minds and the bright young people who should be leading us forward. In every corner of Palestine, people feel as though they've lost not only their homes and their families, but their very sense of self. These words are not just emotions. They are expressions of our lived reality. October 7th wasn't the beginning. It was a culmination of loss, and for so many, the breaking point. My grandmother put it best when she said, "It feels like the final stage of suffering, the last drop of misery." For over 75 years, our people have faced unimaginable hardship, but this time something was different. It was as if all at once we lost the ability to feel. We became numb, asking ourselves, is this real? Is this really happening? And yet there were no answers. The news reports, the photos, the videos, They looked like scenes from a horror film, something so terrible it couldn't possibly be real, but it is real. We are here living it. For us, it's not a question of if we will survive, but how we will continue in this state of permanent grief. In Palestine, I've witnessed people lose everything: hopes, dreams, futures, homes, jobs. Some have lost their will to live, and some their ability to see a way forward. And the emptiness lingers everywhere, in the faces of our children, in the voices of our elders, in the silence that hangs heavy after another loved one is gone. As an occupational therapist and scholar, I used to see this trauma every day. It's in the eyes of my patients, in the way they speak, in the way they seem to accept suffering as normal. It's in the way they cling to life, even though they feel that life has let them down. Every day, I used to move from work to my home, from friend's house to the market, and I see that same look of hollow helplessness everywhere. Our people are in a kind of shock, struggling to process the unimaginable. How do you explain what it feels like to live in fear and despair every single day? To watch your friends and family leave their homes with no promise that they will return? To know that every plan, every hope, every moment could be shattered at any time? The world may not see it, but our suffering has become a part of us, woven into our very being. It's in the soil, the stories, the trees, the olive trees that are torn from the ground as if they had never taken root there. We need time to understand what we've lost, to grieve, to mourn, to face the reality of countless lives stolen, of homes and histories reduced to rubble, and we may never have the time we need. As you examine the UC system and its response, ask yourself, what role do institutions like this play in the face of suffering? Silence has a cost. Every day that goes by, more lives are lost, and we lose not only loved ones, but the doctors, teachers, engineers, and students who could shape a different future. Our healthcare colleagues have been targeted, killed, and denied the ability to provide even the most basic care to those who desperately need it. This impacts us deeply because with every life lost, the world loses a voice, a healer, a mentor, and a source of hope for the next generation. I ask you to break the silence, to refuse to stand by as people are erased. Palestine and Lebanon deserve to exist. They deserve to live and to heal, to rebuild, and to thrive. We need people and institutions to stand with us, to bear witness to what we are enduring, to help us rebuild, and to believe that we have a right to life, to safety, and to peace. We need you to see us not as victims, but as people, as families, as a community who dreams and loves and grieves. Please do not look away. So our Palestinian colleague called on us, people and institutions, to stand in solidarity with Palestinians. We are here to say that when our institutions and our institutional leadership fails us, as have our institutional leadership at UCSF, we, the people of conscience at UCSF, charge our leadership with complicity in genocide and ongoing Nakba. Trish, the Sam Hoggood slide, please. As Christine was mentioning, there have been innumerable ways in which we've been repressed and oppressed and silenced and attacked by our leadership, and I'm not going to enumerate all of those ways here, but we have lots of information for you later if you want to see the ongoing reign of oppression against us and to silence our voices. So, Dr. Sam Hoggood, you have desecrated our sacred oath. You are a pediatrician, a neonatologist. While Israel has bombed hospitals, killing infants in neonatal intensive care units, committed playground massacre after massacre, murdered more children within the first 4 months of this genocide that have been killed in all worldwide conflicts in the past 4 years. You have attempted to erase the Palestinian people at UCSF and in Palestine through your relentless campaign of silence and silencing. Next, please. Dr. Catherine Lucy, you have desecrated our sacred oath. You are a geriatrician and a medical educator. Palestinian grandparents hold the keys of the homes that were stolen from them at the start of this decades-long ongoing Nakba. Israel is torturing and murdering our Palestinian elders in an attempt to erase Palestinian history and its people. As every single healthcare profession school in Gaza has been flattened, and medical and nursing and other health profession students have been murdered, you have led a life-threatening and career-threatening campaign of silence and silencing. Next, please. Suresh Gunasekaran, you have betrayed the sacred responsibility given to you. You are the CEO of UCSF Health. While Israel has completely decimated every hospital, clinic, pharmacy, vaccination site, blood bank, and ambulance in Gaza, you threaten the careers of staff who uphold their oath to humanity and display symbols of solidarity with the Palestinian people. All of our leaders, you have made it perfectly clear where your allegiance lies, not to our sacred oath, but instead to UCSF's donors and Zionist politicians. You will all hear a lot more today, later, about UCSF's largest donor, the Helen Diller Family Foundation. So I will, yes, boo and shame. I will not be sharing a great amount of detail, but I will say that for the past 3 decades, I've cared for Black, brown, disabled, marginalized patients in the San Francisco safety net. The Diller Family Foundation fortune has been made by preying on my patients through their predatory, rent control crushing real estate company. As we connect all of the liberatory struggles, Black and brown people, LGBTQ people, disabled people, and the Palestinian liberation movement, we see how the Diller Family Foundations to organizations like JINSA that cross-train the military and police in the US and Israel rains down deadly police violence on our communities from San Francisco to Palestine. Our UCSF leadership, the Diller Family Foundation, and Zionist politicians have waged their war on us by spreading the virulent lie that our advocacy for the rights, the freedom, and the lives of the Palestinian people is anti-Semitic. I'm here to say that as a Jewish faculty member whose grandfathers fled anti-Semitic violence and whose relatives died in another Holocaust, this lie could not be more deeply offensive. Our students are now going to read the charges against our UCSF institution and leadership.
We charge the aforementioned UC leaders, in addition to University of California, San Francisco leaders, including Chancellor Sam Hawgood, Executive Vice Chancellor Catherine R. Lucy, President and Chief Executive Officer Suresh Gunasekaran, and the UCSF Foundation Board of Directors with complicity in the genocide of the Palestinian people and the ongoing Nakba. As the only UC campus wholly focused on health, healthcare, and health professions education, UCSF has a particular ethical responsibility to uphold the sacred healthcare worker oath to do no harm and to protect humanity. In this time of genocide and ongoing Nakba, UCSF administrative leaders have failed to carry out UCSF's stated mission to advance health worldwide and to honor the Hippocratic mandate that forms the cornerstone of the health professions. Far from abstaining from harm, they have colluded in imperialist violence. Research and lived experience substantiate the direct connection between past and current settler colonialism, racism, and imperialism on the one hand, and the health of communities most impacted by these structures on the other. The reciprocity between indigenous land and peoples is foundational to the health of humanity and our planet. While encouraging the UCSF community to perform land acknowledgements, UCSF, as a land grant institution that profited from genocide and on this land, denies land back to the Ramaytush Ohlone people and is complicit with the murder of indigenous people and ecocide in Palestine. The UCSF administration upholds Zionism, a white supremacist ideology, and perpetuates anti-Palestinian racism locally and globally. Attacks on healthcare workers, the healthcare system, and health profession students and faculty in Palestine are a key tactic that Israel, funded by the United States and supported by the UC, uses to commit genocide and ongoing Nakba. In a moment when Israel has murdered over 1,000 of our Palestinian healthcare colleagues, imprisoned and tortured hundreds more, and decimated all hospitals and healthcare systems and health profession schools in Gaza, UCSF leaders have attacked and endangered those who decry this violence.
We're going to ask you all to join us, if you would like, in a refrain of "do no harm" after each charge. So I'll just raise my hand for you to participate.
We charge UCSF and its leadership, including Chancellor Hallgood, with direct and indirect complicity in the crimes of ongoing Nakba and genocide. UCSF administration complicity includes, but is not limited to, the following crimes. Number one, we charge UCSF and its leadership with violation of the sacred healthcare oath. UCSF leadership has violated our healthcare worker oath to serve humanity and its own UCSF physician declaration by failing to decry genocide, the murder and torture of healthcare workers, and the destruction of the healthcare and health professions education systems in Palestine. Charge two. We charge UCSF and its leadership with persecution and repression. UCSF leaders have collaborated with Zionist politicians and institutions to attack the free speech and academic freedom of UCSF students, staff, and faculty who have sought to fulfill their oath, including through defamatory campaigns and the suspension and firing of those who have spoken up for freedom for Palestine.
Do no harm.
We charge UCSF and its leadership with withholding of medical assistance. The UCSF administration, which provides material and technical assistance to countries and regions with public health and healthcare crises, has withheld such aid to Palestinians who are suffering the impacts of climate catastrophe, mass starvation, the spread of infectious diseases, severe trauma, and other health calamities consequent to the genocide.
Do no harm.
We charge UCSF and its leadership with investments in genocide. By investing in the Israeli state and complicit Israeli corporations, and by procuring medication, equipment, and services from Israeli and other companies complicit in the violation of Palestinian rights, UCSF aids and abets the Israeli occupation and the genocide. We charge UCSF and its leadership with academic ties to genocide. UCSF sustained Israeli occupation and ongoing Nakba through its institutional collaborations with complicit Israeli university while refusing the parallel investment in Palestinian institution.
Do no harm.
We charge UCSF and its leadership with institutional Zionism and anti-Palestinian racism. UCSF has consistently and falsely equated criticism of Israel and Zionism with anti-Semitism, a practice that not only endangers Palestinians, Arabs, Muslims, but also anti-Zionist Jews. and ultimately all marginalized and oppressed communities, while declining to investigate the complaint of anti-Palestinian racism, doxing, harassment, and death threats.
We charge UCSF and its leadership with donor influence. UCSF administration has accepted $1.15 billion from the Diller Foundation, an explicitly Zionist foundation that funds right-wing extremist hate groups, including Canary Mission, which has doxed UCSF faculty and students, and programs designed to deepen collaborations with complicit Israeli institutions.
Do no harm.
Do no harm.
Thank you all.
Thank you to Lee and the UCSF students for that. I think that was like incredibly moving to hear their oath in their white coats and to actually explicitly say, we charge you.
We are going to move now to hearing the testimonials as the evidence for putting our university on trial. We'll just repeat that this is going to be a heavy session, and it will go from now until lunch, and we're going to continue after lunch as well with testimonials. So there are mental health resources on site. There are tissue boxes around. Mental health resources have hands up over there. So please do what you need to do as we make it through this portion of the tribunal. And we cannot lose sight of why we're here. And we will stay here for our brothers and sisters and family in Gaza, across Palestine, in Lebanon and beyond. Thank you all, and we'll invite Nida.
Good morning, good afternoon, humans of conscience. My name is Nadat Liftawiya, and no. My name is Nadat Liftawiya, and I am Palestinian. I live on Ohlone lands in Oakland, California. I am a Palestinian activist, artist, educator, doing anything I can for the liberation of my homeland. Thank you to the UC People's Tribunal for Palestine for inviting me and fellow Palestinians to share our testimonies today. I will share my testimony with a chant separating each experience, reminding myself and all of us that even through the horror, Palestine will be free. وهي فلسطين حرية. Refugee camps, kids playing in front of the house, dust everywhere, scrappy clothes, barefoot cousins. Imagine the screams sharply stop our play while we watch in horror a veiled mother running barefoot after an Israeli jeep, yelling, "Waqfu, waqfu, walad صغير." Stop, stop, he's only a little boy. The jeep does stop, and she's able to grab a hold of it, only for them to keep driving and dragging her body along with them, wailing for her son. Hey, فلسطين حرية. Military curfew, we can't go outside, we can't go outside, we can't go outside. With broken crayons, we color Palestinian flags on white-lined notebook paper. We check if the coast is clear, and I run downstairs, sneak out of the house onto the sidewalk, and staple our notebook flags onto the poles. Imagine moments later, my brother and I watch through the window of our balcony. Israeli soldiers walking down the street. One of them stops at the pole, takes out a cigarette, lights it and inhales, and then lights our flag on fire. My brother has already started coloring the next flag. Hey, Palestine, Hurriya. On a quiet day in Mukhayyam Shahfat refugee camp, peaceful and sweet with the warm aromas of my grandmother's cooking, my uncle outside working, my cousins and I watching TV. Imagine too soon the tear gas stabs through the sweetness of our day. My city, my cousins and I run to close all the windows, and then too late, we realize that one of the canisters are inside the house. The canister is inside the house. Out of nowhere, my khalo appears, grabs me and my two other cousins, and hanging from his neck, from his back, and from his arms, he held us outside of a window so we could breathe, while my grandmother held on to his waist to weigh him down. Hey, min al-maya lal-maya. Hey, Palestine, Hurriya. My father was a freeborn Palestinian man. He died occupied. I must have been 8 or 9 when my father took me with him in his blue Peugeot pickup truck. He spoke about his mother on the ride, telling me how much she would have loved me if she was still on this side. He parked on a side of a cliff. There were stunning views of a village, ruins just frozen stiff. And then he said, "Yalla, let's go. Let's go and look at this." He pointed at the village and said, "That's where I was born. Right there, that house is yours." Hey, min al-maya lal-maya. Hey, Palestine, Hurriya. Kids sneak out of school with rocks in their pockets to join the bigger kids outside in defense of our homeland. Imagine 15 years old screaming as a rock flew at a tank ahead, not knowing if it ever reached, but knowing that was all I had left. The Zionist occupation shooting rubber-coated steel bullets, and my classmate Muhammad with the green hazel eyes pushed me onto the ground and laid his body on top of mine. I then felt the vibration of every steel-coated bullet that hit his body. Hey, min al-maya lal-maya. Hey, Palestine, Hurriya. A 6-year-old is typically old enough to walk to the bakery, neighborhood bakery in Palestine. Imagine the baker asks 6-year-old me, "What's your name?" And I proudly say, "Nada." He asks me if I was Muslim or Christian. And I didn't know. The men in the bakery wholeheartedly laughed. And I took the bread back home, returning with tears in my eyes. I shamefully tell my father what happened, and he gently held me and said, "If anyone ever asks you that again, you tell them, I am Palestinian." Hey, from the river to the sea. Hey, Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you, Nida. So we're gonna play a clip of a video about Ecoside. I'll let it roll.
الوضع ما تفرش اقول لك كل شغله يعني شيء تفرط يعني كل شيء يعني اثار للارض مسحوا المنطقه مشت وارض قريبه نفس القصه يعني في المنطقه اللي بقت يعني في عندهم حياه فيش حياه قد عندهم بالمره.
For the past decade, the Abu Sofia family have cultivated one of the last olive, pomegranate and citrus orchards along the eastern perimeter of Gaza in East Jabalia. Their orchards directly face the Israeli-imposed buffer zone, confronting their colonial imaginary for a flattened Gazan landscape. Over the years, Palestinian farmers along Gaza's fortified perimeter have faced airborne spraying of herbicides. Regular bulldozing of their crops. And sniper fire by the Israeli occupation forces. During the 2018 civilian protests known as the Great March of Return, the areas surrounding the Abu Sofia farm became a gathering place. Through great care and despite the severe hardship of the Israeli siege, Abu Sofia's orchards grew tall. But since October 2023, Israel's genocidal military campaign in Gaza has uprooted these orchards. Our investigation reveals this ongoing systematic destruction of Palestinian agriculture across Gaza, of which the Abu Sofia farm is an example. Satellite imagery from January 2024 shows the farm destroyed. Earth berms raised by bulldozers to create fortification. And a new road carved through the landscape. These colonial earthworks have transformed a previously productive Palestinian agricultural area into an Israeli military outpost.
Healthcare worker in Lebanon, land. Come back here before you lose a leg My grandmother would shout, her voice echoing across the garden of our family home in southern Lebanon. Every summer, we returned to that house, filling it with cousins, aunts, and uncles, a place where laughter mingled with the scent of the jasmine my aunt had planted next to our fig tree. My grandmother was referring to the fields surrounding us that were littered with landmines left behind by the Israeli army back in the 80s when they invaded Lebanon. My grandmother's warning felt dramatic, even unnecessary to my younger self. The idea that these invisible hazards could really exist on a land where we would play catch freely seemed unreal. I thought they were just tales designed to rein in our childhood mischief. So I'd race beyond her calls, convinced that no mines could threaten us, not after all those years. Then one morning, something was different. Our neighborhood goat herder, who passed by each day with his herd, didn't show up. My cousins and I waited disappointed. We'd even given his lead goat a name, Aburun, for the great big horns he sported. And petted him became part of our morning ritual. But when I overheard my aunts and uncles talking over their morning coffee, I learned why he hadn't come that morning. The goat herder had stepped on a mine, one that had been hidden beneath the soil, just waiting. He lost a leg. The story chilled me. How could something so horrific be real? How could these mines still explode? Decades after they've been planted, I thought they must have rusted away, become harmless by now, but I was wrong. Aggression against our land hasn't ended when Israel's troops left. The violence they buried, waiting to remind us that the wounds in our soil were still fresh. And now that aggression takes on a new form. December is approaching. The olive harvest season, a cherished time when family and I would return to our land to gather olives from the harvest, from the trees my grandparents planted. I remember the thrill of climbing the tallest olive trees, racing my brothers and cousins to see who could gather the most olives. Whoever won would have the honor of going to the olive mill with my father, where we'd watch the fruit of our labors literally pressed into oil. For us, that journey was a rite of passage, a symbol of family and tradition. But this year, those traditions feel out of reach. We can no longer access our land, nor can we even access our olive trees, some that are older than even the Israeli state itself, are still standing. And for a year, we've had no news, no sight of our soil, and no chance to prepare for its harvest. Even if a ceasefire were declared tomorrow, how could we return? The roads to our village are destroyed, turned to rubble by bombings. The air is thick with smoke and ash. Water and electricity is gone, each source of life deliberately struck. And then there's the white phosphorus, an unforeseeable toxin poisoning our soil, our trees, our hopes. The violence has changed faces, but it's still the same aggressor, denying us access to our lands, robbing us of traditions and memories. I remember my own thrill of climbing olive trees, and I think of my little brother who dreamed of his first trip to the mill this year. The olives wait, hopefully still standing, but they are unreachable now. And still, we remain the people of this land.
Thank you, Nida, again. So I'm going to call up our next speaker, another very special friend, Dottie.
Hi, everyone. By great happenstance, I avoided arrest and felony charges while blocking the Golden Gate Bridge. And because I avoided these charges, I was able to go to Palestine for 3 months. I went with the International Solidarity Movement, which, if you don't know, is a life-changing experience. And for me, it made me feel effective for the first time in my life. I was raised Zionist, and at the age of 13 was brought to occupied Palestine in hopes of me making Aliyah and one day moving there. And what I saw was entirely shameful and scary, especially as a child. And I expressed how watching someone be brutalized did not make me feel safe or protected. And since then, I have been finding family with all of you, so thank you. So going back after 30 years, I didn't really know what to expect. And I'm here to talk about not only like how feeling effective for the first time made me just want to continue to be as effective as possible. And every single thing that is happening here, that we're doing here, every time you're out in the streets, every time you like remind someone that we don't drink Starbucks anymore, like all of that adds up, and all of that is important. But I stood in solidarity with the Palestinian people in Palestine, operating as a protective presence for their bodies and their land, and bearing witness to all of these atrocities that you're hearing about today. We already have, and you'll likely hear more about what bombs and phosphorus and all of these different chemicals do to our entire planet. But I want to talk about a couple of things that I saw firsthand, and we can imagine these things when you see them or live them or grow up around them. It's so important to translate them and share them with people who haven't had the opportunity to do that. And actually, being a Palestinian-led organization, that is the #1 thing that has been asked of internationals going to Palestine, which is to share what we see. So I'm so very grateful for this opportunity to do that today. We are talking about olives just now. It is the olive season, and olives are not only about the fruit themselves, but they're a symbolic ownership of the land. In the West Bank, if land is deemed unworked for 3 years, it becomes legally property of the state. So it's incredibly important for Palestinians to even stand on their land and operate to cultivate it. Last year, the olive season is October, November, into December and the end of September. And if we all remember what happened last year at the beginning of October, farmers in Palestine were not able to get to their olive trees at all. So they stood for a year unharvested, and ISM and other organizations attempted to operate as protective presence, but it just became too too dangerous. So this year it was really important that we had a good number of people to assist people and stand with them in getting to their groves. And I am on the media team with ISM, so if you're looking at our social media, you'll see how every day I'm getting reports of folks attempting to visit their trees. There being settler encroachments, settler violence. Settlers will release their animals onto the trees, eating the fruits, and then damaging the trees for further years. But before, that's what's happening now. But before then, I witnessed trees getting cut in the middle of the night, hoses for these trees getting vandalized in the middle of the night, and I said, fuck it, I'm staying up all night and I'm gonna catch these mother flowers. And I did, and with a flashlight warded them away for one night, only to have them return the next morning with the army and arrest me for being in what they deemed as a military fighting zone. Because in the West Bank, the Israelis can decide at any time that any land, any building is a military firing zone, and prevent people from going there. So this violence to these trees has been happening long before the olive harvest, although it's definitely ramping up now. Glad to say that we have a good amount of internationals in the West Bank right now, but it's always an opportunity you can learn more about as well. I want to talk for a second about the goats and sheep. Now, I have heard a lot about why can't the settlers and the Palestinians share the land for the goats and sheep? And I can tell you firsthand that the sheep and goats that the Palestinians have are operated under astute and generationally passed down practices for caring for these animals. And it is blatantly obvious that the settlers have no clue what they're doing with these animals, and they're truly being abused. They're only used to graze on the land, to take up ownership of it. So, for example, when I was in the Jordan Valley, operating with as protective presence, and it's like 110 degrees Fahrenheit there. There's like almost no vegetation, and the settlers, of course, have land that is well hydrated and ample with greenery. They stomp their stolen goats and sheep over to where the Palestinian farmers are and either attempt to merge the herds to steal both of them, or they just want to run the Palestinians off their land. You can tell that the goats and sheep belong to the Palestinians, that the ones that the settlers have taken, because they are dyed blue, green, orange, because the Palestinians began to mark their herds in order to claim ownership of them. So you're seeing these incredibly overgrown sheep, these sheep that have not been shorn, it looks like, for a year. So if you're, I always say, if you're not going to care about the people and you're going to care about the animals, these animals are also being tortured. So it's like, again, 110 degrees, and there are sheep that are wool blind because they are not being cared for. Another great example of this, the things that are happening to the land in the West Bank, is to talk about water and the resource of water. We know that water is life here. We are learning about this every single day. And in the West Bank, I am witnessing first of all the water is controlled. Everything is controlled by Israel there to begin with. So when you are a village is allowed a well, meaning that the Israeli army hasn't come and demolished the well. When they are allowed a well, the settlers take it upon themselves to poison that well, to take ownership of the well, bathe in the well. They mark the well with Israeli flags. They run their herds of sheep deep and go through the well, and they block Palestinians from gathering their own waters in tanks. Now, Palestinians, I'm talking specifically, this happens in the Jordan Valley, is they're allowed to get water once a day for 2 hours. And this is like allowed by the Israeli state, right? So I operated as protective presence to assist these folks in getting to the well. And every day it was a new horror. They would paint the well with the Israeli flag. They put up an Israeli flag in metal above the well. They cut the hoses of the Palestinians trying to get the water from the well. And it is, again, 110 degrees, and water is scarce there to begin with. I was victim to poisoned water that I drank in the West Bank, and I mean, it is as horrifying as the worst thought you could have. I'm talking about a Israeli medicine worker driving up to the well in his ambulance, getting out of the ambulance, urinating in the well, getting back into the ambulance, and continuing on with his day. So it's all a systematic way of oppressing the Palestinian people and in hopes of driving them off their land. The last thing I wanted to talk about was the air. So the sanitation systems in the West Bank, again, are controlled by the Israeli government, so you can imagine it's very difficult to have sanitary conditions if your oppressor is controlling you. So one of the first things that I noticed when I got to Palestine was the very thick smell of burning garbage. And this is like, you know, we're learning very much in a very clear way about weapons that are used on the Palestinian people, but this is also a weapon, right? They're not given ways to, you know, reduce, reuse, recycle. There's no way to kind of take the garbage out, and the garbage is used to heat their homes, heat their food, and the smell of burning garbage is thick and perverse. And it feels and tastes like oppression. Like, I'm a little bit of like a witchy woo-woo type of gal, so I'm just gonna kind of close with the fact that this whole earth is connected. I grew up in New Jersey, and about 9 months ago, Israel began bombing Lebanon again. And there were some brutal attacks. And then for the first time in my known history, there was an earthquake in Lebanon, New Jersey. There's only one city called Lebanon, and it's no coincidence that the earth is screaming out for us to pay attention. So thank you for your time today.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? I'm kind of tall. I was trying to make this go up. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're going to do this. I wanted to invite everyone to take a breath as Corinna had led us in the beginning. So let's take a deep breath in together. And then let it out. Thank you. My name is Maysa Murad. I am the daughter of Palestinians. My grandmother sewed the thobe that I'm wearing, and she is the daughter of Izzat and Hamda. And I also want to bring my ancestors into today. I will be reading some testimonies from Gaza. Bear with me if I cry. I'm just gonna have a napkin ready. Closer. Okay, is this better? Oh, online people. Okay, we got you, online people. Okay. This is from O in Gaza. I mean, if you spend 100 years explaining to them what displacement is, how evacuation takes place, and how a piece of nylon, a bucket of water, a few pieces of wood, and a blanket can determine your life, they won't understand you or feel your feelings. They only see you as an image. I wrote this while I was very sad and my heart was burning when they announced the closure of land crossing and my family is still stuck in Gaza. And I was not able to get them out to safety. There is an energy inside me that I really want to scream. We write and explain a lot, hoping that our voice and our call will reach all the free people of the world. We are the rightful owners. We were born and raised on this land, clinging to it and not giving up a single inch of it. 74 years since the Nakba of Palestine. The Gaza Strip is a war-torn area and an area of abject poverty, trapped in 365 kilometers. What remains are feelings of despair, frustration, and helplessness. The conditions in the Gaza Strip are worrying and unbearable and are getting worse every day, weakening their ability to withstand. The people of Gaza deserve to live. The siege must be lifted now. Every night the cries echo from the tents as small children groan on pillows of cold sand without blankets or food. These little ones go to sleep hungry, overcome by the cruelty of deprivation. Their eyes that once shone with hope are now extinguished by the weight of need. Their innocent faces are covered with features of pain far greater than their ages. How can a young heart bear the suffering? And how can a mother's pain be calmed when she sees her beloved child crying with hunger, and she has nothing to satisfy this hunger? The world has never been fair, but in Gaza, we created our own world. Nothing was given to us on a golden platter, but despite that, we lived life contentedly. And we reached what we wanted only through effort and hard work. We were real, content, and satisfied with the world. But everything was taken from us. Getting a drink of water or a piece of bread became a kind of luxury. Staying alive in Gaza became a luxury too. The people of Gaza have been killed every day for a year, and those who survive are killed for the last time. There is Gaza, and there is a whole world. No one in it is innocent of our killing. The injustice and the oppression that is happening in Gaza, there is no mind to believe this. No video, no pictures, no words can speak of the pain and the oppression of people whose entire lives have been oppressed, wronged, and stolen from. We need 1 billion tons of patience and a strength for what is happening in the world. Oh Lord, nothing is impossible for you, and there is no power or strength except with God. It is deadly to put your entire home in one bag and not know where the road is. These scenes are deadly, deadly and heartbreaking. Genocide. Palestinians are facing the risk of deportation. Gaza is experiencing what the mind cannot comprehend. They were left to be slaughtered alone and in every way, and God is the avenger. We are a generation that grew up between the noise of wars and the silence of humanity. We fluctuate and get lost in the surprise of time. We are the generation that matured prematurely. We are afraid of hope. We are afraid of love. We are afraid of joy because we realize that behind every smile, there could be a disappointment of hidden pain. There is no security, no safety, and no stability. Gaza, you have exposed this world that is reeling in the illusions of civilization. You have torn off the mask of civilization that they claim. What kind of a civilization is this that claims to be advanced while it turns a deaf ear to the cries of your child torn apart in the rubble? What kind of justice do they claim while they witness the destruction of your land and have no consciousness? Gaza has exposed all those who traded in human rights slogans and boasted in the name of justice and showed them the truth of their miserable decadence. In Gaza, the masks fell, and the truth of this despicable world that claims humanity, while it is drowning in blood deals and destructive treaties, appeared. The falsehood has been exposed in Gaza, has revealed its wound to tell the universe that this era that claims progress and civilization is nothing but a hollow shell that hides baseness and decadence behind it. 13 months of genocide and a full view of the world. What dignity is left for humanity after all the silence? In Gaza, more than 50,000 martyrs, men, women, and children who saw nothing in their lives but bombing and siege, mothers who said goodbye to their sons without saying goodbye, and elderly people who carried the wounds of years on their shoulders and then met their Lord as martyrs. Thousands of wounded, their blood staining the ground. Every drop a curse on those who let them down, as if the earth is writing its history in blood to bear witness to the betrayal of humanity. Most of the houses have collapsed. It is as if the homeland has become a pile of rubble, and the memories of generations have been buried under the rubble, and people have no refuge but the sky. More than 2 million are besieged and homeless, wandering aimlessly in their land, searching for a piece of bread or a drop of water, as if their great world no longer accommodates them, while the traitors enjoy the illusions of false peace. Gaza, with your wound that never heals, you have exposed all those who turn their faces away from you and close their eyes to your pain. What kind of civilization is this that allows an entire city to be wiped out and an entire people to be besieged, while the world watches as if it were a scene from a passing play? All their slogans glorifying humanity have become empty, and all their claims of human rights are nothing but deals on closed tables. Gaza, you are the scream that resounds in the face of the world, and the symbol that will not be erased from the memory of history. This next piece is also a testimony from somebody in Gaza. It is titled Famine, and the person that wrote this is Abdullah. In fact, when I was young, I used to hear from my father that the worst thing in the world was hunger. When the father saw that he was unable to provide food for his children, I didn't understand that because I was young. But today, I understand that. And I was this father who could not provide food for his daughters. The worst feeling ever. The suffering of hunger advanced over the suffering of bombing and fear, and it became more important. I confirmed that 2 days ago, the area in which I was very dangerous, and I had only had a choice of one of two things. There is no third option. Either go to a safe area, and there was no money to eat, or stay in the dangerous place and buy some food with money without thinking. I chose the second option, which is eating, and I preferred to eating over safety. So what is the benefit of safety and your children hungry? No one can expect the extermination of our explosion in the face of the world if this injustice continues. In the end, all these real stories summarize the suffering we suffered, and I can summarize that. The ways to die are different, but death is one. And the ways in which we die are diverse: bombing, extreme sadness, and hunger. This last testimony is from H in Gaza. I really want to talk to the world so that my voice reaches the world and I show them the truth and how much suffering I live because I was injured in the Israeli bombing in Gaza in 2014. And because of this bombing, I became paralyzed. And I use a wheelchair. And because of the war that is currently taking place in Gaza, the crossings have been closed and we are living in a great famine. I also want clarification about the disease hemophilia and the lack of provision of medicines. War has destroyed everything in our lives. I cannot use a wheelchair on the destructive roads, and there are no houses, there is no food or healthy drink, and no medicines. There are no hospitals to stay inside in order to receive medicines. Borders are closed because of Israel. Sanctions have been imposed on the people in Gaza. I am, as a wheelchair person, living in a very difficult life here in Gaza. No one can imagine it. Sleeping inside tents and living inside them is very difficult. The hot summer has passed while we are inside tents, and the cold winter has come to kill us all. There are no clothes to buy. That's why it is incredible how to live a life like this. I did not find clothes for the winter, and it became very bad here. The tents are very painful. Thank you. And I just want to add a couple words, but as we read these testimonies and we bear witness to what is happening on Gaza, it is very important for us to keep our narrative alive and to have testimonies and tribunals such as this one, and to continue to write about Gaza and to have art forms about Gaza and to continue to display our humanity to the world that tries to erase us.
As we continue, I'd like to acknowledge our two MCs for the day. Jennifer, we lovingly call her JMO, and Rosita. So just thank you. This is difficult labor, and I think everyone appreciates the love and commitment and rage that you're showing today. Thank you. Again, my name's Dylan Rodriguez. I work as a faculty member at UC Riverside. I think more importantly, I come to you as somebody who was privileged to be part of the founding collective, organizing collective of critical resistance beyond the prison industrial complex in the late 90s. And I also come to you, of course, as part of the UC system-wide faculty and staff for justice in Palestine and the founding collective for Cops Off Campus, a UC and planetary Cops Off Campus. So it's in continuity with those collective commitments, those anti-colonial, liberationist, and abolitionist commitments, that I'm humbly serving as the reader of a testimonial from a detainee in Gaza whose name we will hold in confidence. Part 1, the detention. My family and I spent the first 4.5 months of the war under constant threat of tanks and missiles that rained shrapnel down on us day and night and destroyed entire apartment blocks. One harsh night in February, neighborhoods and homes around us were destroyed, and one of our apartments was burned while we were still in it. We turned a corner under the stairs into an area to hide in for the night, and we headed out from our house in the morning to find shelter after the situation calmed down a bit towards one of the nearby schools. Even though we are told schools are safe and protected shelters by the occupation army, it wasn't long before we were surrounded. Soldiers screamed at us to stay in place. All night we could hear the sound of shells hitting the houses and the sounds of tanks and bulldozers one of which destroyed the local pump station that supplied the school with water. We felt afraid, fear because they were besieging us, and fear because of the lack of water. We were not there long before a small camera plane entered and photographed parts of the school. After that, a tank stormed the school gate and demolished it, and the soldiers ordered us to evacuate yet again to another so-called safe zone. Initially, I thought we were going west to Mawasi, where the fighting had been less intense and where the refugee camps are in better condition, but the Israeli army had other plans. After they demolished the front gate to the school, we were ordered to line up in single file. We were then marched out into the street and divided into 5 groups, where we were ordered to produce our ID cards. My little brother, hoping we were still going to Mawasi, immediately offered his ID, after which he was told to strip. He was handcuffed, blindfolded, and dragged inside a nearby building to be interrogated. I was shocked to see him in this state. Then the same thing happened to us when it was our turn and we were handcuffed and blindfolded, me and my father, with a group of about 50 people. Part 2, interrogation. In the building, we heard the sounds of screaming, torture, beatings, and the breaking of bones. Pardon me. Of both elderly people and young people in the prime of their lives. Of people who had no fault in what was happening except that they were Palestinians. One of the elderly people was beaten, and when he asked the soldier to hurry up and treat him before he had a stroke and to bring him some water, the soldier poured poisoned water on him. The sounds of his last gasps are still in my ears to this day, and I don't know if he is still alive or not. He was just an old man. What did he have to do with all that was happening? These people are far from being human. They are even more brutal than monsters themselves. My main concern at that moment, was my brother and my father. How would I know what happened to them? I couldn't see them because of the blindfold on my eyes. I heard a murmur in pain. It was my brother's voice. "Is that you?" I asked. He replied, "Yes, they beat me severely, but I will be fine." I had no choice but to comfort him with my words and tell him that we would get out soon, as we had nothing to do with what was happening. I hoped that we would get out without a permanent disability or without only half a foot or an arm. Fortunately for me, they stopped calling the rest of the people up to be interrogated. Eventually, we were marched out of the building even further south. We were taken to what I now recognize as one of the high-rises of Khan Yunis, which is in the south of Gaza. We were marched up the stairs over debris and broken glass to the roof, where we would spend hours blindfolded, shivering in the cold, exhausted, deprived of food and water. The blindfold was so tight, I felt as if I would suffocate at any minute. The plastic zip ties cut into my wrists and felt like they almost took my hands off. They lowered us from the building and then dragged me away. I was walking on the sand dunes, stumbling, falling, being dragged and insulted. The voices of the rest of the prisoners disappeared behind me. I thought that they would start killing us. The soldier took me to one of the dunes and asked me to sit down. I said, "This is my end. I will be killed now." But fortunately, that did not happen. A few minutes later, a military truck arrived and they pushed us on top of each other in it. Then they drove us for 2 hours to a place we do not know. All this was happening while I remembered the scene of my scared mother and my sisters walking toward the west before they took us. I told her then, "Half an hour and we'll catch up with you. It's just a quick investigation." I did not know it would take this long. We arrived at a place where they ordered us to change our clothes, and I think now it was just in the open street. Then a bus came, and we got on it, and all the while we were still handcuffed, blindfolded, and barefoot. We sat down, and they asked us to lower our heads down. I was writhing in pain because of the position I was in. I had been suffering from neck pain for several years, and it got worse here. We were taken to a place that looked like a military site and dragged off one by one to a small cabin. They removed the blindfold for only a minute when I was interrogated by a female soldier, then was taken with several other men into a series of cages. I have learned now through leaked photos that I was staying in what looked like animal cages. This was the torture prison. Part 3, prison. Our hands and feet were shackled with iron chains, and a piece of plastic with a number on it was hung in each hand. They treat you like a number and not like a human being. We were asked to sleep quickly. Yes, we slept what was left of the night, handcuffed, blindfolded, exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. We slept on the ground without a cover in the bitter cold. We were not even able to relieve ourselves in the bathroom until the next day. To give you a small description of the prison and our situation, we were woken up every day at dawn, perhaps at about 4 or 5 o'clock. After about half an hour, we were asked to stand up so that our names could be called. We could not sit down until all the detainees were called, who could number about 120. Detainees in one cage. They would leave us standing for no reason for long hours. In the prison, there are only 1 or 2 bathrooms, plastic bathrooms, and you need to relieve yourself by asking for permission, and you have to wait according to the number given to you. For example, you might be number 90. I remember that from early morning until before noon, you were forbidden from entering the bathrooms. You couldn't stay in the bathroom for more than a minute. In the best case, you could stay 5 minutes, but more than that, and you would be punished. I will tell you that myself and a large number of detainees suffered from constipation because of this law, as we, as normal people, were unable to relieve ourselves. I remember that I was only able to relieve myself once during the 2 weeks I spent in detention. And I remember that there was one of the young men who spent 30 days without relieving himself because of constipation and because of an injury to his stomach that he acquired from torture. As for the doctors, many of us asked to be provided with a laxative, and they always postponed it intentionally. As for showering, it was only once a week, and it only lasted 4 minutes. The food provided to us was not enough to satisfy hunger, and it was very bad. We were given bread with a little canned tuna, and another meal was a small box of cheese with bread. These were the only meals during the entire period of detention, and some detainees now spend about 200 days or more on the same meals. They were often late in bringing food on purpose, and sometimes would prevent us from getting this food, starving us. I remember that some detainees were allergic to these meals, and they would not be given anything to eat but bread. Finally, part 4, torture. These criminals did not differentiate between the young and the elderly. I will mention to you some of the scenes that I remember. There were a large number of elderly people with us from 60 to 75, and even older than that. Many of them had chronic diseases, and some of them had been injured during captivity. One of them was sitting next to me, and he was suffering from nerve relaxation and an injury to his foot and hand. He could not stand when they asked us to do so. He was trying to tell them about his illness, but they were shouting at him. They shouted at him that they shouted at him, "You will stand even if you are paralyzed." He was holding on to me and the person next to him so that he would not fall. He fainted several times, and they had no choice but to wake him up and force him to stand up again. Among the detainees were a number of people with fractures who had platinum inserted into their hands or feet, and these were also forced to stand with us for long hours. The doctor rarely appeared, just for formalities and nothing more, and he did not help anyone at all. Painkillers were forbidden, and many types of medications. The most they did was change the bandages of the wounded sometimes. In general, the health condition of the prisoners was dire, between injuries that were not attended to or chronic diseases, and even skin diseases that spread among them. Thank you all for bearing with me.
Thank you, Dylan, for reading that.
Assalamu alaikum. The following testimony is from my cousin Khamis, who is displaced in the Gaza Strip. And while this has been my family's experience, please take a moment to recognize that this is the reality for over 2 million people suffering from genocide and constant terror at the hands of the Israeli occupation, with little to no medical resources. And had Khamis's injury happened now, 402 days into the genocide and destruction of Gaza and her people, he most likely would not have survived. In Khamis's own words, he addresses you all today. Prior to this genocide, me and my family lived in northern Gaza. The night we were displaced, the surrounding houses were being targeted so intensely that it shattered the windows and blew the hinges off the doors. Covered in glass and debris, we fled our home at 10 p.m. Under the cover of night, as heavy bombing, destruction, and terror surrounded us, we went to the nearest hospital, Al-Quds Hospital, run by the Palestinian Red Crescent. We spent a terrorizing night there. The hospital was overcrowded with displaced civilians, fear written on their faces. Hundreds of people crowded the hospital's corridors and courtyards, looking for a bit of comfort, unable to find any. After midnight, the doctors told us the IOF threatened to bomb the hospital, and we had to evacuate by morning. Everyone looked at their relatives and friends with eyes full of fear, asking, where do we go? But no one had an answer. By morning, my family and I had fled to the southern part of the Gaza Strip, as the Israeli regime had claimed it was a safe zone. We went to Nusayrat, where we didn't know anyone, but we found a kind man who was helping displaced families. We stayed in his building for 17 days without sufficient water, food, and no basic necessities. After being without water for 5 days, nearly dying of thirst and hunger, the water finally arrived. It was a grueling and exhausting day filling the water tanks in the unbearable heat. My friends and I, exhausted from the heat, sat down to rest. Some of us passed out from sheer exhaustion, and then suddenly, the airstrikes came. The ground shook so violently, and we didn't understand what was happening because we were in the designated safe zone. The building shook so much that it sank 9 meters into the earth. Those of us who had fallen asleep, my friends that were beside me, died, buried alive while uttering their shahada. I watched them helplessly as they took their last breaths, and I thought to myself, I was going to die too, trapped under the rubble for hours, unable to move, unable to help myself. Surely I'd be next. By some miracle, the EMTs and civil defense teams were able to pull me out just before I took my last breath. They dug through the debris, lifting heavy rubble, and managed to pull me out with great difficulty. I was taken to Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, but there were not enough resources for treatment. There were no imaging devices or medical tools to assess my broken body. There were so many wounded people that many of us were lying on the floor screaming in pain, but the doctors could do nothing to help us. I lay on the ground, bleeding, unable to move even my toes or feel my body. It was only when I was transferred to the European hospital in Khan Yunis that an international team of doctors took x-rays and discovered that my spine was broken and required surgery. I was devastated. Even here, there were not enough resources to alleviate my suffering. There were so many injured civilians, the operating room was in constant use. After unbearable pain and desperate cries for help, the doctors performed the spinal surgery. Beforehand, the doctors warned me that it would be risky, as there was little space between the break and my spinal cord. They told me that if something went wrong, the responsibility would fall entirely on me. I signed the consent form, placing my trust in God. What more did I have to lose? I underwent a 4-hour-long surgery. They inserted plates and screws into my spine. By the grace of God, the surgery was successful but not perfect. I still need a medical brace for my back and physical therapy, but neither is accessible due to the ongoing genocide. I suffered day and night in all weather from the pain caused by the plates in my back. The doctors informed me that this pain will now be a permanent part of my life. I am 26 years old. I am an innocent civilian who once studied law, dreaming of becoming a judge to make this unjust world a little bit more bearable. I graduated from university with ambitions, goals, and a passion for life. Now I sit with my family in a tent, unable to carry heavy items because of the damage to my spine. My sole focus is how we will survive this madness. We demand that all human rights organizations and international bodies look at my case and the tens of thousands of others with mercy and compassion. We are human beings. We deserve life. We are not human animals. For you, our experiences are simply a story. For 2 million of us, It is our daily reality. Take action now. Divest from Israel. Call for an arms embargo. Demand that aid be allowed in for the 2 million people forced to endure this genocide for over 400 days. Okay. The next testimony is from the Shmili family in Gaza. Can you imagine living in a war that continues to destroy everything familiar and beloved? I have lived through days that I cannot describe with enough words, filled with constant fear, unhealable pain, and loss I was unprepared to bear. The war did not just tear apart the surroundings, but it also destroyed every sense of safety that was once part of my life, turning my home into a place of perpetual terror. I lost so much in unforgettable moments, like an undeniable stain in my memory. The deaths of my uncle and all his children, his daughter and his granddaughter, were tragedies that shattered my soul. At that moment, I felt like I was standing on the edge of the world with nothing to bring me back. And that day was not the end. 2 months later, I lost my grandmother, who was an angel to me, a friend who brought me peace amidst the chaos of life. I remember that night, the sounds of shells tearing through the stillness of darkness, smoke rising in every corner as we were trapped in an endless nightmare. We tried to escape, hoping for survival even for a few moments. But before we could leave, my aunt climbed to the roof to get her children's clothes. Her request was not much. She was just a mother seeking a little warmth for her kids. She did not realize she would not return. They targeted her mercilessly. How can this world ignore these souls? Innocent in every sense of the word. Yet they were not spared. We fled to Rafah, but Rafah was far from a safe haven. We spent long nights in the streets, the bitter cold wrapping around us, our children shivering from the cold and fear. We had no choice but to light a fire, a desperate attempt to warm ourselves amidst the relentless rain that showed no mercy for our vulnerability. But even the fire could not soothe their cries from the cold. We set up a tent as a last resort, but the rain seeped in from every side. And yet these tents were better than sleeping in the open. We were tired of displacement, tired of moving from place to place in search of safety that seemed like a mirage. Our lives became harder than fiction, living as if we were in an endless nightmare. Drones hovered above us as if searching for more victims, and Apache helicopters circled like terrifying specters, launching enormous missiles indiscriminately without mercy. Houses crumbled and flames consumed what little remained. Gunfire echoed everywhere, shells from all directions, where there was no safety or refuge. Every minute here is surrounded by fear and anticipation. Every sound, every movement, everything could be the last we see. We live in darkness, hiding from everything, trying to remain invisible, as if being invisible is the only way to survive. The land itself seems to scream in pain. This land that was once full of life has now become a battlefield where only the dead find a place for themselves. We wonder in moments of silence between the bombings if we will ever see peace again, or if this land is destined to remain a graveyard for generations to come. We wait, we hope, but deep down fear persists. Fear that the war will last longer than us and will consume us, leaving no one to remember who we were or the dreams we held. Fear wraps around our necks like a choking chain, tightening with every breath we take, with no escape. Death hovers above us like a merciless predatory bird with its dark, heavy wings, watching us, waiting for the right moment to swoop down on us. Every day we feel we are living on borrowed time, asking ourselves with trembling hearts and fear-filled eyes, how long will this war continue to devour Gaza? How long will we live under the shadow of constant death, waiting for an end that draws closer with each passing moment? The air we breathe has become heavy with fear, and the uncertainty of who will live to see tomorrow weighs upon us like an unbearable burden. Will I be the witness to the end of this never-ending nightmare, or will I be one of its victims, leaving the land to bear witness to my grave, just another casualty beneath its soil? Each passing day feels like a miracle just to survive, as if we are battling an unbeatable force. The streets that were once filled of life and laughter are now empty, stained with the blood of innocence, echoing with the sounds of destruction. The hope that once lit our hearts has begun to fade until it has become a mere glimmer, like a distant mirage that appears and disappears as soon as we try to grasp it. Yet, with trembling hands, we cling to the fragile threads of life, even though they seem on the verge of breaking at any moment. We wait for the day that may never come, continuing to watch, living on blood-soaked land, wondering, will there come a day when we witness the birth of peace, or will this land remain cursed, haunted by the ghosts of war and destruction forever? Thank you.
The author is Abdullah in Gaza, and it's called Extreme Sadness. He woke up from a coma in the hospital after his tent was bombed by an Israeli missile, and a number of his family members were killed. He found his son sitting beside him when he opened his eyes and said, "Wen ana? Where am I?" His son told him what happened, but hid him from the truth that his brother, his other son, had been killed. He said, "Everyone's fine, Baba." The father muttered his thanks and praise to God without moving his head from the pillow. The man said to his son, "I feel such a heaviness and pain in my lower body." The son replied in a low voice, "You're fine, Baba, you're fine. We'll return to our tent tomorrow." The father looked at the ceiling of the room, and in a harsh moment of silence, as if he were skeptical about that, the son was afraid that his father would hear the heavy heartbeat in his chest. Then he said to his son, "Support me, my son. I feel like I need to use the bathroom." And the son, terrified and disturbed, said to him, "Wait a minute. Wait, I will call the nurse for you now. Father, please, just wait." Moments later, the nurse came in and said to him, "You are a man of faith, and this has become your fate. You cannot go to the bathroom now. You have lost both of your feet. This is God's decree. You must be patient. We dressed you in diapers, and you can relieve yourself that way." The father looked in shock at the nurse's mouth while not muttering a sound. He did not ask her any questions. He did not follow up with any words. He just looked at his son's face and then turned and stared at the ceiling. He closed both his eyes as the tears began to flow down his face. No one knew what was going through the man's mind, what brokenness, what humiliation he felt and would experience without his legs. With such a loss, All his vitals on the monitors showed normal. But suddenly, the man's heart stopped beating and his breath froze. His son shouted and called for the doctors, but it was too late. The depression and heartbreak were just as deadly as the tank shell that killed his family. Thank you.
So I just want to acknowledge those that have come up to speak and read testimonials and the powerful voice that you gave them. These are Palestinian voices that you are hearing. These are their words, these are their thoughts, these are their images, these are what they have gone through. And we must acknowledge that and understand that as hard as it is for us to hear them, we must continue fighting to liberate and to keep uplifting their voices and the reason why we're here, right? So I want to just take a few moments to take a few cleansing breaths. So just take a nice inhale and then slowly exhale. 1, 2, 3. Another collective inhale. And then exhale. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
We're going to break for lunch really quickly. I wanted to just share a few thoughts. As Rosita mentioned, I'm incredibly grateful for those who have shared these powerful testimonies and for those who had the courage to read them as well. As you may have noticed in these testimonies, there are so many different angles in which the oppression of Palestinian life occur. The attempted erasure of lands and land-based practices, the poisoning and lack of access to water, the attempts to rid us of our ancestral practice of harvesting olives, man-made famine, imprisonment and torture, all under the guise that there's this idea of Palestinians being uncivilized, right? And this Western trope of needing to civilize the wretched of the earth. And what we're really seeing here is everyone today being called, their humanity being called into question. We know who is human. We know who is destructing humanity, and we know that the University of California and other universities across the world, under the guise of this false notion of diversity that was so graciously challenged by our elders, under the guise of environmental justice, of social justice, of pushing for freedom, is suppressing those very things, those very voices, and not only suppressing them, but developing the technologies in order to do so, in order to enable mass war on people around the world, and enabling the death and destruction, the genocide that is happening on the ground against our people right now in Palestine, in Lebanon, and we know that it is happening elsewhere as well. So I want to ground us in the reason why we're here is also to charge our university with genocide, to charge our university with ongoing Nakba, and to say that we, as members of the UC community, demand that this stop now. To divest our money, divest university money from this war machine, to divest and boycott partnerships that enable this insidious state and our government from continuing to bombard our people on the ground, and to end the research that develops, as our elders reminded us, this nuclear weaponry and these war technologies that continue to develop under the guise of research, praised research in our institutions. And today we say no, we are done with that. We are gonna break for lunch. Lunch is being brought to us by Shawad Maji, local Palestinian-owned restaurant. And we're going to break for half an hour for lunch. So we'll be back at 1:30. We also are selling these t-shirts to support the tribunal's expenses, including feeding y'all, and getting people here and putting together everything that you've seen. So we are accepting donations also with or without merch purchases at UCSC FJP, that's UC Santa Cruz, so UCSC FJP. And thank you so much. Please take some time to get some fresh air, to take a break, nourish your bodies, get some food in you, and we'll be back in half an hour. Thank you.
You were put here to protect us, but who protects us from you? Every time you say that's illegal, doesn't mean that that's true. Your authorities never question. No one questions you. If I hit you, I'll be killed. But you hit me, I can sue. Order. Looking through my history book, I've watched you as you grew. Killing blacks and calling it the law and worshiping Jesus too. There was a time when a black man couldn't be down with your crew. Now you want all the help you can get. Scared? Well, ain't that true? You goddamn right. You were put here to protect us, but who protects us from you? Or should I say, who are you protecting? The rich? The poor? Who? It seems that when you walk the ghetto, you walk with your own point of view. Look at that gold chain. You judge a man by the car he drives, or if his hat matches Well, back in the days of Sherlock Holmes, a man was judged by a clue. Now he's judged by if he's Spanish, Black, Italian, or Jew. So do not kick my door down and tie me up while my wife cooks the stew. You're under arrest. 'Cause you were put here to protect us, but who protects us from you? A public service announcement brought to you by the scientists of Boogie Down Productions. Fire! Come again.
See, before I draw the line, let me welcome you close to all the folks who knew Obama sold the people a hoax. Gave the money to suckers while our community's still poor. Withdrew the troops but started another war. Colonizing, terrorizing, creating the oil crisis so they can make a kill on no food and gas prices. Prisons is filling, they trying to lock up the future. Militarized borders and control of computers. Want a stupid bumping music that ain't healthy for the shortest. Privatizing schools and policemen in the hallways. Can't be dormant, I'm awoken. Rise up, be ready. Brought the family with us, and we hold the machetes.
Riding the fence, riding the fence. Too many people be riding the fence. Yeah, you say you ready for war, but are you convinced? I'm not convinced. If you're a rider, freedom fighter, crowd excited, then let's do this. We can make one big united, middle finger to the U.S. Give me the bravest and the truest. Fuck the hippest and the coolest. We gon' spark this revolution and cross this off our to-do list. Put your foot down if you look down on this criminal system. Put your book down and get shook down like my niggas in prison. Don't be condemning and condoning their actions in one sentence. Make up your mind, choose your side. Is you a patriot or a menace to society? So riot or sit by quietly. But don't pull out your flag and try to say you gon' ride with me. You flip-flopping like hip-hop. I don't get locked in that trick box. Get got like Big and Pop. Shit's got to stop. I am the people, not the pig. I repeat after Fred. So please blow my brains out if I ever forget.
I'm with the independent thinkers. I'm down with the movers and the shakers and the ex-Henny drinkers, the non-smokers, the health advocates, the non-voters, the young bloods in the hood training like soldiers. I'm on the side of the tracks with the hood gardens, the little child that don't color inside the margins. I don't ride the fence, I cultivate my strength, cause if it ain't about power, it don't make sense. I've been down with Boogie Down since BDP, some Brown Pride, and Black Power make RBG. A OG told me choose battles wisely. In the struggle, don't forget your children and your wifey. If you don't see me on the podium preaching it, every day I hope my every action is teaching it. Cause revolution is a process, it's not a speech or a panel. Don't bite off more than you can handle.
Slingshots in Palestina, con todos los estudiantes por educación gratuita. I'm with workers uprising and the right to unionize. We ain't crossed the border, so you better legalize. I'm with La Peña del Bronx. I'm still with Victor Toro, cause gentrification is polluting my borough. So bro, never. South Bronx forever. Decolonize the block, make your neighborhood better. I ain't down with the rich, I'm more Richie Perez. Don't talk to grand juries or cooperate with feds. I'm with students, doctors, janitors, teachers. We need living wages, but they don't believe us. Monida, Barretto, Spofford, Hunts Point, my hood. I love, we join forces, forming our deck, BX. Taking over buildings, rebel Diaz for the children.
Politics to sickness, streets express symptoms. Caught up with a quickness, big business pimps them. Scholars play the simpleton, fools play with wisdom. Who will stand and fight back? Who will play the victim? Trials and tribulations, injured generations. Stolen history and outsourced innovation. Babel Tower fell, tribes are at war. The battle story's not represented in the score. The game's fixed, most of the faces and names switched. Credit stolen for art, science, religion, language. Technology philosophy and with strangers. They paid in hatred for the knowledge of the ancients. Power in words, actions, guns, swords. Aim Panthers, brown berets, young lords. Pick a side, one sickness, one cure, one love, one blood, one world, but one war.
I am resilient, I trust the movement, I negate the chaos, uplift the negative. I'll show up at the table again and again and again. I'll close my mouth and learn to listen. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. 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 These times are poignant, the winds have shifted. It's all we can do to stay uplifted. Pipelines through backyards, wolves howling out fronts. Yeah, I got my crew, but truth is what I want. Realigned and on point, power to the peaceful, prayers to the waters, women at the center, all vessels open to receive. Let's see the system brought down to its knees. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm made of thunder, I'm made of lightning, I'm made of dirt, yeah, made of the fine things. My father taught me that I'm a speck of dust and this world was made for me. So let's go and try our luck, said I've got my roots down, 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 down deep. I've got my roots down, 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 down deep. I've got my roots down, down, down deep. I've got my roots down, down, down deep. So what are we doing here? What has been done? What are you gonna do about it when the world comes undone? My voice feels tiny, and I'm sure so does yours. Put us all together, make a mighty trust the movement, I negate the chaos, uplift the negative. I'll show up at the table again and again and again. I'll close my mouth and learn to listen.
destruction of all the evil that will have to end.
It will not, yes, don't you know it's gonna be?
All right.
It will end.
Well, all right.
Well, all
Some folks are gonna get the notion, I know. They'll say I'm preaching hate. But if I have to swim the ocean, well, I would. Just to communicate. It's not as simple as talking jive. The daily struggle just to stay alive.
don't you know it's gonna be?
All right.
Stay alive. And well.
Sing about a revolution because I'm talking about a change. It's more than just air pollution. Well, you know, you got to clean your brain. The only way that we can stand in fact is when you get your foot off our back.
Get off my back. Don't you know it's gonna be?
All right.
Well, get back.
Get back.
Well, all right. What to do?
What to do now?
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you.
Soon you'll know.
Soon you'll know.
It will be through.
We'll be through.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
What do you see?
What do you see now?
4, 5, 6.
4, 5, 6.
I've got my stick.
Oh, I got my stick.
Do your thing.
Do your thing.
Whenever you can.
Whenever you can now.
When you must.
You must now.
Do take your stand.
Take a stand. Well, all right.
It will end.
It will end.
Well, all right.
Well, all right.
Stay alive.
Stay alive.
Well, all right.
Well, all right.
Well, get back.
Back.
Well, all right.
Well, all right.
Well, all right.
All right.
الظلم كل بيعاني منه. الامريكان تظلم العرب، الصهاينة يظلموا العرب. بتعرف ايش يا عربي؟ اذا بتظلم غيرك غيرنا بظلمنا. اي هاي الكلمات لكل إمياتنا وأخواتنا اللي تايهات بين عادات جهل وتقاليد تافهة. الكل شافها بس مين دافع؟ يعني هاي إلك وما تكوني مسجونة مهضومة من أحلامك محرومة. ارفعي راسك لفوق يا أختي، ارفعي راسك لفوق. اي بكاء بلا صوت من ماسحة الدموع، قد ما عيونها تفتح مداها سياج الممنوع. قلتها ممنوع لي ممنوع لها، مسموح لي ممنوع لها، والمسموح لها فيش كلمة هيك بقاموسها توقفنا ع اجرينا اللي تدوس حقوقها. يوم ورا يوم تعيد نفس اليوم، الأولى بالقوم والأخيرة بالنوم. هذا مني إلك يا امرأة يا امي البيت، مني انا الرجل اللي بس يبني لك فيه حيط، لسجن الحريم الحيطان وما تتيسر، للرواية التاريخية اللي ما تتحضر، من وقت البنات، من وقت ختان الشهوة لوقت الرأي ولوقت ختان الشهوة، فريسة لنا ضعيفة ايش تحكي لحالها بعذاب 9 أشهر واحنا بنطلع نبكي. ارجع للسيرة، بصمات آدم على الجريمة وصابع الاتهام على حواء، غريب أكتر إنه إحنا مانعين الحرية عن الأنثى والحرية نفسها أنثى. الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس.
طب والمرأة العربيين كتبت حيطة بيضة صارت زرقة بدربها تعرف الدنيا غربة وشرقة، مش مفرقة بينها وبين الطيور مسكينة بالسما محلقة، مش قادرة تنزل تواجه قلقة وانحبست ببيت اللي فيه ما لقيت إلا دمعة الياريت، وك يا عالم شو رميت، بتعاود تسأل نفسك من وين انتي أتيت بس ما كسيت، تسألني ليش بكيت عشان أرواح ما إلها روح، بيطلع صياح من جروح ومسبب الجروح، بيطلع بريء عسفينة نوح، بريء بس جريء، تسألني وين رحت ليش من وين انت طلعت، وبنقطة ضيعوني طبعا اتهموني، وبهاي النقطة هو كان الرابح وأنا اللي خسرت، بس معلش من يوم ورايح ريح وجع فايح ما فيش، راح نوقف ع اجرينا مش عايدينا، فأسفك ولا بكفي وقالم مش راح يخفي، بس فعلك راح يدفي سقعاني وراح يشفي، في اختي تفائلي خلي اخواني تتفائلوا ع حقك تقتلي، ده اخواتي فيكي تتماتل.
الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس. بتأسف لها هاي اللي عطتني وجه واحترام قدام اصحاب ذكرت، بس كلمات عطتني على لسان ما انا مجبورة، ما اللي فينا زلماني كمان طول ما فينا الا من زلام. بتأسف أنا ليكي العبطي عرضك بين ايديكي، بعد ما قنعتك انك تجيبي روحت سبته كله عليكي، بينادوني جدع لاني اخذت البراءة من عينيكي، سكنت كلمة شر بدينيكي، اكبر تأسف مني لا اختي لحمي ودمي، على إننا بنساوي بس مش بكل اللي بنسوي، حقك علي لا حيضل مربوط بيدي، لانه دياب اللي برا جوعان تعوي. الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، الكل يحس بس ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس، ولا واحد يطلع حس. هي تأسفت على كل مرة قلبي مهتم، بس بعرفش إذا بنفع أتأسف على حكاية دم، لما ينمزع الغشاء بنزل كفاية دم، وأنا عشان حكي الناس بقلبها لزيادة دم، بتأسف على كل مرة شفتها فيها أوطى مني، وإني بعملها بس أكنها انولدت تخدمني، بتأسف إنه من ورا ظهرها أتفلسف عليها، بتأسف إنه فيش كفاية موسيقى أتأسف عليها، بتأسف على كل إشي عملته مش متذكره، بتأسف إنه بحنانك تبني وأنا بهبطه
اسمه أرض كنعان يا زميلي. هنا أرض كنعان. Regardless احنا فين. This is a message for all the Arabs in the world. In case you don't know it, you have to know it right now. ما اسمهاش تل أبيب، أصل المحتل غريب، لم ولن يعيش في يافا ولا في جلباب أبيه، الشيخ مونس أولى بيه، دي مش تل أبيب وده مش تل أبيك، دي الخريطة وده التاريخ، هناك تلاقي بير السبع وده الخليل، ودي غزة أهلا بيك في فلسطين، أنا من أريحة شرق القدس بيت المؤمنين، النصرة بلد العذراء دي نابلس ودي جنين، ربك موجود صمد شاهد على اللي حصل من نقب لحدود صفد، شمال جنوب وسط واحنا مش قليلين، ده وهم حطوه في راسك، ربك موجود صمد، رملة في بيت جبريل فجأة نقوم منفجرين، اهلا بيك في فلسطين ارض كل العالمين، بيت شمس المؤمنين بكل لغات اهل الارض زي ما قال تميم، بها الزنج والافرنج والقفشاك والصقلاب والبشناق والتتار واهل الله والهلاك والفقراء والملاك، فيها كل من وطئ الثرى، فبرك التاريخ يا ريته كان قرا يا ريته ساكن في الجغرافيا لا ده بيته كان بره رميته مقبره تدفنوا فيها انتوا اعتديتوا كم مره بيته من ورا انتوا حقيقه مزوره مش اشكالون دي عسقلان ودي بيسان حدوته من زمان من عند نوح وسام لابراهيم عليه السلام دي حكايه الانسان لساني عربي كان عادي خرطي انساني اسف اني بغني واخواتي بتعاني ضد ركوب الموجه بس دي اقل حاجه قدامي ان انشر لاولاد جيلي وعي ولو في اغاني الخريطه اللي في زماني كي ووردز للحقيقه والمعاني ومش هداري لا معاني مش هداري لا معاني يو بكلمك من مصر ام الدنيا بنت النيل فانت فاهم انا ابقى مين مش هتفرق انهي جيل انت ضد الانسانيه تقيل ليه لقيت القافيه دي في نيلي ده جوجل كلمتي ريدا وبرغم الدمار الورد يعيش الوقت يعيد جوجل عبد وهاب مسيري وادوارد سعيد في حاجه اسمها مقاومه وحاجه اسمها ارهاب في فرق ما بين صهيوني غير يهودي ابن كتاب الارض ارض الله اساسها الجيره والسلام في كره وفي تناوى وفي غيرة وفي انتقام الأرض أرض الله أساسها الجيرة والسلام
Don't you wonder what became of the children of diaspora? Those that innovated in their ways and their vernacular. Those that saw the traces in the faces of the massacred. I wonder what became of them. Tell me what became of them. I wonder what became of them. Tell me what became of them. I wonder what became of them. Tell me what became of them. Lost in this city of fog, rarely seen by the sun. Just cause you're both beneath it doesn't mean that you're none. Never captains of the ship, they mistook us for some passengers. Now we're stuck here singing soul music from diaspora. Your host can't relate to your sense of dislocation. Type of pain that could not be contained in a dissertation. The reason that the terrified are setting fires. The reason they couldn't jeopardize Zephaniah. Considered as a compliment if your beauty is fetishized. Your history is power, that's the reason some are petrified. Colonial mimic mascot crying behind a mask, or a man with amnesia trying to find his past. Anthony Walker never had a weapon, but they still got him. Stephen Lawrence never had a weapon, but they still got him. Mark Duggan never had a weapon, but they still shot him. They call him first world diaspora problems. Don't you wonder what became of the children of diaspora? Those that innovated in their ways and their vernacular. Those that saw their traces in the faces of the massacred. I wonder what became of them. Tell me what became of them. So Hadid was a child of diaspora, so fear not, fear not. Edward Said was a child of diaspora, so fear not, fear not.
Never bow to the queen, no. We never bow to the queen, no. We never bow to the queen, no, 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 no. We never bow to the queen, no. Never bow to the queen, no. We never bow to the queen, no, 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 no.
Since the middle passage, either sink or you swim. Bleach the pigment of skin and pray it's privilege trickling in. Are we missing a link? Diaspora's the reason MJ did to his nose what they did to the Sphinx, and why Marley made the most classic of art. The reason Gabby Douglas didn't put her hand on her heart. The reason Malcolm Little changed his name to X. The reason the president's melanin remains a threat. Ahmed made a clock, they arrested and mangled his name. But the root of the word is to thank and to praise. Racism manifests in many cancerous ways. We must rally for change in these most tragic of days. Cause Emmett Till never had a weapon, but they still got him. Tamir Rice never had a weapon, but they still shot him. Alton Sterling never had a weapon, but they still shot him. They call him first world diaspora problems. Though you wonder what became of the children of diaspora, those that innovated in their ways and their vernacular, those who saw their traces in the faces of the massacred. I wonder what became of them. Tell me what became of them. Nina Simone was a child of diaspora, so fear not, fear not. Franz Fanon was a child of diaspora, so fear not, fear not.
There's no allegiance to the flag, no. There's no allegiance to the flag, no. There's no allegiance to the flag, no, 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 no. There's no allegiance to the flag, no. There's no allegiance to the flag, no. There's no allegiance to the flag, no, 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 no. We never bow to the queen, no. We never bow to the queen, no. We never bow to the queen, no, 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 no. We never bow to the queen, no. Never bow to the queen, no. We never bow to the queen, no, 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 no. We never bow to the queen, 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 Never bow, never bow to the queen, no. 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 Never bow, never bow to the queen, no. No, no. Never, never, never.
Realize the pains is overflowing. Buildings falling, sending kids are running. Pain is much, we all just never show it. Flex on and pray in the morning. When you got God, you don't ever need no one. No one. Yeah.
Listen, here's some advice I think you should take. Don't be blinded by the money that you're making. Don't get caught up in the media, just wait. Put yourself in their shoes, let's see if you could relate. What's the ceasefire? I'm not celebrating. They keep going, they're not stopping the invasion. Look, they keep locking up the men, trying to stop us from retaliation. They got thousands of us in cages. Don't forget the number of lives they're still taking. And how about the number of times they keep saying it's our fault when we all saw what we're facing. History repeats itself, there's history in the making. Have you ever had to deal with the force of getting kicked out of your own home? Talk about it. Have you ever had to leave without a choice? Get your family together, tell the kids we gotta go.
Ceasefire, ceasefire, I can celebrate a ceasefire, ceasefire. They keep telling me to be quiet, be quiet. I can celebrate a ceasefire, ceasefire. Want my people back home, keep down. So I'm throwing on my peace signs, peace signs. I'm praying like, please God, free Palestine at one time, yeah. 11 days of attacks, we saw the killings. Over 200 lives, many of them children. And we don't understand the pain that they had to deal with. I dedicate my life to Palestine on some real shit. On social media, we saw them bleed. We saw them blowing up their homes, all during Eid. A ceasefire don't mean shit, nigga, we keep going. I use my Instagram and all that to keep posting. Cause the war's not over till the people free. Until the world comes together, give them what they need. A free Palestine, free land, free the nation. They called a ceasefire, but they're still in occupation. Yeah. How can I celebrate a ceasefire? You don't even see the pain in these eyes. They want me to stay silent, I can't keep quiet. I can't keep quiet, no. Ceasefire, I can celebrate a ceasefire. They keep telling me to be quiet. I can celebrate a ceasefire. Want my people back home, keep down. So I'm throwing on my peace signs. I'm praying like, please God, free Palestine one time. Cease the fire, but still the shame's on. Realize the pains is overflowing. Buildings falling, sending kids are running. Pain is much, we all just never show it. Flex on and pray in the morning. When you got God, you don't ever need no one.
track is not an attack upon the American people. It's an attack upon the system within which they live. Since 1945, the United States has attempted to overthrow more than 50 foreign governments. In the process, the US has caused the end of life for several million people and condemned many millions more to a life of agony and despair. The strength of your dreaming prevents you from reason. The American dream only makes sense if you're sleeping. It's just a cruel fantasy.
So just a time check. We want to start filling our seats again. You're welcome to bring your plates with you and finish munching. But we're going to start filling our seats, so we want to start probably in the next 3.5 minutes.
And reservations. Displaced slaves never given reparations. Take everything from Native Americans and wonder why I call it the racist experiment. Afraid of your melanin, the same as it's ever been. That ain't gonna change with the race of the president. I see imperialism under your skin tone. You could call it Christopher Columbus syndrome.
Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what's so proudly doesn't make any difference when they form your nation. Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when they form your nation.
The world's entertainer, the world's devastator. From Venezuela to Mesopotamia. Your cameras lie cause they have to hide the savage crimes committed on leaders that happen to try and nationalize eating competitions while the world's been starving. Beat up communism with the help of Bin Laden. Where would your war of terror be without that man? Every day you create more Nidal Hassans. Kill a man from the military, you're a weirdo. But kill a wog from the Middle East, you're a hero. Your country is causing screams that never reach your ear holes. America inflicted 1,000,000 ground zeros. Follow the dollar and swallow your humanity. Soldiers committing savagery you never even have to see. Those mad at me, writing emails angrily. I'm not anti-America, America is anti-me.
Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when they form your nation. Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Is it a promised nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when they form your nation.
I don't care if him and Cheney are long lost relations. What matters more is the policies. I lost my patience. Stop debating, bringing race into the conversation. Occupation and cooperation equals profit making. It's over, people wake up from the dream now. Nobel Peace Prize, Jay-Z on speed dial. It's the substance within, not the color of your skin. Are you the puppeteer or the puppet on the string? So many believed it was instantly gonna change. There was still Dennis Russ, Brzezinski and Robert Gates. What happened to Chaz Freeman? What happened to Tristan Anderson? It's a machine that keeps that man breathing. I have the heart to say what all these other rappers aren't. Words like Iraq, Palestine, Afghanistan. The war's on and you morons were all wrong. I call Obama a bomber cause those are your bombs. Your bomb, your bomb, your bomb, your bomb, your bomb, your
bomb. When will we be paid for the work we've done? When will we be paid for the work we've done? We have worked this country from shore to shore. Our women cooked all your food and washed all your clothes. We picked all your cotton and laid the railroad steel. Worked our hands to the bone at your lumber mill. I say, when will we be paid for the work we've done? When will we be paid for the work we've done? We fought in your wars in every land to keep this country free, y'all, for women, children, and men. But anytime we ask for pay or loan, that's when everything seems to turn out wrong. We've been beat up, called names, shot down and stoned. And every time we do right, someone say we're wrong. When will we be paid for the work we've done? When will we be paid for the work we've done? We have given our sweat and all our tears. We stumbled through this life for more than 300 years. We've been separated from the language we knew, stripped of our culture. people, you know it's true. Tell me now, when will we be paid for the work we've done? When will we be paid for the work we've done? Will we ever be proud of my country, tears of thee? Will we ever sing out loud, sweet land of liberty? When will we be paid for the work we've done? Tell me now, for the work we've done. Will we ever have peace and harmony? I want to know, will we ever be paid? When will we be paid for the work we've
فيضان في شتاء ناس تتخبى في ثلوج وهواء نلغي طلعة جيب أكيد منفعش جيب كم حبة داوين بدنا صحبة الفا يروح ما بعد الروح إيش أغلى تحت تروح بنكمل رحلة قد ما تحد ذنوب محسوب لك قد ما تهد بيوت راح
طلع القلب نص الورشات في من صحوبي كوكب كبسات زميل رمضان وعدوا للبيت لا تحسن جوك 4 حبات و7 بالزيف بوع بقوم وغاب والحباب لساني بيسلخ كانه يمين كلكو بالصوت تغيبنا هش ولا صوت نعرج نحكي بس في وصول في فصول الشعب العربي تحول اول تاني عيش بتهبل قلبي حشر كله وتفزر الله وحده عارف شو بطحن طرحان قابض ضلك عالصومت خابط كسر الظابط
فيضان في شتاء ناس تتخبى في ثلوج وهواء نلغي طلعة جيب أكيد منفعش جيب كم حبة داوين بدنا صحبة الفا يروح ما بعد الروح إيش أغلى تحت تروح بنكمل رحلة قد ما تحد ذنوب محسوب لك قد ما تهد بيوت راح تبنى
بحب زيتون المست صح ليش الناس تحبها بتغدركش ولا كيكة ان الناس تعبانة كتير بتتعب صاحبي خطير على 12 بطل يحكي صاحبي حب شعره كتير بطل يحلك تشتي الدنيا تسكي في الاخضر ولا بطل يحلك هتتمازك امل تفرق السطر ما بطل تفرق في النهاية كله رايح فلنحارب حتى نفلك هو الصوت في اداء نيكلور مين هاد رمضان ما بتجيش ببلاش طوفون فيضان في زجاج يتناثر بكورولا بيضة نتكاثر قديش الدنيا
فيضان في شتاء ناس تتخبى في ثلوج وهواء نلغي طلعة جيب أكيد منفعش جيب كم حبة داوين بدنا صحبة الفا يروح ما بعد الروح إيش أغلى تحت تروح بنكمل رحلة قد ما تحد ذنوب محسوب لك قد ما تهد بيوت راح تبنى
وردة في جنينة عطشانة برعوها وحيدة وجد وحدة دبلانة وردة في جنينة عطشانة برعوها وحيدة
They bombed Philadelphia, killed women and children and men. It's an old story, we see it again and again. They shot into houses while people burned inside. So many have fought and so many good people have died. They murdered and put Move in prison. Now they're bringing more forces to bear. Are we gonna let them strap Mumia to the electric chair? Or will we pray for the dead and fight like hell for the living? Stand up on our feet or die in slavery. Is there somebody here whose life is not worth giving? Who's it gonna be if it isn't you and me? They killed Crazy Horse, drove his people onto the reserve. Killed children and buffalo, some lower power to serve. The people starved and they died behind the impassable walls. In teepees and churches, even
All right, everyone, if we can take our seats, we can make our way with your drinks in hand, your snacks in place, with your hearts and humanity still, with love in your heart, solidarity. The thought of a free Palestine. So we're going to be starting this next portion with some healthcare worker testimonials and videos. No, you're good. And then as we take a seat, I want you all just to take a collective breath again, making sure that your feet are planted on the ground as roots of trees. You can feel the water soak in the roots and go up your body, out to your fingers, grounding you in the moment. So kindly just make your way to your seats. Thank you. So as we come back, we're going to be watching a few videos. One of the videos that we're going to be watching is from Dr. Feroz Sirwa, who visited Gaza about in March. He was part of a delegation of doctors and nurses that went to Gaza and were able to provide testimonial, but also were able to see what was really actually going on the ground, what was happening in the hospitals, what were happening with the Palestinians, what was happening with the destruction of healthcare. He was instrumental in writing a letter to the Biden administration, which was ignored. He followed up with another letter in October, which was ignored. All to say that the administration's Biden and the UC system knows what's going on. But we have to continue educating and telling people what is going on from the voices and from the mouths of the Palestinian people themselves, but also the healthcare workers who are pivotal at this time as they're seeing their colleagues being murdered in the thousands for keeping their oath, for treating their community, for just doing their job of caring for one another in an ethical and moral way. They are the targets, as well as the Palestinian people.
My name is Feroz Sirwa. I'm a trauma, critical care, and general surgeon at San Joaquin General Hospital in French Camp, California, just south of Stockton, east of the Bay Area. I served in the Gaza Strip with the World Health Organization and the Palestinian American Medical Association from March 25th to April 8th of 2024 in my capacity as a trauma and general surgeon. We entered, as I said, on March 25th and stayed until April 8th, just 2 weeks. But in that time, what we saw was pretty remarkable. I was at European Hospital, which was certainly the best resourced city block in all of the Gaza Strip at the time, and it was an absolute disaster. Um, no, it wasn't even recognizable as a hospital. The first thing we noticed was that there were 10 to 15,000 people sheltering on the grounds of the hospital itself, shielding themselves from the attack as much as they could. That extended into the hospital itself. There were actually people lining the corridors of the hospital, staying with their families in improvised tents hung from the false ceiling. They made moving around the hospital obviously extremely difficult, if not impossible. And the hospital was about a 220 bed facility, but it had 1,000 to 1,500 people admitted to it while we were there, just because of the overwhelming need for trauma care, and because of the destruction of Shifa Hospital, which was completed when I was there on March 29th and 30th. The hospital itself was really not functional. It wouldn't be accurate to say that it was even partially functional. We were able to do some basic operations, but sterility was just an impossibility. Even basic cleanliness was an impossibility. We had no soap. Betadine was what we washed our hands with, which is known to be ineffective. And it was really quite impossible to talk about surgical success or medical success under such conditions. Everybody we encountered was malnourished. I do mean literally everybody. Even after just a few days, even the staff that we brought with us, everybody had pictures of themselves on their phone, saying, don't remember me like I am now. Remember me like this. This is what I used to look like. Everybody's belt was tight. It's a conservative Arab and Muslim society, so men don't touch women. But even when I would give a man a pat on the back, my hand would just fall between two shoulder blades and onto their spine. The hospital staff actually lived at the hospital because it was just too dangerous. The Battle of Khan Yunis was still going on. The destruction of Khan Yunis was still happening. And it was just too dangerous to travel back and forth, and often it was just impossible to do so. So the healthcare workers lived at the hospital, sometimes with their families. Next door to the room that I stayed in with 6 other men, there was an anesthesiologist named Dr. Amen. And when I noticed one day there were 3 young women in the room, and so I asked him, and he told me just casually that his house had been destroyed, his wife and his son had been killed. And that he had to continue working to show his 3 daughters that there was some hope in the world, some life beyond the murder of their mother and their brother. But you could see that he didn't actually believe this himself, but he was doing it for the sake of his daughters. This was common. This was not. He was hardly an isolated exception or an isolated case. His English was quite good, so I could speak to him easily. While I was there, I was able to perform operate on several patients who thankfully did as well as they could. But their stories are interesting. The first person I took to the operating room in Gaza was a 26-year-old woman named Isra. She had been, I don't know if it was her home or someone else's that they were staying at, but she had been in a home watching her 4 children play when some sort of munition came through the roof, exploded, dropped the ceiling onto her children, and she watched all of them die. She was thrown backwards into the kitchen. She came in with a huge chunk missing out of her left thigh, 4 fractures in her, or several fractures in her limbs. She had, I believe, 3 fractures in her legs. Stippling and burning of her face, burning of her hands. Really quite a bad injury, but survivable. For several days, she wouldn't even speak in the hospital, and finally, her family found her. When they explained why she wouldn't speak, I certainly could understand it. And as we left, we operated on her probably every 3rd or 4th day that we were there for almost the entire time. She came in on the 1st or 2nd day that we were there. When we left, she really begged us not to go, and it was hard to. There was no reasoning with her. Of course, she was just frightened and feeling lost. But it was almost, you can't explain to somebody why they have to stay in this Hobbesian death camp that is the Gaza Strip. Why they have to stay and you get to leave, it just doesn't make any sense. Not even to yourself. Everyone on the trip felt the same way when we left. There was a deep sense, not of regret or of failure, but just a deep sense of shame. Just doesn't seem like you should walk out of this place. Another patient that I took care of was a young girl, 9-year-old girl named Juri. Her story is also interesting. Her family had been forced to evacuate from Khan Yunis to Rafah in the south of Gaza. So they did. They went to to Juri's grandparents' house. Her mother and father left her and her siblings there. And then mother and father went out to look for food, water, everything their children needed to survive. They came back to the home destroyed. Neighbors told them their children were all at the hospital. And so Juri ended up at European Hospital. Her three siblings, I believe, ended up at another hospital on the western side of Khan Yunis. And when we found Juri, she actually was just wheeled into the preoperative area. Still, we don't know why. Just kind of randomly, she just showed up. She was altered mentally. She was clearly in septic shock. Her heart rate was elevated, blood pressure was low, and we could see that she was injured, but she was impossible to talk to. She would just scream and cry anytime anybody got near her, and all she wanted was her dad. So we anesthetized her, figuring we need to figure out what's wrong with this girl. When we turned her onto her side to examine the wounds that she had, both of her buttocks were flayed open so deeply on the left side that the lowest bones in her pelvis posteriorly were exposed. Her left leg was missing about 2 inches of the femur, several inches of the sciatic nerve. A lot of the quadriceps and hamstring muscles were gone. I don't really understand how her legs stayed attached to her, to be honest. So we debrided away several pounds of dead tissue from this child, who was not a large person to begin with. And over the course of the next several days, I think about 10 days, me, Mark Perlmutter, Victoria Rose, who's a British plastic surgeon, and several other surgeons. Omar Afana, he's from Ohio. He came on our trip with us. And then there was two British orthopedic surgeons whose names I can't remember now. We all worked on her for probably about 30 hours total over the course of 10 days. And we were able to stabilize her. We couldn't actually reconstruct the massive damage that had been done to her body, but we were able to stop her from dying of sepsis like she was when we met her. And that was a success, and she's actually been medically evacuated to Egypt. I received a video message from her mother through an NGO, and it was very satisfying to see her alive. I didn't recognize her at all. She's gained weight. She has hair again. She looks like a normal child. She smiles. She blew me a kiss at the end of the video. It was very sweet. But she's back to acting like a 9-year-old kid and looking like a 9-year-old kid. I actually thought she was 5 years old when I met her. She was just so small. She'd been malnourished her entire life, acutely malnourished since October 7th. And it's good that we were able to take care of this one child and to keep her alive, keep her as healthy as she can be. Of course, with such a severe maiming, she'll never be normal. Her leg will almost certainly have to be amputated. Her left leg will almost certainly have to be amputated at some point. But I was very glad for that, obviously. But there are thousands, literally tens of thousands. Actually, I don't think I'm exaggerating by saying tens of thousands of children like her. Now, most of them have died of sepsis because there was nobody around to help them, or they were in their family's tent, or they were, it was just, we only see the parts of Gaza that are accessible to the world, to electricity, to it's what's happening in And then what's happening in those parts of Gaza is horrifying enough. What's happening where nobody can see anything, I really shudder to think of what's happening there. But in that article, we basically explained the same thing. The large majority of physicians who've been there, physicians and nurses, healthcare workers in general, who've been to Gaza said that they saw children shot in the head or chest on a regular basis, and we're talking about young children, not teenagers. That they saw children die of easily treated diseases. They saw women and babies starved, that they saw infants die of malnutrition related to the fact that their mothers couldn't breastfeed and there was no potable water anywhere in Gaza, leaving aside that formula was also quite difficult to find. And we also, the healthcare workers reported almost universally seeing universal psychiatric distress amongst children in Gaza, up to and including the point of young children, again, not teenagers, young children being suicidal. I've personally worked in Ukraine, in Haiti, in Zimbabwe, in the West Bank. I have never in my life seen a child suicidal, driven to suicidality by trauma. That is a unique phenomenon in the Gaza Strip. Certainly young children can be driven to suicidality by psychiatric disease, schizophrenia and other such things. That's quite rare as well, obviously. I'm sure, and whoever is listening to this in their personal experience, they probably don't know any such children. But in Gaza, it was a common feature. Children regularly asked their parents why they couldn't have died with their siblings. They regularly asked why they couldn't have died with the rest of their family. They regularly asked why they had to endure more pain. They would rather just die and see their siblings again, see their friends again, see their cousins again. This was a common daily occurrence, and it's just, it is. I struggle as a physician to emphasize adequately how unusual that is. That is not something that I or anyone else has ever seen anywhere else that I'm aware of. If somebody has another example, I'd like to know about it actually, but that as far as I'm aware is unique. I've never seen a suicidal toddler before, and neither has anyone else.
What do you think is going to happen with this humanitarian crisis, with the additional factor of Gaza is about to enter the winter, which often brings heavy rain to the region?
Kate, in all honesty, a humanitarian crisis is what you deal with when you have a hurricane, what you deal with when you have an earthquake. You have an insult and a humanitarian response. This is my career. This is what I do for a living. Every single person who does this for a living will tell you the same thing. This is different. This is not a humanitarian crisis. Kate, and I'm going to say it very clearly for your viewers to hear, this is genocide. When 70% of the population that are killed are women and children, when the population is starved of food, of water, of medicine, when you have attacks, repeated attacks on all the hospitals, the clinics, the aid distribution sites, the humanitarian aid agencies that try to help. More UN workers have been killed in Gaza than in UN's history. When you have over 900 families that have been exterminated, that have been taken off of the civil registry, killed. When you have over 17,000 children that have lost one or both parents. When you have bakeries, aid distribution sites, churches, mosques, schools, and in the last 3 days, in the last 24 hours in fact, a hospital today that was bombed, as you just reported, the hospital where I personally was working, and I can tell you, they are working every second of every day to try and sustain life when Israel's strategy and evidence on the ground suggests that they're doing the exact opposite. They were targeted today. There was a rehabilitation center that was targeted in the last 24 hours, and there was an orphanage that was targeted earlier this week. These are the types of places that are being targeted. And so it's really hard to hear it over and over and over again, framed in the way that it's being framed in the media, which frankly, Kate, is very misleading. It is very misleading. 365 days of this. Death tolls that are so far outdated, we We have no idea how many people are killed, but I am genuinely afraid about what we're going to find out when the dust settles. History books will be written on this, and countries will have to reckon, media agencies will have to reckon with their major role in the genocide of an entire population and in the destruction of humanitarian law.
Do you think it does?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله يرحمه. دكتور الله يرحمه دكتور. الله يرحمه دكتور. رجع الناس فاشلنا. هاي بالساحة. رجع والله. لا الدكتور حسام الله يرحمه ويجعل مسواه الشن يا رب.
يعني احنا ساعات وقليله حتصلنا عن موت هؤلاء الناس. الى متى؟ بدل ان نقوم باستقبال مساعدات نستقبل دبابات تقوم بقصف المبنى. اين هذا؟ في اي قانون في العالم يتم استهداف مبنى بشكل مباشر؟ الان قصف مباشر كان على مبنى المستشفى كمان عدوان شيء كانت يا اخي العزيز لا نعلم ما هي حقوق الانسان وحقوق المياه. بكفي هيك بكفي احنا كل شويه بنكون قاعدين يتحولوا لشهداء. وهي الان يقوموا باحراق. لا نستطيع. اخر اتصال كان بيننا وبين المنسقين انه يعني خلال ساعات يعني الان موجودين على نحو الحواجز القريبه منكم وسيتم ادخال مساعدات الى مستشفى كمال عدوان، وكنا في انتظار هذه المساعدات. بدل ان نستقبل مساعدات استقبلنا دبابات تقوم بقصف مباشر لكل الاقسام المستشفى. الان في بعض البيوت الان يتم حرقها. ماذا يريدون منا يا اخي؟ احنا بنقدم رساله انسانيه، المفروض ان يكون هناك يعني محفوظه بالقوانين الانسانيه.
الحمد لله سلامتك دكتور.
ما يمر به الأسرى الآن لم يمر في تاريخ الحركة الأسيرة منذ نكبة منذ 48. معاناة شديدة. الأسرى يتعرضوا إلى إهانة جسدية وإهانة نفسية يوميا. هناك من الأسرى من استشهد وهو يعني في أقبية التحقيق. هناك من الطواقم الطبية من استشهدت. الخدمة الطبية لا تقدم لأي مريض في داخل السجون، بالعكس بل الطواقم الطبية تعتدي على الأسرى، وهذا مخالف لكل المواثيق الدولية والإنسانية. أي مريض أسير يطلب حبة دواء وحتى لو كانت أبسط شيء لا يتم إعطائه له. جميع الأسرى تم نقص وزنهم أقل شيء 25 كيلو. كلهم يتعدي يعني الأمراض يعني انتهكت أجسادهم. كلهم جميعا يعانوا.
WHO has lost contact with health workers at Al-Shifa Hospital. Israel's military incursion into Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City is totally unacceptable.
بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى سنعود إلى العمل وسنبني مجمع الشفاء الطبي كما كان وأحسن. هذا المجمع الذي سيكون منارة بإذن الله سبحانه وتعالى لأهلنا في فلسطين جميعا وليس في قطاع غزة، وسنبنيه وسنكون على رأس عملنا عندما تصبح
Those videos are actually extremely traumatizing. So if you need to take some deep breaths and just take a moment before we move on to the next portion, we can do that. So I think we're doing a lot of practicing on breathing today. So take a nice deep breath in, and then slowly release. And as you release, you can feel the breath rise from your feet, from your toes, to your knees, to your hips. Fill your lungs again. And then exhale.
It's so important that we all bear witness, that we all feel everything, and we hold every one of their loss as our own as we continue this struggle. I'll be reading for the Shimli family, healthcare worker in Gaza. What is happening now represents a true humanitarian catastrophe, casting heavy shadows over healthcare workers in Palestine and Lebanon, as well as healthcare workers around the world. Healthcare workers are living under unimaginable pressure, trying to save lives amidst harsh conditions and rapidly depleting resources. They face a double challenge, not only in fulfilling their noble duties, but also in surviving the continuous targeting that pursues them even within hospital and treatment centers, which can no longer be considered safe havens. Hospitals, which were once symbols of hope and healing, have become direct targets of bombardment and destruction, as if those striving to save lives are also legitimate targets. Doctors, nurses, paramedics, and even medical volunteers are at a risk of losing their lives while attempting to fulfill their Hippocratic duties. Some have already lost their lives, whether working in hospitals that have turned into war zones or in the field trying to reach the injured under the most dangerous conditions. The acute shortage of doctors and nurses due to this continuous and direct targeting has pushed the healthcare system into the brink of collapse. There are no longer enough medical staff to handle the overwhelming numbers of injuries, especially the scarcity of essential medication and medical equipment. Injuries that were previously treatable and easily healed now represent a death sentence for many, as there is no longer any sufficient capacity to save anyone. And as for the people, the catastrophic health conditions and situations continue to add a huge burden to the shoulders of the people. Many feel the complete despair as there is no guarantee to access to health care in the event of an emergency for themselves or their loved ones. The fear of not having a safe hospital to go to or an available doctor has become a painful daily reality. Increasing feelings of isolation and hopelessness, especially among the families that have lost hope and faith in the hospital's ability to even protect themselves. Thank you.
Hi everyone, assalamu alaikum. Thanks for having me. I'm really humbled to be in your company. My name is Iman Khalil. I've been a respiratory therapist for 21 years. I have done a lot of work in trauma. I've done a lot of work in emergency medicine. And I have done a lot of work in the burn unit at St. Francis Memorial, which has unfortunately become part of the UC umbrella. So the one thing I want to tell y'all, which y'all probably already know very well by now with all this testimony, is I've become very familiar with death and, you know, the trauma. But I can tell you for certain the one thing that's difference between the death and trauma here that happens in the hospitals and the death and the trauma that happens in Gaza is the sheer terror and suffering. We don't have that here. And we have medication that can take care of the suffering. So I decided to go to Egypt to try to help the expelled people of Palestine that were in Cairo. And I did this because we were doing protests here, and the protests just became more and more violent with, from the police. We were getting thrown down on the ground, we were being shot at with tear gas bullets. And I knew I had to take stock, you know, like how much is this really helping the people on the ground in Palestine? So I decided, you know, I'm gonna go help them in Egypt. So, and my experience, I feel like, is a real testament to the community we have built worldwide, because this was just a whim for me. And when I reached out, people knew who to were able to tell me who to contact. It was from California to Houston to Colorado to Cairo. You know, it was like all these people. And so I came to know two groups. One is the Lifeblood Foundation. Those were from family friends in Houston that I went to the mosque with. Another was through Dottie, who y'all heard speak earlier. I told her, like, hey, I need help, you know. She hooked me up with her friend Laura that she met at ISM out in West Bank. And Laura was able to hook me up with Duat in Egypt, who had just come down from Gaza. My friend's Dr. Robab, who's a dentist in Houston, was able to hook me up with Dr. Yasser from the Lifeblood Foundation. So these two groups, Lifeblood Foundation, Dr. Yasser himself was a teacher. He taught English at an intermediate school in Gaza before he had to evacuate his family to Cairo. He has 4 children and his wife. They were able to come. But his mom, his parents, his siblings live in a tent in Gaza. So even though he's going through all this, right, he's able to put this Lifeblood Foundation together, organize a bunch of young Palestinian youth, they're in their 20s. Also, they've lost family. Their families are, like, they came, they're in the middle of school, no schooling, no, their family members have passed on, some, you know, but they're grateful, and they're in Egypt working to help other people. And they're also not only helping the people in Cairo, they're helping people in Gaza. They're making sure they get water, they get food, getting tents built. So there's a lot of projects that they're doing on the ground. They're getting hygiene bags prepared because these people came with nothing to Egypt. They're getting blankets and mattresses prepared for them because the winters in Egypt are very cold. So there's just so much work that they're doing, and I'm so, like, humbled by them because they've gone through so much already. And this is also part of their therapy. And one thing that was a very common word that they kept saying, like when they were describing like the hardships and what was going on, but you know, alhamdulillah. You know, every time they finish the sentence, it would be, alhamdulillah, they thank God every time. So one of the people that who's with Slice of Hope, again, this is a testament to how the community is really at work here, because Slice of Hope, they're not only taking care of people in Gaza, they're also taking care of people in Sudan. So this is like what you would call like a bipartisan effort with Sudan and Gaza. And the Sudanese part of Slice of Hope, they have also a bunch of youth. They are putting together like ERR rooms, which is like a hub that's in Khartoum and stuff. And they're able to help people with food and emergency medicine. And I'm saying this to say that this group who has joined forces with people trying to help others in Gaza, Palestinians, was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize. So hopefully they'll get this Nobel Peace Prize. But so this is going back to Da'at. Her story is that she was actually in Egypt. She is a 30-year-old mother of 4. She was actually in Egypt getting thyroid cancer treatment when October 7th happened. When this happened, her children were staying with her mother-in-law in Gaza. So she was able to contact them. The occupation told them to move down to south. She got them, her kids, in transport vehicles, and then she heard that the transport vehicles had been bombed. So at this point, they told her there are body parts everywhere, and nobody survived. So eventually, they found her children. They were hiding under the dead body parts, and that's how they were found. So eventually, they were able to be evacuated to Cairo, because this was the beginning where the Egyptian government wasn't charging people an arm and a leg to come into Egypt. So that brings me to my next part, exactly how the constraints of this government, who is a benefactor of Egypt, has silenced the voices of people in Egypt, made life more difficult for expelled people in Gaza. We already know that the aid trucks are being stopped from coming in. So not only do they stop the aid trucks from coming in, getting money into Gaza is extremely hard. The only way someone like Da'at or Dr. Yasser is able to do that is because they have a bank account in Egypt, and they have a bank account that they already had in Gaza. So they give the money to someone who's from that area in Egypt, and that person calls and tells them, hey, the money's there, and they give them the money. So that's how this is happening. It's not, if you try to send money to Gaza, it's illegal in Egypt right now. So, and also the regular Egyptians, like my cousins, they can't protest. They can't do or say anything about what's going on in Gaza. They can't speak out loud about it. So the freedom of speech that's being suppressed here, other countries copy it and enforce it even more on their people. So that's another problem that is due to what's going on here. Other people are copying it and enforcing it even more. But like the charming part of all this, the cute part, is that my little cousins, little kids that are 4 and 5 years old, they'll tell me, no, Tante Iman, you can't have Coke. It's makhatta. Makhatta means boycott it. So these little kids are very, very well versed about what is allowed and what is not allowed. So we are raising this generation on the other side of the world that know what's right from wrong. And another thing is they wouldn't let, the Egyptian government wouldn't have any type of observation of October 7th, and I was there during October 7th. However, October 6th in Egypt is a holiday. It's an armed forces holiday celebrating when Egypt and Syria attacked Israel, and it started the process of them getting the Sinai back, right? So instead of celebrating the October 6th, a lot of teachers were commemorating October 7th for these little students. So that is a ray of hope there, And But I wanted to like kind of close all this. Like, these people are just really amazing people that I met, and like their humility, their gratitude, like I still can't get over it even now. And there wasn't like, they had nothing, right? And so there wasn't one house that I went to that they didn't offer me tea or a meal. When we went out to the cafes, they would not let me pay at all. And, you know, I think lately I've been really heartbroken because I've been trying to get a petition signed for divestment at my own job. And we're causing so much pain to these people over there with, you know, unwillingly, most of us. And I get really frustrated because I can't even get some people to sign their name to a petition. And in comparison with the generosity of these people that we have inflicted so much horror on, it's just really like so stark and, you know, really grounds us. And I just think we have a lot more work to do here as far as communicating with people what exactly we're doing over there. That's it. Thank you.
I guess I'll just start, if that's okay. My name is Steve Sosby. I am the co-founder of Heal Palestine. Thank you so much for inviting me. And I think these kind of events are so important during this critical time that I very much appreciate this opportunity to introduce the work that our organization is doing on the ground in Gaza. And also just to thank all of the students and people who are in the academic field for your courage and the resistance that you're providing and the leadership. I think, you know, we've seen from young people during this genocide so much courage and resistance that the world has had to take notice of Palestine and of what's happening in Gaza more than they probably would have previously, simply because there's such a consistent and concerted effort by our media to not really present the reality of what's happening on the ground in Gaza. So thank you all, and keep going. I started serving Palestine back in the first Intifada when I was a university student, and had the opportunity to go back in 1988 during the first year of the first Intifada to the West Bank and Gaza and stay with families and have some of the same experiences your speakers have already talked about: the hospitality, the kindness, the generosity that I met among Palestinians everywhere, and that continues till today, and countered by the brutality and the harshness and the oppressive nature of the Israeli military occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. Really just changed my life. And I came back, finished my university, and went back to work as a journalist in Palestine, covering the first Intifada and trying to convey stories of what I saw on the ground in the West Bank and Gaza compared to the way the media was presenting the stories, because they were completely opposite. And during the course of working as a journalist there, I felt very frustrated, not feeling that I was having the impact or having any real difference writing words on paper as opposed to actually trying to do something more tangible. So during the course of working there, I met a child from the West Bank who had his legs blown off and an arm or in a hand, and his sister who had suffered severe injuries, and brought them to Ohio, where I'm from, for free medical care back in 1990. And that was really began my course of changing my way of activism, was really providing humanitarian support for the Palestinians. During the course of building, I started an organization called PCRF, Palestine Children's Relief Fund, and for 30 years built that organization with literally thousands of people all over the world. Most importantly, my first wife, Huda, who was, God rest her soul, a Palestinian from the West Bank. We met in Jerusalem, we fell in love, we got married in Ramallah, and together built the organization, and was able to have a pretty impactful 30 years, her 17, myself 30 with PCRF, including building a cancer department in her name in Bethlehem. My wife passed away in 2009 from leukemia, and built a cancer department for children in Bethlehem. And then we built another one in Gaza and opened that in 2019, which was bombed on November 5th. And during the course of my 30 years with PCRF, the contributions that we were making in the health sector were pretty significant. And even up until right before the genocide started, we had a very clear strategic plan where we were identifying gaps in the health sector and really trying to target them to improve the quality of care for Palestinians and to reduce the dependency of Palestinians on the Israeli health sector. Israel took and takes today tens of millions of dollars every month from the Palestinians in the West Bank and previously from Gaza by prohibiting the development of the Palestinian health sector to be able to provide the same services that their health sector were providing. And instead of, there was like not a normal way of payment between Israel and the Palestinians. The Israel collects taxes, as some of you may know, that are for the Palestinian Authority at the borders, the VAT taxes, and instead of transferring all of them to the Palestinians, they quite frequently hold those as hostage or as punishment. And what they did for the health sector is they would just reduce the amount that they would transfer over to the Palestinians. And there was never an audit, there was never any kind of real accountability of those expenses. So our goal as an activist organization was to improve the quality of healthcare for Palestinians so they would get the same quality of services that they would otherwise get going into Israeli hospitals or into the private sector. And of course, all of that was destroyed on October 7th. We started a new organization on January 1st called Heal Palestine, which stands for Health, Education, Aid, and Leadership. After 30 years of serving the health sector, I really wanted to broaden the scope of work that included education, that included developing a leadership mentorship program for the children of Gaza. And what we're doing now, and this is completely just with the main intention of serving the Palestinian cause in a way that hopefully would be effective, and not only effective for the people on the ground in Palestine, particularly focusing on Gaza, but also giving our communities outside an opportunity to be involved and to be actively engaged in healing and supporting the Palestinians, because as you know, that disconnect that is not by coincidence just from the geographical division of Palestine from the rest of the world, but actually a clear intention on the part of the Israelis to separate the diaspora Palestinians from their brothers and sisters on the ground under occupation. One of our main goals as an organization is to build a bridge between the diaspora Palestinians and their brethren suffering from genocide or from occupation, and giving them an opportunity to serve and to heal, because we recognize every Palestinian is suffering, whether they're inside Palestine, suffering real physical trauma and psychological trauma, of course, living under occupation or suffering from genocide, but also the Palestinians and Arab community, and even people like myself who love Palestine and have dedicated our lives to serving the Palestinians. We are all traumatized to different degrees. Many of you have family members and have experienced the genocide firsthand. I'm not comparing the trauma that many of us feel to that, but all of us suffer some form of trauma, witnessing every day the scope of this genocide, the brutality, the cruelty, the inhumanity, and the ignorance and rejection of the world international community to do anything about it, to stand up and take a stand and say enough of this killing of children. As you probably all saw the report that came out yesterday, I believe, is that the majority of casualties in this genocide are children between the ages of 5 and 9. So what we're doing as an organization, what Heal Palestine is doing now in the health sector, what we're trying to contribute, given in this acute phase, because, obviously our intention is to build something and to have a long-term impact. And as we were doing before the genocide, really trying to target and improve the quality of care and have that impact that would go on for a long period of time and for generations, and for building a civil society and contributing to the establishment of a Palestinian independent entity, whatever form that would come in which Palestinians were not second-class citizens or discriminated against or treated in a different way because of their nationality, their race, their identity, their ethnicity, their religion. What we're trying to do now is really address the acute phase of trying to help save lives. And that's really, it's an existential crisis for the people of Gaza and to some extent for the West Bank as well. We saw today and the Israeli government coming out and saying very clearly that their intention now with the Trump administration is to gain Israeli sovereignty over the Judean Samaria, as they call it, the West Bank. And that's a very frightful political course that I wouldn't be surprised if that's the course the American government would take, and who knows where that ends. But as an organization now in the area of what Heal Palestine is doing in the area of health, because HEAL stands for Health, Education, Aid, and Leadership. In the area of health, we're running currently or help to build and support a field hospital in Mawasi, Han Yunis, which provides mainly primary care. And as we heard earlier, the health sector in Gaza has been completely decimated. There's really only 3 hospitals functioning right now, and they're only providing basic trauma care and trauma treatment. There's no real elective procedures going on, which underscores the fact that the numbers that you see of death and killing in Gaza does not represent the true casualties. And what I mean by that is prior to October 7th, we were sending in medical teams into Gaza on a regular basis doing open heart surgery on babies who are born with congenital heart disease. Every year in Gaza, 500 babies are born with a hole in their heart or with defective hearts that need to have surgical repairs. And if they don't get those procedures, they die. We were sending in those volunteer medical teams from all over the world. Well, nobody's sending those teams in now. It's impossible. There's no elective procedures taking place. So most of those babies are dying. And slow, painful, miserable deaths that are just unconscionable to witness and to know that are happening. What about the cancer patients? As I mentioned earlier, we built a cancer department that opened in Gaza in Rantisi Hospital in 2019, and that hospital's been shut. It's been bombed. It's been closed. The Israelis claimed it was the headquarters for Hamas. It's laughable now in hindsight. It was laughable then. But that department on November 5th was bombed with patients inside, Children's Hospital. The cancer department where children were undergoing cancer treatment, even during the genocide, was hit by an Israeli airstrike. And a few days later, the Israeli army surrounded the hospital and forced all of its patients into the street. So what happens to those cancer patients? Many of them died. Many of them are not getting adequate care. Many of them are getting fragmented care. So the real numbers of casualties in the health sector in Gaza is much greater than just the number of children who are being killed by American bombs and by American taxpayer-supported weapons. So what we're trying to do as an organization in the health sector is provide health services through our field hospital. In addition to that, we do have a mental health program on the ground in Gaza by a team of psychiatrists, psychologists, and social workers. In addition to that, we are running a global healing program where we're bringing injured children out for free medical care in the United States. We have 20 injured children here now in the U.S. being treated. Unfortunately, we were in the process of getting 4 kids out through an evacuation this week, but every one of our patients, including a girl who was coming to the San Francisco Bay Area, were rejected by the Israeli military, outright rejected, not any kind of like opportunity to appeal. And these were cases submitted by the U.S. State Department. So imagine even the U.S. government is coming and asking that these patients be allowed to travel for treatment in the United States, and the Israelis rejecting them and saying no. Children who are injured, children who have significant injuries, including we have an 8-year-old boy who has part of his head missing as a result of an American bomb that was in an airstrike, rejected, not permitted to travel for treatment. So but we do have 20 kids now in the U.S. being treated, and we have several coming from Egypt who were evacuated back in May and in April, who we've arranged free medical care. And education, which is obviously critical. As you all know, education in Gaza has not ensued at all since October 7th, and the impact that that has on children in Gaza is permanent. You take a child out of school for 1 year, you're not able to make that year up. It doesn't matter if you give them accelerated tutoring. It doesn't matter if you do any kind of like effort to catch them up or even extend their education a year further ahead. You're not going to be able to, because development at that age of 8 years old, 10 years old, 14 years old, whatever the age is that those kids should be in school and having their brains absorb knowledge and learning, you don't get that back. And so there's a significant long-term damage that's being done to the entire population of Gaza, not just, of course, from the trauma they're experiencing. And as I was mentioning earlier, we do have a mental health program in Gaza because every single Palestinian in Gaza is traumatized from what they've experienced under this genocide. The death, destruction, displacement, hunger, starvation, just the overall absolute unimaginable suffering that every single Palestinian in Gaza has endured has resulted in widespread psychological trauma. So we're trying to undo that, but that's only really what we're trying to do is give kids opportunities to develop coping skills, because there's no way to adequately deal with psychological trauma that's being inflicted upon them. In the area of education, as I mentioned, we're opening classrooms now, mainly in the South, to get kids back into school and give them some kind of opportunity to learn, employing teachers and giving them an opportunity to get back to working as much as possible. And this is a huge challenge because land is so limited, space is so limited, and shelter is so limited. But we've already got 170 kids in a classroom now, and we're opening several others in the next couple of weeks. And our goal in the it was muted. I'm not sure how that happened, but our goal in the future is to be part of the rebuilding of the education system. We have an advisory board for every one of our 4 pillars, which helps guide us and to ensure that the volunteer experts in their area of health or education or leadership. Host keeps muting me. Is that intentional or is that by?
you.
Sorry, Steve, we had to cut you off. Oh. We're running like severely behind, but I think if you wanted to get information about Heal Palestine, you can follow up on the IG and their website. Do we feel like we need another breath again? I see some nods. All right, let's take a collective breath again. If you need to go to the restroom, if you need to care for yourself, if you need to take a breath outside, if you need to get some sunshine on you, I don't know if it's raining outside, maybe some drops of rain to ground you again. Otherwise, take a nice deep breath. And exhale. Another deep breath. And exhale.
We're going to keep moving on testimonials. Just wanted to take a moment to set us up for our last sort of series of testimonials here, and thank all of these healthcare workers and folks who are supporting initiatives regarding healthcare for your incredibly brave and painful testimonies. And we know that each of those testimonies that you shared, for each of those, there are thousands and thousands more unshared. And so we must continue to witness, to listen, to raise Palestinian voices, and raise our voices. We know that what happens abroad impacts us here. And with that, we will move to hear about how the question of Palestine and the destructive nature of Zionism impacts us here as people, as local communities, and as the UC. And I want to welcome the students from my campus, UC Santa Cruz, to please come up here.
Hi, while we're all getting settled in up here, I just wanted to give a round of applause to Steve for his speech. That was amazing. Thank you, Steve. We can all sit.
Just as a brief content warning, this will be dealing with police brutality. If anyone is feeling uncomfortable with that, do whatever you need to do. And yeah, as the intro said, this is what we see at our campuses here in the United States. After 30 days of a different world, one where lives were centered on the liberation of Palestine and oppressed people everywhere, and centered on acknowledging the genocide that our university perpetuates and financially benefits from, where over 200 students, many of whom facing food insecurity, ate 3 meals a day, 30 days where people were provided sleeping arrangements and accommodations at no charge, where a dedicated safety team protected those committed to labor within the encampment. 30 days of art existing through music, on floors, upon walls, and the banners and barricades of resistance and the dances we shared, lives remembered and celebrated, prayers and offerings common and welcome. For 31 days, this community, in solidarity with Gaza and all other encampments of 2024, provided. After 30 days of a different world, my little brother called me at 11:50 p.m. on May 30th. He refrained, "There are so many cops, there are so many cops, they look like stormtroopers, there are so many cops." Whistles were blown, comrades dropped everything and sprinted, yelling for support and gathering together in a small group against the 200+ 17 police department thick army of riot police descending from all around. They destroyed everything in their path, marching through our altar, over our tents in which we lived, ripping down artwork and supplies. Medical tent fell to uncaring boots and batons. A couple cops got into an apparent fight with our food tent, throwing sandwiches and what was tomorrow's breakfast onto the floor in some sort of misplaced anger. The cops surrounded our encampment on nearly every side, painstakingly inching their way around us, yelling inaudible orders and erecting floodlights. Members of our community showed out in the early AMs and dotted the hills of lower campus with lights from their cameras. The first arrest of the night occurred around 1 a.m. on May 31st. A police officer tackled a student uninvolved with the encampment off of his bike, claimed he was drunk, and unceremoniously threw him into the paddy wagon. What preceded was a grueling 9-hour police standoff. Comrades for hours screamed their voices hoarse, chanting, dissuading the fear of unarmed students facing down an entire army. Exchanges between police officer and protester, lamenting, "We keep us safe," while officers returned, "We are going to hurt you." Hannah.
At around 3 a.m. on May 31st, after hours of relentless antagonizing from rows and rows of faceless police officers, an officer in front of me began stabbing his baton repeatedly into my breast area. I remember yelling at him before the assault, asking how his family and his children would feel about not only his act of brutalizing students, but his complicity in upholding and protecting a system that is committing genocide and dropping bombs on the homes of families just like his. Despite my cries of pain and inability to move, he shifted his aim from my chest to my ribs. Officers to my left began attacking my comrades, attempting to pull people out of the line to arrest them. Seeing that I was being pulled forward and unable to step back, he seized the opportunity to apply even more force. He began stabbing my ribs with full force, lifting me to my toes with each blow. After going hours without food and water and being sleep deprived from the consistent psychological torture inflicted by the UC, I used every bit of my energy I had to scream at him, begging him to stop, crying out that he was hurting me. He didn't stop, but instead he moved his baton to under my rib cage. I remember feeling a sensation of my rib cage lifting, putting unbearable pressure on my chest. As if the jabs weren't enough, he began twisting the baton left and right, and even through thick layers of clothing, he teared the surface of my skin on my lower abdomen. Eventually he stopped as the line of officers were cycling out. The only thing keeping me physically standing in that moment was the physical support of my comrades around me. I stood there for about 15 minutes, hoping that my inability to breathe would figure itself out. Getting worse by the minute, I left the line to offer support from the inner circle. After 15 more minutes, with my capacity to breathe degrading and a sharp pain persisting with every attempted breath, a peer convinced me to seek emergency attention. We rushed to the hospital where I was given pain medication and underwent tests to ensure no internal damage was sustained. Weeks after the assault, I was still struggling to breathe properly with major bruising on my ribs and stomach.
I'm speaking on behalf of a comrade who could not be here today, who was part of press and media during the police raid. I am deeply traumatized and disturbed both as a witness and a victim of police violence at UCSC following the raid on the encampment for Palestine. Watching my peers endure severe mistreatments at the hands of police that day has left me with deep scars, and in addition, while documenting for student media, I was pushed to the ground by a UCPD officer, resulting in a concussion from hitting my head on the concrete. The recovery process lasted 2 months. during which I suffered from sharp stabbing head pains, persistent nausea, extreme sensitivity to light and sound, and significant difficulty focusing on reading and screen use. The physical and emotional toll of that experience set me back academically, forcing me to take 2 incompletes in my courses. The police violence that day was an abuse of authority, and there needs to be accountability. Students should not face violence and brutality on their own campus for exercising their right to peaceful protest.
Throughout the night, police rushed the line about every 20 minutes, flailing their batons, grabbing hair, necks, tearing off clothes in such a frenzy that their supervisors had to physically drag them back into position and break them away from the students. Sunrise broke around 7 a.m. as police demanded press leave the altercation and positioned their bodies around especially brutal arrests to avoid exposing their violence. Femmes of color especially were pointed at, told "you're next," and then ripped from the line. Organizers leading chants and waving flags to uphold morale, and those breaking line to reposition comrades in an effort to ensure the safety of everyone were also explicitly targeted. Parker?
At 7:30 a.m., I was arrested. I had been a target since 1 a.m. due to showing my comrades and my friends how to avoid getting their hands broken. UC Riverside officer, UC PD Officer Wade Stern began to pull me by my legs and my neck for the 5th time that night. He pushed me backwards and I slipped and my leg shot out. He called it a kick, and half-dozen officers began to grab me at every single part of my body. Finally, Officer Wade Stern lifted me off my feet by the holes in the top of my helmet, my neck, my jaw, and my shoulders, and slammed me face first into the asphalt. I was knocked out for the better half of a minute. Had I not been wearing a helmet, I cannot imagine how much damage would have been done. I was pressed into the ground, breathing in gravel. I had rocks in my mouth, and my arms were wrestled behind me as they pressed down on my back and my hips. They put on the Ziploc cuffs and tightened them as far as they would go, cutting off circulation into my hands. I was then carried onto the sheriff bus as my friends around me screamed for help because I was clearly unconscious and could not focus or walk. I was unceremoniously loaded on and actively deteriorating, denied medical help and any basic necessities, and subjected to auditory torture on a sheriff bus for 3 hours. By the time we arrived and my cuffs were removed, my hands were black and purple, and the damage had been done. I had a fractured wrist and extensive nerve damage in my hands. I still to this day cannot feel anything in my fingertips. 3 days later, as I was rendered homeless due to my ban from campus, which was both my home and my place of work, I had a stroke. I was rushed to the hospital where I stopped breathing on the drive and I had to be resuscitated and my heart restarted in the hospital at Santa Cruz. I woke up with complete retrograde amnesia. I could not remember my name, where I was from, my parents' name, or who I loved. To this day, the effects of the UC's violence does not end. I have physical damage, nerve damage, mental damage. I cannot think, learn, read, or love the same way that I did before this event. I still continue to have seizures on a regular basis due to this event, and I'm completely incapacitated in academic-wise and in my life. I have never experienced this kind of violence, and it is nothing in comparison to everything that people have faced and everything Palestinians have faced. And the UCPD and the UC's complicity in all of this is atrocious.
At 8:30 a.m., the final arrest circle was illegally kettled at the base of campus. Comrades were subsisting at this point off of bites of food, sips of water, and zero sleep. I was told after being ripped from the line by 3 officers that them hauling me out was going to hurt. After clearing the circle, the police and UCSC invited in bulldozers to raise the camp and took squad pictures among the destruction. Protesters were thrown into 3 different buses with 3 different flavors of abuse, from auditory torture, forcing protesters to take out tampons and piss on buses, constant homophobia, transphobia, and egregious racial profiling. A complete dehumanization of protesters that stayed peaceful throughout the night. No, that doesn't even matter. It does not matter. But still, some without access to food, water, or bathroom from 12 in the morning to 9 in the morning. They were kept on these buses from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. without the ability to relieve themselves. Just a taste of what the fuck is happening in Palestine. Just a small amount. And the people here who are all up on this stage, that was something they looked at. They looked at Palestine and they said, no, this is not going to be happening, especially if we are at an institution that is actively benefiting from this oppression. We are willing to take up this labor because it is an ounce, a fraction of what is happening across this whole entire world. Lila?
After being arrested at 6 a.m., after being restricted from food and water and the use of a restroom for 9 hours, I was arrested at 6 a.m. and put on a bus. After being placed in a cell with the females and the whatevers, we were then shuttled off to the county jail. As students screamed to use the restroom and asked to have their cuffs just a little bit released from the pressure, police officers then turned up music that was so loud and so staticky that we couldn't even hear ourselves think. This was after 9 hours of no sleep, no water, and no use of restrooms. Then, as we were taken to the county jail, we sat in a parking lot for 2 hours, and we were just told to sit there and wait. And as we waited, comrades on the bus had to deal with nerve damage from handcuffs, from being able to just sit there with our hands behind our backs for 2 hours. And as it was just stated, this is just not even barely an ounce of what people in Palestine had to face. And this abuse was allowed because of the work that was being done for Palestine. Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna scoot this over so everyone can be seen. Sorry, love. Is there a next slide? Or no? No? Okay. Okay. The university lied. Of course. The university said that plaintiffs will receive extensive accommodations to minimize any purported harm. Lies. Lies. The university said that plaintiffs were not caught in Dragnet. Lies.
Lies.
The university said that UCSC made individualized determinations as to the threat passed by each plaintiff's continued presence on campus. Lies.
Lies.
The university said officers did not use excessive force during the arrest. Lies. But if you don't ask us, let's ask the students. Who here was arrested? Who here experienced police violence? Due to the arrest, who lost on-campus housing? Who here lost access to their meal plans and was hungry? Who here was left with medical bills? Who here did not receive online accommodations for their schoolwork or finals? Who here failed their classes? Who here lost access to on-campus health care? Who here was denied an individualized hearing? Who here has not stopped and will not stop fighting for the Palestinian liberation movement? Intifada, Intifada, long live the Intifada. Thank you. Oh, do you want to do it? Oh. This one is just that during the raid, 14 police departments came down, 14 from San Diego to San Francisco. And like Santa Clara, they have cross-trained with Israel to quote unquote combat terrorism and to view Israel's police and military strategies. So it's all connected. Yeah, shame. Thank you.
You know, it's such an honor to be at Santa Cruz and to work alongside and to organize alongside students that have this much clarity. And so I just wanted to say that. I mean, so I'm going to speak a little bit about, we're moving into the Helen Diller Family Foundation territory. And we want to be able to speak about the many different ways in which this foundation impacts the university. It has a philanthropic face. You know, it donated, $1.15 billion went to UCSF, and there is a state-of-the-art cancer hospital that bears the Diller name. But there is also a murky underside, and we really have to attend to that too. And what I'm going to share with you is a story about how the Diller Foundation has funded Zionist organizations that have placed ethnic studies in their crosshairs. And you might ask, why ethnic studies? And so what we're seeing right now is a kind of politics, a dominant politics in which there is safe space discourse that is getting wielded to make arguments that anything having to do with Palestine imperils the safety of Jewish community members of the UC. So this is a lie. I mean, Santa Cruz, I think, is representative in that the encampment was 30% anti-Zionist Jewish students. And, but I want to say about the Diller Foundation, like, why would they place ethnic studies in their crosshairs or fund an organization that actually is known for doing this? AMCA, right? And the reason is that with the passage of AB 101, the legislation mandating ethnic studies in high school education, there was a model curriculum that was developed, and many people here know this very intimately. And what happened was, in the model curriculum, there was a module that dealt with it was an Arab American Studies module that dealt with the occupation of Palestine, that mentioned BDS, that also mentioned apartheid, that mentioned settler colonialism. And what happened was Newsom, although he signed AB 101 into law, he and Tony Thurmond, both figures that have a lot to do with the UC, that serve an ex officio status as regents, basically what they did was they placed guardrails around ethnic studies. What this meant was that there could be no room within a field of study for even the mention of Palestine and Palestinians. That there had to be a securitized enclosure around education so that Palestine couldn't even enter into the order of knowledge. And one of the worst organizations is an organization called UMCA. And UMCA is actually based out of Santa Cruz, so it's local to us, unfortunately. And so you could see that UMCA very proudly states that its chief goal is to combat anti-Semitism at US universities, and chief among its targets is ethnic studies. Next slide, please. So this person here is Tammy Rossman Benjamin. Totally, yep. So Tammy Rossman Benjamin, before ethnic studies even existed as a program or a department at Santa Cruz, kept targeting Middle East studies, because there could be no area of the university where there could be any critical study of Zionism or Palestine, right? And so what happened was, over a decade ago, on our campus, before there was Students for Justice in Palestine, there was Committee for Justice in Palestine, and Tammy Rossman Benjamin, in a video that was posted online by her supporters, was actually, she stated that SJP and the Muslim Students Association are not your average student associations. And then here she said, like, the Young Democrats or the Young Republicans, and I don't even know any campus that has those clubs on it, right? And so what she stated was she said that these are organizations that have a lot of foreign students who come to this country with an agenda. And then, so she said that they come to this country with an agenda, and she said, and they have active ties to terrorist organizations. So she terrorist baited these organizations, these student organizations, and then this is how she describes Palestinians, Muslims, and Arabs. She said, anti-Semitism is how they think about the world. And so, like, what she's basically saying is that there could be no, like, anything. She's basically making an identitarian claim about Palestinianness, saying that it is, by definition, anti-Semitic. So anything having to do with Palestine has to be securitized. It has to be enclosed. It has to be excluded. It cannot be admitted into the university. It cannot be in the realm of public and critical conversation. It can never, ever enter into the order of knowledge. Next slide. So these are the priorities of UMCA. Confronting anti-Semitic critical ethnic studies. Okay, like, in other words, if ethnic studies gets anti-imperialist, no way. And here's the other thing. Ethnic studies, it centers the study of structures and systems of power from the perspective of the communities that are the most impacted. That's dangerous, okay? And then, like, countering academic BDS and anti-Zionist faculty, and then protection for Jewish students, right? And then here, you don't count if you're anti-Zionist and you're Jewish, okay? Okay, next slide. And so these are some of the areas that UMCA has targeted in recent years: Area A through G/H ethnic studies at the UC. UMCA infiltrated the process. The Daily Bruin reported about this. CREZ at UC Santa Cruz. This is a department that I used to chair, and I worked with students to help bring into being, and the UC Ethnic Studies Faculty Council. And in fact, she writes letters to the Legislative Jewish Caucus with 100, 150 different sort of Zionist organizations, and she also writes to the regions. And this matters because with the Legislative Jewish Caucus and the regions, this has a shaping influence on the UC. These are the ways in which the UC is complicit. Next slide. The UC aligns with organizations like this that are funded by the Helen Diller Family Foundation. So she talks about the anti-Zionism of critical ethnic studies, and she says that, so she conflates anti-Zionism in that usual move with anti-Semitism. And she says that, okay, ethnic studies is polarizing. Okay, I would say no, because I think that we all have a stake in each other's freedom, okay? So, but she says that, but it's particularly threatening to, and she makes this claim, Jewish students. And so the safe space discourse, time and again, she's someone who actually filed a Title VI lawsuit with the Office of Education many years ago. It failed. She continues to wage a kind of lawfare against anything and everything. Okay, yeah, let's go to the next slide. So here, because I'm affiliated with the UC Ethnic Studies Faculty Council, CRES, and Area A through G/H, she put me in the crosshairs. It's not me, but it's ethnic studies as a space for critical study of Zionism, as well as Palestinian knowledge, right, and experience. And so she said that, that basically I was making claims. She said because of her efforts, some school districts have been adopting her anti-Israel curriculum, including Hayward, Santa Ana, and Castro Valley. Okay, wait, no, you know what? I wish I could take credit for this, but I can't be everywhere at once. This is not me, okay? Next slide. And then she said, so she wrote to the regions, and she said, professor drafting California's ethnic studies standard runs it's for being part of the Institute for the Critical Study of Zionism. And then, isn't it lovely that they added a photo of me? Only, I hope you could tell that's not me. And then, in the feedback loop, you could see that the Canary Mission took that photo and use that too, okay? I feel sorry for that person. That person is a real estate agent in Beverly Hills. Okay. I think that this is it. Is there another slide? I think this is it. Oh yeah, so anyhow, I forgot to say this. So last year, UMCA actually spearheaded a campaign to get me fired and propelled 2,000 people in an AstroTurf campaign to write in and to say that I was blatantly anti-Semitic and dangerous, that I was brainwashing youth, that I spread hatred, that I've created a toxic and terrifying environment, that I indoctrinate people, and that I spread false information. Who knows during these times? These are the things that we have to contend with. But I feel, I just want to give you a small sense, and really even, this is what I'll say, is that, you know, during times like these, it really, we have the courage that comes and the strength that comes from our comrades. And with attacks like this, we have to think about this beyond the sort of individuals who are attacked. What is being attacked and why? This reminds me something of what Vicky Wong was saying. What is the source of the attack? What are they attacking and why? And we have to ask that question too. But I'm going to pass things over to Jaws.
Can we actually go back to the last slide? So thank you, Christine. I just wanted to highlight just a few things. the Tammy Rossman Benjamin person literally is just a like disgruntled former UCSC employee that just hates UCSC and is so focused on us that she created an entire organization to attack anti-Zionist formations on campus. And so just to, I mean, we already kind of got a sense of who she is, but this is an op-ed she wrote in 2015, which is why campus anti-racism protests are bad for the Jews. So we're here as Jews against white supremacy at UCSC, here to strongly refute such a claim, and you know, we won't get into it, but I just want to highlight that AMCA is not the only one. There is a litany of organizations like this that claim that they are anti-hate, that they, you know, fight against bigotry or whatever words they use, and then this is the kind of stuff they put out. So it's one of many Zionist counterinsurgency organizations that are encased in this liberal language of anti-hate. ADL is another good example, JCRC, whatever. But if you look at their database of anti-Semitism, all it is the Critical Race and Ethnic Studies Department at UCSC, Jews Against White Supremacy at UCSC, and Students for Justice in Palestine at UCSC. I challenge you, in their 168 cases of anti-Semitism at UCSC, to find one that is actually anti-Semitic. And so, yeah, next slide. So the reason we're focusing on AMCA is that we're going to move into the Helen Diller, also known as Killer Diller Foundation, because obviously the Helen Diller Foundation funds AMCA, and AMCA is a good example because on the one hand, UCSC is taking money from the Helen Diller Foundation for Jewish studies for their foundation from an organization that is taking the same money and giving it to organizations that are actively fighting students and formations at UCSC. So it's like this weird, like, campus is taking money for its benefit, and then also this money is also implicated in literally attacks against students, faculty. Anyways, so yeah. Oh, next slide. This is just a photo of a lot of war criminals on one slide, breaking ground for the Helen Diller Hospital. And so, yeah, we have Nancy Pelosi, London Breed, Michael Drake, you know, the gang. Exactly. And so, as you can see, Helen Diller on the one hand does shit like this, but then we're gonna dive deeper into what they actually fund. And this is more of just like them saving face, to really hide what they are truly about.
So the Helen Diller Foundation claims itself to be a supportive, healing, educational space for cultural arts and global Jewish needs. These are all lies. Sure, the Killer Diller Foundation may fund some hospitals and art museums, but this is all to mask its contributions to Zionist, reactionary, and far-right white supremacist organizations and formations directly, I can't read what that says. Responsible for the genocide in Palestine. By Jewish needs, Killer Diller means Zionist Jewish needs, not anti-Zionist Jewish needs. We resolutely reject this anti-Semitic conflation.
Oh. Yeah, so this is just a fraction of the orgs that are funded by Helen Diller from 2010 to 2021. Here's just a little highlight reel of where the Helen Diller money is going. So as you can see, they donated $130,000 to Christians United for Israel, which is the, I believe, the largest private Zionist organization in the US. Founded and led by insane televangelist John Hagee. If any of y'all are familiar with how batshit insane he is, it's nuts. Yeah, they gave $40,000 to the AMCA initiative, which we've learned about as a Zionist counterinsurgency organization on college campuses. They gave $50,000 to Friends of the IDF, which is a benefit organization for the genocidal veterans who fucking kill Palestinians every single day. Need I say more on that? They gave $100,000 to the Shurat Hadin Israel Law Center, which is a Tel Aviv-based law firm committed to defending the Zionist state in court and just stamping out any anti-Zionist and pro-Palestinian advocacy in the courtroom. They gave, oh my God, that's a big number. I'm really bad at reading big numbers, but they gave $1,975,000 to the Israel Project, which is just a big tent pro-Israel NGO. Their whole thing is Israel, and yeah. They gave $50,000 to the Middle East Media Research Institute, which despite its name is actually a Zionist propaganda front, which is founded and funded by Israeli ex-intelligence. And then they gave $600,000 to JINSA, which we'll get into a little bit more in this presentation, but basically what they do is fund trips to Israel for US military personnel to strengthen relations, and also train genocidaires to be even more genocidal. So this is, if you click, maybe we still have it, but anyway, this is just a small handful of Zionist organizations funded by Helen Keller. So, yeah.
So this is the Jewish Institute for National Security. JINSA is dedicated to advancing U.S. national security interests in the Middle East, of which a critical pillar is a robust U.S.-Israel security relationship. JINSA believes that Israel is the most capable and critical U.S. security partner in the 21st century, and that a strong America is the best guarantor of Western civilization. Not it. JINSA advances its mission by conducting both educational programs that build ties among American, Israeli, and other Middle Eastern partner military leaders, along with in-depth research and actionable recommendations to influence U.S. policy.
Shame. Next slide. So between, as we established on the last slide, between 2010, 2021, the Helen Diller Foundation has given $600,000 to JINSA. JINSA is the AIPAC of the imperialist military alliance between the Zionist state and the U.S. through facilitating collaboration and unconditional allegiance between the IOF and the U.S. military-industrial complex. This is why it's called the Helen Keller Foundation. JINSA is also calling for a new NATO, but for the Zionist state. Yeah, boom. Diller funds hospitals at UCSF to mask the blood that flows from the bombed hospitals of Gaza. It directly facilitates through its funding of JINSA.
We just wanted to do another highlight reel for some more organizations that are funded by Helen Diller. Something that all of these have in common is that they are registered as hate groups by the Southern Poverty Law Center. Yay! Helen Diller gave $160,000 to the American Freedom Law Center, which is I forgot to finish that slide, but it is a self-described Judeo-Christian law firm committed to, you can go on their website for the exact wording, but it's all just a bunch of like Islamophobic shit and how they're dedicated to like stopping Islam taking over America and its Judeo-Christian values or whatever, I don't know. There is the American Freedom Defense Initiative that received $160,000 from Helen Diller, and all I'm going to say about what you need to know about this organization, what they do, is that it's also known as Stop Islamization of America. Helen Diller gave $235,000 to the Center for Security Policy, which is a right-wing Zionist anti-Islam think tank. They gave $20,000 to Cultures and Context Incorporated, which doesn't have a lot of information about it online, but if you do enough digging, you'll find that it is a hate group based out of Florida that is responsible for funding a large part of Turning Point USA. They gave $1,150,000. Okay, we did it. To the David Horowitz Freedom Center, which is another right-wing anti-Islam think tank, which is responsible for propagating a lot of very, very Islamophobic publications. And then, speaking of Turning Point, Helen Diller gave $25,000 to Turning Point USA. For those unfamiliar, those are the conservative dipshit assholes who go around college campuses being assholes, and famously brought Kyle Rittenhouse to speak at the University of Memphis. So, shame. Next slide.
Okay, so we just wanted to offer this resource. Ooh, it might be tough to scan because of the text, but yeah, basically, comrades have put together a database of organizations. It's not complete, but it is quite extensive, of Helen Keller Diller funded organizations from 2010 to 2021. As we've been over almost $9 million has been given to Zionist anti-Palestinian groups. And then that David Horowitz Freedom Center that we just mentioned. I mean, this is just a taste of the kinds of organizations that they're funding. I'm not even gonna read that, but that was given $1,150,000 by the Helen Diller Foundation. The same foundation that claims it cares about health, whatever, art, parks, fuck them. So yeah, if you want the list, you can try scanning that. I'm not sure it's gonna work though. Next slide. Okay, so, we're here to demand that the UC end its complicity in genocide against Palestinians, right? And that includes divesting from Diller, right? Jewish Studies Department at UCSC, the UCSC Foundation, and countless other academic departments across the UC receive direct funding from the same formation that oils the imperialist Zionist machine and wages war against any and all movements for justice, whether it be CREZ at UCSC or Students for Justice in Palestine nationally. So divest from Killer Diller. And if you want to sign our petition, we have a campaign to try and get UCSC at least to divest from Diller. You can scan this QR code and sign our petition, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Erin McElroy. I'm here in solidarity with all of you at the tribunal today. I'm part of a project called the Anti-Eviction Mapping Project, and we're based in the San Francisco Bay Area and produce a lot of data around evictions and also landlord geographies and corporate landlords across the Bay Area. And so I wanted to offer a little bit of information about Prometheus Real Estate Group, which I know is part of the focus of the tribunal, just to explain a little bit more about who Prometheus is, their kind of eviction histories, their anti-tenant kind of histories over the last decade or so, and some of their connections to the UC system. So I'll just get into it, but I'll say to you that if you want to find out more about particular corporate landlords in San Francisco or Oakland, you can check out our site, EvictorBook. It's just evictorbook.com, and look up addresses or shell companies like LLCs to figure out who particular corporate landlords are and their eviction histories and the different properties and corporations that they own or that they're a part of. You can also just check out more of our work. Like anti-evictionmap.com. But yeah, so Prometheus Real Estate Group is a corporate West Coast landlord based in San Mateo, and it first began investing in the Bay Area back in 1965. Today, they are the largest private owner of multifamily properties in the San Francisco Bay Area. So that's pretty substantial considering how big the real estate industry is in the Bay Area, that they're the largest. And their portfolio includes 13,000 apartments around the region, though they do also have some properties in Seattle and Portland. So they're kind of in the process of stretching up and down the West Coast. They're a $2 billion company, and they're owned by Jackie Diller Sapir of the Diller family, and the family and its foundations are part of this major sort of Zionist and anti-Palestinian lobbying force, which I know is a subject of the tribunal today. And I'm not going to speak as much to all that because I know that others are, but I want to kind of draw some connections together in terms of that and their real estate interests and just kind of context of gentrification and housing injustice in the Bay. But also just for quick context before like getting into housing worlds, Jackie Sapir is also president of the Helen Diller Family Foundation. Use grant support programs at UC Berkeley, at UCSF, and other institutions in the Bay Area and globally. Some of these grants have supported UCSF's Comprehensive Cancer Center, the UCSF Helen Diller Medical Center at Parnassus Heights, and more. And she also serves on the Board of Overseers at UCSF and on the Policy Advisory Board for the Fisher Center of Real Estate and Urban Economics at the Haas School of Business at UC Berkeley. And some of these UC connections do play out in terms of their real estate interests, which I'll get into. But first, just to explain a little bit more about Prometheus and its kind of ongoing quest to suppress housing justice. So notably in 2016, it spent $150,000 to fight rent control in Mountain View. And it just so happens that in Mountain View, the company Prometheus is the city's largest landlord. So it's not in their interest for tenants to have rent control. A couple of years later, in 2018, there was a tenant-led statewide, California statewide campaign to repeal the Costa-Hawkins Act, which is a statewide piece of legislation that, along with the Ellis Act, often offer loopholes basically for landlords to raise rents, even in cities that have rent control. And Costa-Hawkins specifically prohibits vacancy control in tenant housing. And so the California Apartment Association, which is connected to kind of the National Apartment Association, it's repeatedly fought against and lobbied to basically maintain. It's fought against any efforts to repeal legislation such as the Ellis Act or Costa-Hawkins. And the association is mostly supported by wealthy landlords. And so the Prometheus Real Estate contributed $196,000 to this campaign to repeal, not to repeal Costa-Hawkins, but basically to preserve it, to fight against tenants. And it just so happens that Prometheus is a board member of the California Apartment Association. So again, really tied up in this kind of anti-tenant network. Around the same time, they spent $2.1 million to kill Prop 10, which would have expanded rent control across the state. So anytime like tenants get together and tenant orgs get together statewide to fight for rent control beyond the cities that currently have rent control or to repeal laws like the Ellis Act or Costa-Hawkins, companies like Prometheus often pour in millions of dollars to prevent that from happening. But yeah, there are other property transactions that do kind of connect to the UCs more directly, and so I'll talk about them right now. So this past year, Jackie Sapir has paid $300 million to create the Helen Diller Anchor House at UC Berkeley, which is a 14-story complex that the university didn't have to contribute anything towards. It's a kind of fancy state-of-the-art residential house, and it actually, I think, is the largest gift that the university's ever received. And to execute this plan to basically make this new house, a building at 1921 Walnut Street, which was a 112-year-old rent-controlled building, was razed, and 12 people were evicted. And so it's worth saying, though, that the eviction didn't go down without a fight. Tenants protested and gained support from the Berkeley City Council, the Berkeley Rent Stabilization Board, and the Associated Students of the University of California. But unfortunately, despite a really fierce campaign and support from the Rent Board and other groups, they were no match for the Dillers and the UCs. And eventually they lost the fight, and their homes, which are now this kind of fancy anchor house building, which was rapidly constructed. And I guess it's worth noting too that this funding of the Anchor House is not the foundation's only contribution to the UCs. Over the past 21 years, it's donated $1.5 billion to the University of California, making it the largest contributor to the UCs across the 10 campuses. The family has given $100,000 to this nonprofit called a Central Fund for Israel, also with instructions to channel funding to the Canary Mission, which is an online group that doxes anti-Zionist students and faculty, including those from the UC. And even Saphir has admitted that this group, it has gone too far, but nevertheless helped fund it. So just to kind of wrap things up, I wanted to also say that Jackie's husband, Dan Saphir, has also been behind many evictions through his own separate real estate company, which is not Prometheus, but it's sort of a similarly kind of corporate-oriented real estate company. It's called Proto Group. He's also part of UC Berkeley's Fisher Center Policy Advisory Board, and he's a founding supporter of UC Berkeley's Turner Center for Housing and Innovation. So really the two of them are part of different spaces on different campuses, including some of these sort of real estate think tank types of spaces. They also run another foundation, the Dan and Jackie Saphir Family Fund, which has supported UCSF's medical research. But when it comes to real estate, the Prado Group is, like I said, separate from Prometheus. But it's been around since 2003. It's developed 80 residential, retail, office, and mixed-use properties and maintains a value of $1.38 billion. Over the years, numerous evictions have taken place in their residential buildings, and you can see some of those on the Evictor Book website. Recently, the company absorbed 20 buildings from that were previously owned by Veritas Investments, which is San Francisco's largest and most notorious landlord with a rampant history of evictions and abuse.
Good afternoon, and thank you to members of the tribunal and organizers for having me speak today. My opportunity is to speak to you about the extent that the university has gone to suppress the community surrounding people, what can I say? Regarding the allegation against UC leadership that it has deflected accountability and violently oppressed its own workers and students who seek justice in Palestine. We can also include the oppression of the community surrounding the UC and the intentional suppression of the counterculture that has opposed UC practices for at least 55 years, or in the 55 years since the creation of People's Park. Since its creation, People's Park has stood. Thank you, yes, for People's Park. Since its creation, People's Park has stood as a symbol of resistance to war, colonialism, and gentrification. It was born out of the struggle to end U.S. aggression against the people of Vietnam, and it has consistently provided a place to those who opposed to war so that they could speak freely and organize in support of liberation and justice. During the anti-apartheid movement of the late 1980s, it was well known that the racist South African regime was collaborating with the Israeli government to share ever more sophisticated methods for imposing its apartheid system upon Palestinians. Those two despicable regimes supported each other and were both opposed by the anti-apartheid movement here, and both of those regimes were supported by the University of California through its financial investments and cultural exchanges. Community activists from People's Park actively supported the liberation of Black South Africans as well as the liberation of Palestine. They were a consistent presence at campus rallies and actions, and the community provided logistical support to those movements as well as experience and political analysis. Over the years, People's Park has been the site of large community gatherings to oppose militaristic ventures, including the U.S. invasion of Grenada, including the invasion of Panama, including the wars, the first Iraq invasion, including the invasion of Afghanistan, and the second Iraq war. It has also been the site of opposition to police brutality and forced displacement of poor and unhoused people from this area. For over 30 years, the organization Food, Not Bombs, has provided support to the People's Park community, and the park itself has been synonymous with anti-war movements and the struggle to end militarism and to support justice and liberation. And that is why People's Park has been so targeted by the University of California. That is why for over 50 years, that 2.8-acre plot of land has been the target of UC-sponsored attacks and efforts to erase its history and to erase the community that inhabits and surrounds and occupies that area. The UC has fought against the growth of radical ideologies and communities since the 60s. The university viewed with great alarm the growing relationship between university students, urban youth, and the Black Power movement. Interrupting the growing political culture was the main impetus for the illegal use of eminent domain that resulted in the destruction of all the houses that were built on that block of land, and that included politically or radical co-ops and communes and so forth. And those were bulldozed, and the land was left vacant. It was a muddy parking lot. Ultimately, activists reclaimed this land for use by the people by turning it into not only a park, but a commons that was beyond the control of the university. Over the past 55 years, the UC has been unrelenting in its efforts to contain, control, and ultimately displace and dislodge that community and to defeat that culture of resistance. These efforts have included systematic police harassment and intimidation of activists, park supporters, and poor people. In 2019, Berkeley Cop Watch worked to document the activities of one Sean Aranis. That's just one officer. But the violence with which he engaged, he attacked unhoused people, activists. We have it all on recordings. And when those recordings were made public, suddenly Officer Aranis was no longer in the public eye. But we found him yet again just after the January 2024 invasion and occupation of the park. And he said that he had never left, that he had been present in the park every day, surveilling and observing and providing the intelligence that they would use to ultimately occupy the park. In addition to police harassment, there have been bannings, and I know that the UC Santa Cruz students have endured the banning without due process. There's a 7-day banning. They are allowed to just for any reason. And you are banned for at least 7 days before you even get an opportunity to protest. There have been the use of SLAPP suits, strategic lawsuits against public participation to prevent the community from improving and building upon and maintaining the park. The spread of misinformation to UC Berkeley students regarding events and people associated with the park. The use of statistical crime waves, where over-policing of the park results in over-representation of the area around the park and including the park in order to create a narrative of lawlessness and crime being somehow a product of open space. There's gross negligence. The refusal of UC to provide running water in times during the fire season and high winds when people were told to shelter in place in the park. The refusal to provide basic sanitation services and maintain basic community health standards. Negligence in attending to vector and pest control. People sleeping in the park had rats running over their bodies. Negligence and refusal to work collaboratively with park users to maintain the park in a healthy state. The university has created false narratives that the park had to be used for student housing, despite that there were many other sites available for that purpose. The university is guilty of a blatant disregard for the history of our community, for the 1984 designation of the park by the city of Berkeley as a historic landmark, and the 2022 inclusion of People's Park on the National Registry of Historic Places. But most dramatically, we've seen the overwhelming use of physical force to defeat and destroy the community and the supporters of People's Park. I was there in 1990 when 900 police officers were recruited to forcibly install a volleyball court with officers who used so much violence that Berkeley hadn't seen. The use of rubber bullets was introduced by the University of California for the first time in the normalization of munitions used against the civilian population. The overwhelming use of force on August 3rd, 2022, with hundreds of officers pitted against an assembly of approximately somewhere between 100 and 120 park users. It was the dead of summer. Students were gone. There were poor and marginalized people standing up for the right to their history, standing up for their right to exist. When they were turned back and the fences were taken down, more recently, the university came back, and this time, with an army of 1,400 police officers at the ready, they forcibly installed, they imposed a martial law on the South Side area. Residents could not even access their own apartments without showing their identity documents to UC police officers. There now stands a 2-story high, these cargo containers that not only take over the streets, the sidewalk, denying access for people with disabilities and so forth, but it stands as a monument to the level of force that the university is willing to impose in order to stop the counterculture, to break the back of Berkeley, to break the back of narratives that challenge the university, that challenge capitalism, that challenge militarization, that challenge the privatization of the university, and challenge the corporate educational complex. It also has had incredible consequences for the park community. Many unhoused members of the park have become internally displaced people with no place to go, and in the wake of the Grants Pass decision, which the Supreme Court upheld, that while unhoused people are not allowed to occupy private property, they also have no right to the public property. And therefore, their existence has legally been erased. Yes, absolutely shame. Absolutely shame. And so we hold the university responsible for the systematic attacks on our community, and we know that their motive is to prevent the public critique of their complicity with genocide, with militarization, with erasure of peoples, and with the capitalist system itself. Thank you.
I'm going to face the judges for this one. Sorry, I can't face you on Zoom. Mari Kompuche, Inchita Rosita. And for the last 401 days, we have bore witness to the systematic destruction of health institutions, the targeting of healthcare workers, our colleagues, the implementation of starvation as a tactic of genocide, and genocide itself. It was Dr. Hamam Allah of Al-Shifa Hospital, who was martyred on November 12th of 2023, that said, "And if I go, who will tend to my patients?" He went on to state, "We are being exterminated." And as I walk through halls of silence at UCSF, despite the constant alarms, the ever-present murmur of voices of patients and colleagues, my heart aches for my colleagues who look like me, that took an oath of care and to heal our communities, yet were murdered due to that very oath. What does it mean when the very institutions that state that they will uphold healing and care of the BIPOC and marginalized communities intentionally ignores a genocide of the Palestinian people? Performative. It's doing land acknowledgments while holding bones of ancestors kind of vibe. It was June Jordan who first said, Palestine is a moral litmus test for the world. What do I tell my community when they show up to an institution that ignores the largest human rights violation happening right now? How do I tell them that DEI only applies to UC-approved people of color or marginalized communities? How do I tell my community that UC will care for your baby, but not for the 1,000 babies of Palestine? How is that health equity? How did UC forget their oath? The repression we face isn't new. We've seen it through history. When the ruling power, the colonizer, the supremacist decides we should not exist. They label us less than, savages, terrorists, disposable, children of darkness. We're told that we make them uncomfortable. Redefining impossible is the slogan of UCSF, but I say redefining racism and oppression and repression is theirs. I was told the watermelon that I was wearing daily on my uniform made someone uncomfortable. As an Indigenous woman, my very existence makes them uncomfortable. It makes the oppressor, the colonizer, uncomfortable. Because my existence, the Palestinian existence, is the ultimate form of resistance. Palestine exists. Palestinians exist. I braided my hair today, crossing each strand with the whispers of my ancestors that tell me we are the survivors of genocide. And we must be in solidarity with our Indigenous siblings of Palestine. I braided my hair today to give me the strength to speak out about the moral disease of colonialism and oppression and the racist ideology of Zionism. I braided my hair today so I could stand here and say my words, not with a whisper, but the thunderous roar of humanity. I braided my hair today for a free and liberated Palestine.
I'll be reading the last Ghazan testimony. The Palestinian conflict did not begin on October 7th. It dates way back to the Nakba of 1948, when Palestinian people faced the greatest tragedy in our history. The historical moment saw the displacement of thousands of Palestinians from their lands and homes, destroying dreams and emotions, leaving behind deep wounds that still bleed today. Since then, the Palestinian people have suffered from occupation, discrimination, from ongoing attempts to co-opt and erase our identity, our culture, and our histories. In every corner of Palestine, painful stories live on, from the loss of loved ones to the loss of land, from daily oppressions to arrests and raids. These harsh experiences have affected successive generations of my people who grew up under the weight of occupation and who inherit from our grandparents and families a life full of constraint, humiliation, and hardship. Before October 7th, we lived days and years filled with anxiety and fear. As the occupation gradually steals our lives and dreams from us, the sounds of explosions echo in the distance, and the foul smell of death seeps into our homes. We tried to live with all of our might despite this brutality imposed on us by life. This is not just a crisis that began on a specific day. It is a reality that has been imposed on us for generations and generations. The generations before us have passed down the struggle for our right to a dignified life. And here, we must continue to fight. Today, I want to remind the world that our story is a story of a people holding on to life, refusing to submit, and only seeking their right to live in peace and dignity like any other people. We do not want to be a part of a cycle of violence. Rather, we seek to achieve peace based on justice and equality. The Palestinian people deserve to live free, with dignity, away from fear and chaos, and we deserve to build a future in our homeland. This struggle is a defense of the right of the Palestinian people to exist and live in peace. History reminds us that Palestinians are not just victims. We are resistors, carrying our hopes and dreams despite all of the adversaries. The struggle for Palestine is a struggle for right and for justice and for a better future for all people of the region. We want the world to recognize that we are seeking hope, not death, and that our voices must be heard. They resist to make Palestine a land of hope and peace. Palestinians continue to resist to make Palestine a land of hope and peace, not of death and destruction. Love, Shmili from Gaza. Thank you, everyone. I just wanted to say something short. Thank you for sitting through such challenging and difficult testimonies, videos, and updates. Thank you to the UC People's Tribunal for Palestine. Thank you for doing this because we must continue to hold everyone complicit in this genocide accountable. So I will say, shame on you, UC Regents. We charge you with genocide. I also want to thank you for uplifting Palestinian voices. This is the time to uplift Palestinians and Palestinian voices. Palestinians are experts in life. We are teachers, doctors, nurses, researchers, screenwriters, artists, bakers, caterers. Palestinians excel in every aspect of life because we love life. And for over 100 years, Zionist and US imperialism have been trying to silence and erase us. So, utilizing and uplifting Palestinian voices will strengthen and get our own narratives out. Palestinians should be able to tell their own stories, just like Shmili's testimony that I just read. He says, our voices must be heard. You see, we've been silenced for far too long, and the time is now, because they cannot erase us or co-opt our culture or our history, for even through all of this horror, we remain and will always belong to Palestine. From the river to the sea, you see regions you will sure see that Palestine will one day be free.
We're going to have one last quick comment, and that's going to end our testimonial session.
Assalamu alaikum. Sorry for being late. This is my third event for the day, but it's so important for us to continue to do the work that we're doing tribunal on charging the UC with complicity, charging our local governments, our state, our country of being not complicit but co-partner in the production of this genocide, to speak of the European Union and their members of being co-producers and participants in the genocide. But I also want to say that today the Organization of Islamic Cooperation met and issued their final communique or press release. And I would say that they are greatly concerned and they're worried. I say maybe they should go and see a psychiatrist. There are 55 majority states, and they're meeting, they're in the neighborhood. They are also co-participant in the genocide for the Palestinians, and we need to call them out for it, because the supplies that arrive to Israel, the agricultural supplies coming from Jordan, the complicity of the United Arab Emirates, the region in there that is so rich in oil and natural resources and gas, I know they would bring the world to a halt if they had the will, if they have the determination, but more importantly, if they have the backbone. And I see they don't have any. Maybe they were born without a backbone, and maybe we should wish for a genetic mutation for them to develop one. Because that is the reality that we are seeing. Let me say that the Gaza and the Palestinians are free and the rest of the world is occupied. The Palestinians are free and the Arab and Muslim world is occupied. The Palestinians are free, and we are seeing today that we have a political system that is paid for, advertised, and brought to you courtesy of AIPAC. Democrats and Republicans, I put on Twitter that AIPAC won an election and AIPAC lost an election because both products were sponsored by AIPAC. And we need to actually make sure that as we organize for a different politics and take almost every place and every neighborhood for us to actually free ourselves from the shackles that are there. Now, we're coming to a difficult period. Trump will actually announce the annexation of the West Bank because that's what Miriam Adelson paid $100 million for. And we need to understand that annexation means that we are moving into an official apartheid structure in the West Bank. It was a de facto, but now we're moving in an official apartheid structure. For all those who are in our universities, our places, and so on, continue to sell the liberal package for us, now they have no clothes to cover themselves. So the liberal imperial Zionism of always telling us that down the street there will be a two-state solution that is done for, courtesy of Netanyahu, US political elite on both parties, European elites, and the rest of the Arab and Muslim world that is participating in this charade that we are in. So the last testimony said that Palestine will be free. I always say Palestine is free. It just needs to be actualized in our lifetime. So let's go out and continue to work, to continue to organize, to actualize a free Palestine in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you for staying on this long and listening to all of those powerful testimonies. I hope that this broad-based collection of testimonials today reflects the multitude of fronts and the vast terrain of Zionism's reach. What is also so powerful from our last lineup of speakers is the rigorous knowledge, relentless solidarity, and the people power that we have and continue to build. We will not stop here. We know that Zionism is a racist, white supremacist ideology. We see Palestinians bearing the brunt of this settler genocidal violence, not just from the past year, but for the past 76 years, and for the past 100+ years since the Zionist project was conceived. Zionism is a genocidal project, and that violence is expansive, and it colludes with the United States, the so-called United States, as a genocidal project itself, and other powers around the world. And these powers are colluding. We had amazing examples of how that's functioning locally, with land confiscation, with gentrification, and with the Zionist funding those initiatives here. We know that Zionist violence is going to continue to try to consolidate power and expand its operations among the world powers and the ruling class. And we are here to build people power and to say, no, we are not going to let this rich and powerful few determine the future of our people and our children. We have put the UC on trial. This is the first of multiple sessions. We're going to move now into a short break of 15 minutes to allow our judges to deliberate and return to us with the findings. So please take time to get some fresh air and regroup, and we'll be back and see you here in 15 minutes.
have them on a laptop and then they can talk with Julia and Susan.
You should have been downtown. The people are rising. We thought it was a lockdown. They opened the fire. Them bullets was flying. Who said it was a lockdown? Goddamn lie. Oh my, time heals all, but you out of time now. Judge gotta watch us from the clock tower. Little tear gas cleared the whole place out. I'll be back with the hazmat for the next round. We was trying to protest and the fires broke out. Look out for the secret agents, they be planted in the crowd. Said it's civil unrest, but you sleep so sound like you don't hear the screams when we catching beat down. Staying quiet when the killer.
Hey Suzanne, can you hear me?
Got opinions coming from a place of privilege, sicker than the COVID. How they did them on the ground, speaking of the COVID. Is it still going around?
How are we supposed to deliberate? Is this any format, or are we just gonna each tell our own position? Pardon me?
They didn't really give us any instructions as far as I know. Us? Deliberating? What about just on that? The other judges?
I can't hear you. Music seems to be drowning you out.
I know, it's hard to hear anything I'm saying.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you better, yes.
Okay. Yeah, they didn't give us any information. Let me just give them a message. Anyway.
People say they can hear us talking, so that's funny. We got an open mic going on here as well, so that's an issue.
Yeah, so I don't know. I guess they want us to come back and what each of us talk or something.
All right. Well, I am prepared. I got some things I want to talk about in the chair.
Just put some thoughts together real quick.
I can't hear. What?
We're going to ask Lisa to moderate the judges.
Yes, I can't hear anything. Here.
I'll be tomorrow.
Écoute-moi, oh camarade, laisse tomber cette fille, tu m'entends. Elle va te rendre malade et tu vas souffrir longtemps. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes et tu lui as donné ton âme. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes et tu lui as donné ton âme. Mais elle ne t'a jamais mis camarade. Elle profite de toi et tu es content.
Même si paroles sont froides, tu dois les sentir pourtant. Regarde-toi bien dans la glace et réfléchis, c'est important. Tu as choisi une épine, hélas, ce n'est pas une rose de printemps. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes, tu lui as donné ton âme. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes, tu lui as donné ton âme. Ne compte plus sur ses promesses, elle t'aimera pas même à 100 ans. Elle t'a joué la double face, elle changera à chaque instant. Comme elle t'a pris pour un imbécile, mais toi tu trouves tout ça c'est bon. Ne me dis pas non, c'est inutile, car pour moi tu es un con. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes, tu lui as donné ton âme. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes, tu lui as donné ton âme. Sois un peu fier, laisse-la tranquille. Elle se moque de toi, ça se voit, non. Je te comprends, ce n'est pas facile, car où tu marches, tu crées son nom. Ce n'est pas pour tes beaux yeux au fait, c'est t'a pris le bras devant les gens. Toi tu veux jouer Roméo et Juliette, mais elle ne pense qu'à l'argent. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes, tu lui as donné ton âme. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes, tu lui as donné ton âme. Tu deviens soulard à cause d'une fillette, toi qui te crois intelligent. Excuse-moi, vraiment tu es bête, ce n'est pas de ta faute, monsieur Péjean. Je t'en prie, oh camarade, on dirait tu n'es pas là. Moi je connais ces rigolades, je suis déjà passé par là. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes, tu lui as donné ton âme. Je sais bien que tu l'aimes, tu lui as donné ton âme. Mais qui est ce camarade? Je parle seul, personne n'est là. Alors c'est moi le camarade, le pauvre con, et me voilà.
Testing.
Hello, everyone. The judges have made their determination, their final decision. So we're going to start making our way back so that they can let us know if we were compelling enough, if all the testimonials were compelling, the poetry, the images, the videos, the statements. So bring your snacks again. Thank you so much for hanging on with us as we've gone through this tribunal. It has been a labor of love, solidarity, liberation. All right. Cue up in 5 seconds. All right. I'm going to hand it over to Honorable Dr. Jessica Nam, the Honorable Karina Gold, the Honorable Lisa, and the judges that are on Zoom. We can't see you. Susan, Jaleel.
Okay, we're each going to take a few moments. My name is Lisa Hajar. I've been honored to be one of the judges on this tribunal, and I would say it is in my opinion, it is a very clear case in which this tribunal.
Could you please speak up a little louder? I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay.
Thank you.
I wanted to say again, I've been very grateful to be a part of this tribunal. It is important and it is historic, and I think that it is clear to me that the testimonies that were given today, landing on the knowledge that we already have about what's been happening both in Palestine and in the UC, is that the charges are very well supported. And so in that sense, those charges carry. Well, some of the things just in terms of what really struck me today about this, and I have been thinking, like all of you probably have been thinking about what's been happening in Gaza and Palestine nonstop for 402 days and long before that. But among the things was just the testimonies coming from doctors and healthcare workers who've had experiences or are working in Gaza, and also the people who have survived and provided testimony for this tribunal. It's incredible just to really reflect upon just a few tiny things that struck me. Was like one thing that I actually probably knew in my heart of hearts, but I'd never heard anyone say before, was just this pervasive child suicidal ideation, which is just, sort of understandable. We also heard about, in Gaza, it is the highest per capita proportion of child amputees of any war ever, and that I think is very significant. Gaza is also a site that has given us one of the tragic new acronyms, WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. So these are the kind of things that we heard about firsthand, from people who've been experiencing this. And it's just that kind of, sort of testimony just is, proves the evidence of genocide and the complicity of the University of California for having the audacity to support it, but even to have the audacity to repress protesters against it. And so what we've heard today is, abundant evidence of a man-made catastrophe. And when you hear the word man-made, it almost sounds abstract, almost like a natural catastrophe. But man-made is important because the men and women who make this catastrophe are nameable. They are individuals who are nameable, and we can know them. And this tribunal has been an opportunity to know and name and shame them. And that is knowledge that we can use for political purposes going forward. So the thing about genocide, the definition of genocide is that it requires intent, the intent to destroy in whole or in part a people as such. And so consequently, we've heard intent. We've heard evidence of intent. But the Genocide Convention, the fact that the Genocide Convention calls upon states, governments, to prevent and punish genocide. In that sense, the prevention and the punishment are duties of states. But abetment and complicity with genocide is not limited to states. And in that sense, that's where we are with, sort of the activism all around the world, including in the University of California. And I would just, conclude my statements by saying that for the University of California, for all of the things that they have done, the investments and the support and the repression of activists and the infringement of free speech, et cetera, the University of California has violated its own mission. As the Third World Liberation Front told us, they're not virgins at this. They've been doing this for a while, but we are at a moment now where it is one of the most intensive in scope, scale, and casualties, a disaster that has that's befallen people around the world. And so if we cannot protest this, and if we cannot use our voices to try to stop this genocide, then no one will be free, because Palestine is paradigm.
Well, that's a hard act to follow, Lisa. Thank you all so much, and thank you for this esteemed panel of judges and for all of the beautiful minds that came together to pull this off today, but also to all the beautiful minds that are in this audience and in Zoom world, and we'll listen to this later on. I think it's really important that we've had a time together to actually really reflect for many hours. And I think that hasn't happened, for some time, or at least I haven't been a part of that in the last 402 days. That, when we started this off in this breathing exercise, and I'm so happy that we continue to do that breathing exercise throughout this time, but, Professor Lisa actually brought on to one of the things that I wanted to talk about was this idea of young people and the suicidal ideation, right? And I think that was, and the one story that the doctor talked about when there was the gentleman who was in the hospital, and he woke up from a coma just to find out that he had no feet, and everything was okay with his health, it looked like, and then he died because his heart was broken. And it takes me back to the stories of our own people on our own land who had died. That was part of the reasons that they died. The part of the genocide was they couldn't fathom the destruction that was happening on this land and to who they were as human beings, that these monsters had come and they had changed everything in a short amount of time, that many people died of heartbreak. I think that the testimonies that we witnessed today, that we bore witness to today, was heart-wrenching, and that we need to acknowledge that, and that we need to hold that, but also use it as a point of strength right now. As we're going into this really, really crazy time, right, over the next 4 years. And I know that, there's been a lot of people that are freaking out about this guy that's coming into office in this colonial state of the United States. And I keep thinking about how resilient we are as human beings, how resilient we are that we continue to survive, that our ancestors have survived and continue to survive these waves of genocide that keep coming at us, and that we keep seeing all of these beautiful manifestations of poetry and artwork and voices and people using their bodies on the line in order for us to continue to say to the next generations that we are still here and that we stand side by side. And so, yes, the UC is complicit. And I will say that they have continued to fall in line with the settler colonial values that started out this country, that this country is complicit because they created genocide. One of the people that's on the emeritus on the UC Regents is Gavin Newsom, who apologized for the genocide of California Indian people, and yet they're stifling the words and the education of a UC system to educate our young people, right? So we have to say that they're complicit. This muzzle that they're trying to put on us, this way of them trying to create this othering again, right? We are not otherings anymore. We cannot be set aside in those kinds of ways that we have saw across the world. Millions and millions of people that have stood up for our relatives in Palestine, and that we will continue to do that until Palestine is free in the way that they want to be free. And that, so sitting on this panel and listening to these young people who had to deal with the police brutality, to see that violence that have been used against Black and poor and brown and red people since time began in this country, to see those young people have to deal with that at a place of education, a place where there should be a freedom to learn about what's happening in the world, to look at the laws that have been created in a very short amount of time, that there are no Black or brown or poor people in this country that have been able to change laws to benefit them in that short amount of time that has happened with the Israeli people in this country. We have to look at all of the different things that they're complicit in. We have to stop the military wars, the military bombs from going over there. The United States government continues to do that and has continued to do that since it began on this country. And so I find them complicit, the UC Regents, I find the UC system, I find this United States government complicit in the genocide of our Palestinian relatives. And I thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this, and humbly, I am going to pass this on to Jalil and then Susan afterwards. And so I thank you so much.
Peace. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Having listened and watched this entire event, right, a historic event, in as much as we are charging this institution with complicity, I think it's important for us to understand this institution is made up or is complicit with the entire government. Right, it's part of the makeup of the government. It's part of the foundation which this government is operating on in terms of how it teaches its young people to be compliant to the ideals of genocide. Genocide that evolved from this very onset of the foundation of this country, the genocidal annihilation of the indigenous. Right, my great grandma was a Greek from Muskogee Creek from Alabama. All right, and so I understand the nature of this system of white supremacy and capitalist imperialism. And so for me, it is important for us to address this issue of complicity by understanding the laws that it applies to. As for example, the 1948 Convention on Genocide. We have not read that, and I think it's important that we do so. So we have everyone in the audience and on Zoom who understand the law itself. It states that killing members of the group, 1, 2, causing serious bodily harm and mental harm to members of the group. 3, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Right. 4, imposing measures intended to prevent the births within the group, killing our babies. Right. 5, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group, as they did with the indigenous. Taking the children and giving them to missionaries and changing their names, cutting their hair, taking away their culture, right, and destroying them, right? We know that this is the history of this country. And so why are we surprised that they engage in these practices today? And these institutions of the country is also in compliance with this history of this country. We also know that the operations or the application of genocide is in fact criminal, right? That one can be charged with crime for engaging in this practice. It says that genocide is punishable. It says that the conspiracy to commit genocide is punishable. How are we going to punish these institutions who are compliant and who are complicit with this form of annihilating people? 3, directed public incitement to commit genocide is punishable, and the attempt to commit genocide is punishable, and complicity in genocide is also punishable. We also know that 18 USC 1091 is the United States treaty to the 1948 Convention on Genocide. So it is on the books. The United States is on the books to engage in genocide, yet they are doing so. So we got to figure out ways how to charge the United States, not only the institutions, but the entire United States for engaging in the process of genocide. 2021, 2021, the United States was found guilty of genocide against Black, Brown, Indigenous people in the International Tribunal. You can go to spiritofmandela.org and you can find the information pertaining to that International Tribunal. We had international jurors find the United States guilty of genocide. Now, you note that if that had been done in China against the Uyghurs, the international world would have been up in charge, up in arms against China for doing it. Why not this corporate entity that we call the United States? More importantly, it's important for us to understand in terms of the fight that's going on in Gaza today and in Lebanon and parts of the Middle East, is that they have an inherited right to fight for their liberation and independence, according to international law. The United Nations Declaration of Granting Independence of cultural countries and peoples affirmed states specifically the inherent right of colonial people to struggle by all means by their disposal against colonial powers, which suppresses their aspirations for freedom and independence. Also, while the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and the International Covenant on Economic and Social Cultural Rights states specifically, all people have the right to self-determination, and by virtue of that right, they be freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. So we know that the people who are engaged in this process of suppressing and engaging in genocide against the Palestinians are in fact is a settler colonial enterprise, right, from the Ashkenazis. Ashkenazis who came from Europe, right? So that understands that they, in the 1600s, converted to Judaism. So they're not the real people who you say Jewish of that territory of the land of the Middle East. And so there's a lot that we need to understand and discuss in regards to this issue of genocide and the complicity of this government to permit this colonial settler project to Zionism to be engaged in the way that they are in killing these people. So yes, in fact, not only is the university complicit in this genocide, the entire country, right, this corporate entity that we call the United States, based on 28 USC 3002-15A, that states specifically the United States is a corporation. And so we understand that we're dealing with corporate power, right? And for us, and corporate power is only goal and objective is to profits for their investors, right? And that's the reason why we find the university investing in this this enterprise of genocide. And so for me, it is important for us to know the law, right? The history and the understanding of what's going on today is a form of ensuring that the systems of white supremacy continues, right? To ensure that the system of capitalist imperialism continues, and that for all people who are not adherent to that idea, we can expect that they will try every means that they possibly can to annihilate them. And for me, it is important that we engage in struggle here in the United States because we are in the belly of the beast, right? We are in what I say is the analogy of an octopus. And we know that this octopus has tentacles all around the world, sucking the resources and the labor from other countries and other peoples, right? And oftentimes we cut off a tentacle, right, to end colonialism, neo-colonialism, but it grows back. Why does it grow back? Because this empire, the head of the octopus, has not been dealt with. And that's us. That's our duty. That's our responsibility. So I'm grateful for what's happening here because we are training a new generation of young people to engage in struggle, to fight back, essentially, right? And ensure that the system of capitalist imperialism, the system of white supremacy, the system of genocidal annihilation of people of color comes to an end, right? We have to end the empire. And we also know that this empire is not destroyed from external forces, right? Empires are destroyed from internal forces. right? And that's what our duty is. That's our responsibility. And the world is waiting on us, all right? So, and I stated earlier that we will not free Palestine. The Palestine is freeing us because we remove the blinders, remove the shadow of what has been going on in this country and what's been going on around the world. And for us, it is imperative that we begin the process of organizing ourselves, especially with this new administration come in, to organize ourselves to fight back. And so for me, I'm grateful for this opportunity for being engaged in this process here. Right, and I exhort you to go to spiritofmandela.org and join our campaign to build what we call a People's Senate, because this is the way that we're actually in solidarity with the Palestinian people by building our own revolutionary struggle here at home. Thank you very kindly. Amen.
Susan.
Thanks, Jess. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
So at the opening of the session, I was struck by the prevalence of Black and brown faces among those who were charged with crimes of complicity today. And I think it demonstrates, to me anyway, that white supremacy has become diverse and inclusive. And in other words, white supremacy is now multiracial. So, and for me, I think this underscores the problem with what we call identity politics, this belief that anyone who shares one's race or ethnicity is necessarily going to share their values in politics. And I think it's really incumbent on all of us to approach our revolutionary work from the standpoint of class analyses. It's incumbent on us to conduct our work with an internationalist perspective that never stops connecting the dots between global struggles, because it's all connected. And whether it's Indigenous rights, police brutality, Palestine, Congo, Sudan, you know, we can only be free when we're free together. And this is one of the lessons that Malcolm X and SNCC and the Panthers left for us. Just because someone is Arab, I don't assume that they're in solidarity with Palestine. That has been demonstrated. Gaza has pulled off all the masks. I don't assume that everyone who is Black and understands oppression is going to be anti-genocide. My point is that as these university administrators demonstrate, our people aren't always the ones who look like us. I want to thank everyone who testified today. It was hard to listen to some of these accounts, even though there was nothing new to those of us who've been following closely the daily details of this Holocaust. I saw extraordinary suffering when I was in Gaza. I'm going to tell you about one image that that haunts me more than anything else to this day. I think there's not been a single night when I have not thought about this little boy. He was probably about 10, 9, slight. He came in with both of his hands dangling, barely attached, and part of his face was blown off as well. He had apparently soldiers were leaving booby-trapped cans of food, and hungry kids were picking them up. And this was in the beginning. I think they learned the word got out and that they stopped opening those cans. But this boy, this had happened to him, and he could have been saved if the hospital wasn't so depleted, if they had antibiotics, if they had adequate equipment or care, but they didn't. They amputated both of his hands. They did their best with his face, and in the end, he died a slow and agonizing death. But when he was going into the hospital before they took him into the operating room, I looked at this little boy, and and our eyes locked. And I think, and in a lot of ways, I feel like, we're still locked. I appreciate the fact that you all called out the names of the monsters at UC. In particular, that Tammy Roseman woman, her overt racism. I want to point out that although she's screaming anti-Semitism, Palestinians are actually the Semites in this equation, not European or American Zionists. They stole that too. And this kind of incitement to violence against Palestinians and Muslims is disgusting. I'm also intrigued by the Helen Keller Foundation because a lot of these tax-exempt organizations are funding Israel directly, making them also complicit in genocide, which is legally actionable. If there are any lawfare groups out there, I think it's important. That's an important battlefront for us. Canadians are taking this route currently with measurable success. For example, they recently got the tax-exempt status of JNS, the Jewish National Fund, revoked, and the appeal of the JNS was also rejected. So there's no reason why we can't do the same here. Billionaires like Kellen Diller or Killer Diller, whatever, often set up these charitable foundations in order to avoid paying taxes. And then they turn around and use the tax-exempt money to fund either their criminal ideologies or fund organizations that feed money back to their companies. Then they get on these medical boards and all manner of cultural institutions to further control various aspects of society, and thereby becoming the gatekeepers of public imagination and public discourse, even on the boards of these schools. Because the people who end up getting funding are those who promulgate their own ideologies. The people who end up getting hired as university presidents are ones that comport with their ideologies. And it's a way to globalize the harm that they do. And even if these billionaires don't all know each other, they share a class consciousness and they act in concert for their shared interests. And I think we can do that too. We absolutely can act with a class consciousness, but we first have to shed these various ways that they use to divide us, whether it's race or ethnicity or gender or sexuality. And I know it feels like so much is stacked against us because our enemies have so much money and so much influence, and they have the police under their control and all manner of death and harm technology. And they use the law as a tool to further their own imperial interests. But you have to know that they're actually very frightened of us. It's important to remember that if they weren't terrified of us, they wouldn't be instituting all manner of these belligerent protocols that lay bare their hypocrisy, laws and new rules that contravene the Constitution that they claim to uphold. The students frankly terrified them, and they had to spend all summer trying to figure out, how to stop it. And they came up with the most absurd and transparently hypocritical actions. And also this election, we taught them a lesson as well. So it might not feel like it, but I believe we are winning as long as we don't stop, as long as we stay the course, understanding that this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And I personally get my inspiration from our brave fighters who are holed up without food or water, who are watching their brothers and sisters and families get murdered around them at every turn. And they continue to fight, knowing that every time they go out to engage with the invaders and colonizers could be their last moment on Earth. But they go out time and time again, refusing to give up. And in the face of that, who are we to give up? I draw strength from their fortitude, and I hope you will too. I hope you will always be inspired by them. I believe that Palestine will be free someday. I do believe in my heart that Palestine will be free someday, and I want you all to know it in the deepest parts of yourselves. And I ask you to imagine it. Imagine a free Palestine. Imagine returning home, taking a train from Jerusalem to Beirut, to Damascus, to Amman, and so on. And I believe we must imagine the freedom that we deserve and that we want. These people whom we charge today and whom I find guilty and complicit are ultimately history's debris. They believe that they are important in this life, but they have betrayed humanity and they have sacrificed our common morality for personal convenience or to boost their careers. In the end, they become empty vessels, soulless and ultimately insignificant. They will not be part of the future that we're going to create together. This system that we're living in is not inevitable. It is not unchangeable, and we have not reached the end of history. Gaza, as I said, has exposed the whole world, and all the masks are off. Whether it's politicians, media, celebrities, university administrators, cultural institutions, and so on. The outcome of this moment is going to determine the fate of humanity for generations to come, and I do not believe that's an exaggeration. Because if we let them get away with genocide, that will become the new world normal. And we have the power to hold them accountable. We have the power to isolate them. We can boycott them through tribunals, through direct action, street protests, sabotage, disruptions, lawsuits, and all manner of creative action. We can overwhelm them with our antics. We can become ungovernable. Then we win. And I believe that we will win. Let me just close with, we can restore this country as well to her indigenous origins, to alter school curricula, to begin the history of this land long before that genocidal rapist Columbus arrived on these shores. And we can restore Palestine to her indigenous origins also, millennia of fabled stories that are embedded in our DNA and in our heritage. Free Palestine.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Jaleel. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Karina. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Rosita and JMO for doing an awesome job today. Thank you to all the presenters who came today and gave your testimony. It was truly inspirational. I felt my ancestors today. Generations before, generations going forward. I want to say a special thank you to my brothers and sisters today who spoke from their voices of being Palestinian. With all the evidence that we heard today, which was compelling, which was deep, which was comprehensive, for me, hearing the voices of Palestinians being uplifted, and also, unfortunately, voices of Palestinians who are now martyred and dead, is the thing that carried the day for me. You need to know something really important about Palestine. We all have a heavy heart today. But the one thing that I also feel today is awesome love. And if you don't feel that awesome love from Gaza, from the West Bank, from Jerusalem, and from the rest of historic Palestine, you've kind of missed the main message today. I so appreciate all of the voices today, and the one thing that is really important, and I hear this every day from my brothers and sisters in Palestine, especially in Gaza. They say, why has the world turned its back on us? Why are the bombs dropping on our heads and our children dying every day? Can't they hear our voices? Well, they heard them today. What we witnessed today and what we spoke about today goes back to Gaza and has a material impact on the ground because it sends a message to Palestinians in Gaza and throughout Palestine that the world is with them and we haven't forgotten. Please take that with you as you go forward in your day. Remember the stories that you heard today from Palestinians in Gaza and the voices that you heard today. Now, as a judge, guilty as charged. Gavin Newsom, guilty as charged. Michael V. Drake, guilty as charged. Every single UC regent, guilty as charged. And as Susan said, in that special place in hell, where the debris of the morally depraved and bankrupt will go. At UCSF, the killer Diller Foundation, guilty as charged. And for the smiling faces of the UC leadership, all of whom were called out today with their shining shovels, digging up indigenous land with the Helen Diller smiling faces, guilty as charged. You know, I share my brother Hatem's deep feeling about this. I don't say Palestine will be free. I say Palestine is free. We are the ones that are not free. We are the ones that wake up every day paying taxes, fomenting, supporting, enhancing this genocidal activity that's happening in Gaza right now and throughout Palestine. It's our job to psychologically decolonize ourselves with the deep freedom that Palestinians in Gaza are showing us right now. We can learn. So our responsibility, if we want to be free, is to take the lessons that we heard today from our brothers and sisters in Gaza, who every single day, as they look for that last bit of water, that last bit of food to feed their families, they are the ones that are free. So I'm not going to end by saying free Palestine. I'm going to end by saying Palestine is free. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Thank you for that telling verdict. I'm joined by some of the organizers. I asked that all the organizers actually just come up here if you can. Can you all come up? Don't be modest. Don't be shy. Everybody come up. You're first. We are going to read the closing statement for this tribunal and look forward to the next one. We are almost done, and then we're going to be closing out.
As we close this first session of the UC People's Tribunal for Palestine, we acknowledge and honor the Chochenyo-speaking Ohlone people and other indigenous tribes whose unceded lands the University of California shamelessly occupies. We honor the bravery of those who step forth to offer their testimonials, the wisdom of our judges, and the labor of all of those who made it possible for us to gather in this revolutionary undertaking. Our collective organizing against the University of California did not begin here, and it will certainly not end here. This university, like other imperial institutions, has proven incapable of meeting the most basic obligations to safeguard Palestinian life in the face of genocide and ongoing Nakba. Instead of serving the people, UC leadership has demonstrated that it seeks to rule tyrannically by force.
We understand that to enact justice, we must first prefigure the worlds in which we want to live. In organizing this tribunal from the grassroots, we have worked in unity across all UC campuses, strengthened by the steadfast commitment and solidarity of community members. We acknowledge and appreciate that we all have something to give to the collective project of building a more just world. Looking forward, we recognize the importance of a multiplicity of struggles, tactics, and strategies. Here we offer 3 pillars upon which our efforts will be built and invite you to join with us in the struggles to come.
First, we commit to solidarity with those in Palestine and in the Palestinian diaspora who have always been at the forefront of the struggle. As we fight for justice in Palestine from within our own countries, societies, and institutions, we must respect and honor the resistance that has made possible the survival of the Palestinian people in the face of over a century of Zionist aggression. All of our varied tactics and strategies must serve the goal of Palestinian liberation as defined by those most directly affected by Zionist violence.
Second, we commit to fundamentally remaking the University of California so that it truly serves the needs of the people and the mandates of justice from Gaza to Oakland and beyond. In so doing, we build on the struggles of past and current movements, from the Third World Liberation Struggle to the anti-apartheid struggle to cops off campus, all of which have fought for a university that serves the people and not the powerful. To build a just and democratic UC means wresting control from morally bankrupt regents, bureaucratic administrators, and cynical politicians, all of whom have repeatedly proven themselves unworthy of the public trust and have resorted to fascistic violence to quash dissent. In addition to grassroots efforts at the campus level, we will also work with labor across the state to qualify a ballot measure to amend the California Constitution to replace and remove the UC regents.
Third, we commit to working in partnership with other justice-minded people worldwide who seek to democratize and gain control over their own institutions, no matter how big or small. The genocide in Palestine has dramatically exposed the moral rot at heart of many of our institutions. Mobilizing to support Palestinian liberation will require us to reimagine our institutions from the bottom up. This work is long and fraught with hazard, and we honor all of those who have committed and continue to commit so much of themselves to this struggle, past, present, and future. Our power lies in our solidarity and support to those who will never consent to complicity and genocide. Our strength lies in our comradeship with those who build collective power to transform the world in which we live, whether through tribunals, open classrooms, unions, or student collectives.
Okay, y'all, I have the closing, but the closing is an opening, and we are just getting started. So this tribunal will reconvene at UCLA in spring of 2025 with a focus on the University of California's financial complicity in genocide and the ongoing Nakba, and the use of state-sanctioned police violence, including by police that have trained with the Israeli security forces to silence dissent. We urge you to continue your own struggles and to connect with us via our website, which has a list of actions that you can take in support of Palestine, the Palestinian people, and our efforts to liberate the University of California.
From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free. Is free, yes?
Is free.
Before we move to our closing cleansing ceremony, we have some thank yous. We first would really love to thank La Peña for opening this space. Yeah. There wasn't a more perfect space where this could have been held. And for Corey, who really helped us just button down this tech situation that I know nothing about. Yes. Superhuman tech wizard. I'd like to thank Sheila and the care team. Sheila didn't come up here, but she's an organizer with us for providing mental health support when needed. We'd like to thank our esteemed judges. You all have been so powerful. Lisa, Karina, Jess, Jaleel, and Susan. This wouldn't have been possible without you. Thank you for giving us your time all day. We want to thank those who helped with childcare, and I want to thank my family also, and all of our families for allowing us to do this, and for bearing with our late night, early morning, all day, every day meetings and texting, chats. All right, emoji. Spreadsheets. Okay. We'd like to thank those who shared their testimonials today and those who wrote them while living in a genocide from Gaza to the West Bank, across Palestine and up to Lebanon. Your words were incredible. We will be sharing more information about those who wrote testimonies, and we'll have additional testimonies on our website, as well as our social media. So stay tuned for more information about them. We did hear that one of them actually watched the reading of their testimony from Gaza on the ground. We want to thank Nida, Mesa, and Maram for reading those testimonies that were written and shared. And we want to thank the Indigenous people of these lands for hosting us here and for being in community with us here. And we want to move to closing with you all. Karina, thank you, Karina, for helping us to do this together.
Yeah. Can you do a closing?
Should I put this back? Do you want
Hey, relatives. Let's start with a deep breath again, huh? Let's take a deep breath together and let it go. We thank all of our ancestors for being with us today, for helping to hold us up, to helping us to breathe, help us to do the work that we're about to embark on again. I want to say a special blessing and prayer for all of our warriors across the world that are standing up against fascism, that feel alone, that for each and every one of us that sometimes feel alone in this work that we're doing as well. I want you to take this moment to look around. Seriously, look around at each other. People from all walks of life are sitting in this room, and that we can remember that we are not alone. Just as we send that love and prayers to our relatives that are in Palestine, our relatives that are in the diaspora here fighting for their relatives in Palestine, that we are not alone. That as we send out those good remembrances of this gathering together, that we tell these stories, that we don't hold them in, but that we share them across all of the people that we know that couldn't be here today. And when we sit there and we have coffee, and over the next few months while there is holidays that are happening, that we talk to our relatives who are sometimes the most difficult to get through to. That we have those hard conversations, and that we promise that we will see each other in the streets, and that we will see each other on the Zoom land, and that we will see each other in rooms as we organize and we see each other as liberated and free together. Thank you so much.
And that concludes our first tribunal. Thank you, everybody. Join us tomorrow morning at UCSF at the Regents meeting. We're going to be doing some fun and challenging activities to stick it to the Regents. And sign up for public comment. We know those Zionists are signing up for public comment.
All power to the people. All power to the people.
You see you with genocide. We charge 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 you with genocide. Woo!
Nothing
تسلني من أبي ومن ترى أمي فما أعرف منهم أحدا ومن جد العتيق عظام الأرض من تكوينها تراب وحجار في جدار بقايا